Chapter 1 Mysterious Magic. A small, three-story building stood near the village of Ottery St. Catchpole. Inside, 11-year-old Kyle Chopper was standing by the window, staring intently at the parchment in his hands. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, President of the International Confederation of Wizards. Dear Mr. Chopper, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A list of required books and items is enclosed. Term begins on September 1st. We look forward to receiving your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. It was an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Kyle had been waiting for this moment ever since his transmigration 11 years ago. Why had he been so sure? It was simple. Several notable magical families lived nearby, confirming his suspicions about the world he had been reborn into. Among them was the Lovegood family, where the editor-in-chief of the Quibbler lived. He frequently argued against the school's policies. Then there were the Weasleys, a family with an impossibly strange house and a lot of redheads, immediately cementing this world's identity for Kyle. Moreover, the fact that he lived in this area also confirmed that Kyle, in this life, came from a wizarding family. His father, Chris, worked at the Ministry of Magic as the deputy director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, specifically heading the Beast Division. With a family talent for communicating with magical creatures, Chris was also a famous magi-zoologist and one of the few students of Newt Scamander. Kyle's mother, Diana, worked at the ministry too, but in the Department of Mysteries. He didn't know exactly what she did there. His attempts to find out had all failed. His parents were excellent at keeping secrets, never revealing a single detail. As for his family's social standing, it was, well, mediocre. They had no famous ancestors or prestigious history, nothing compared to names like Dumbledore or Grindelwald. But even so, Kyle was more than satisfied. At least both his parents were wizards, and he was sure to attend Hogwarts. Unless, of course, he turned out to be a squib. But that concern had been laid to rest when his first bout of accidental magic occurred at age 3. Still, even though Kyle had known this day would come, he nearly jumped out of his skin when the owl pecked at his window with the letter in its beak. He had been clutching the parchment like a precious treasure ever since, even sleeping with it and rereading it obsessively. Honey, you've been staring at that letter for 3 days now. Can you put it down? I promise you, it's real. Chris said, looking at his grinning son with a hint of exasperation. Don't forget, we're meeting the Weasleys today to go to Diagon Alley. Don't keep them waiting. Okay, Dad, I'm coming. Kyle replied, quickly tucking the Hogwarts acceptance letter away, though not without one last glance, before jumping to his feet. He rapped a knuckle on a nearby stake and called out, Groot, I'm heading out. At his words, a small green bow truckle leaped out and waved goodbye to him. The Chopper family didn't have many magical creatures, only Groot and a Kneazle named Tom. Despite his role at the ministry, Chris didn't keep large numbers of magical creatures. Even Groot and Tom had only stayed because they refused to leave. It wasn't that Chris disliked magical creatures, far from it. He just believed they shouldn't be kept by witches and wizards unless they were truly pets. This belief was firm, even though Chris was known as a gentle, agreeable man at the ministry. Newt Scamander had the same view, always advocating that magical creatures belonged in the wild. In fact, Kyle had met Newt Scamander several times, and he noticed something interesting about the legendary magi-zoologist. Magical creatures seemed to flock to him. Kyle remembered clearly the day he had witnessed a dirical, a bird known for its natural camouflage and flighty nature, diving headfirst into Newt's arms. It was absurd, considering that diricals usually kept their distance from humans. Over the years, Kyle had encountered magical creatures around Newt time and again, salamanders, injured unicorns, even a fire crab that had narrowly escaped being used in potion making. Some creatures were smuggled into Britain and escaped, while others seemed to find Newt by sheer coincidence. They appeared by his side in the most unbelievable ways, and Newt's peculiar bond with magical creatures was undeniable. This talent had earned Newt a blacklist from many ministries of magic, since injured or protective magical creatures were prone to sudden, dangerous outbursts. Just imagine sipping afternoon tea when a wild manticore or nunda suddenly lunged at you. It was enough to make anyone sweat. Why would dark wizards like Voldemort bother causing havoc when Newt could do it simply by taking a holiday? Kyle thought with a grin. Newt didn't even need to lift a finger. It was a wonder that Tina, Newt's wife, had managed to seal him away at home. The entire wizarding world probably owed her a first-class Order of Merlin for that. Still, Newt's presence had undoubtedly made life hectic for the ministry's magical creature division. Smugglers had turned the British wizarding world into their favorite marketplace. Even so, most incidents remained minor, with only a few wizards suffering injuries over the years. It seemed that Newt's residence added an odd sort of protective charm to the area. But Chris wasn't as lucky. His job often meant working overtime, yet Kyle could tell his father secretly enjoyed it. As Kyle headed for the door, he noticed his mother, Diana, had come home early from work. She was smiling at him, her long black hair impeccably styled, and her elegant black robes with white trim accentuated her dignified appearance. Her light blue eyes glowed with affection as she looked at Kyle. Elegant and intellectual, Kyle thought, admiring his mother as always. Then he glanced at his father. Well, he's handsome enough, he mused, noting how the two made a good pair. Most importantly, Chris wasn't balding yet, which put him ahead of Mr. Weasley in the looks department. With such strong genes, it was no surprise that Kyle had turned out well, too. In fact, among his peers, he was considered quite striking, though he hardly paid it any mind. Looks weren't something he cared about. "Sorry I'm late," Kyle said as he joined his parents by the door. "If you had put the letter down earlier, maybe you wouldn't have been. Hogwarts isn't going to leave the United Kingdom just because you let go of the letter," Chris joked, grinning at his own remark. Kyle didn't quite get the joke, but he offered his father a polite smile for his effort. "All right, let's go. We've got a lot to buy, and we shouldn't keep the Weasleys waiting," Diana said, ending the awkward exchange as she gently took Kyle's hand. With a loud pop, she disapparated, taking Kyle with her. Seeing them vanish, Chris quickly followed suit. Chapter 2, Leaky Cauldron. The Leaky Cauldron, established in the early 16th century, is a favorite haunt of witches and wizards. It also serves as the entrance to Diagon Alley, the only magical street in the wizarding world. As Diana led Kyle through the door, the previously bustling bar fell silent, as if someone had hit the pause button. The sudden quiet was as eerie as a late-night study session before a final exam. The strange atmosphere lingered until Chris followed them inside. Even then, the room didn't return to its usual energy, with everyone seemingly keeping their voices intentionally low. There was, however, one exception. The bar owner, Tom, approached with a look of surprise. "Diana. Long time no see. Fancy a drink?" "It's on me." "Maybe next time, Tom," Diana replied with a smile. She patted Kyle on the shoulder and pointed towards the Weasley family, who were approaching. "We need to head to Diagon Alley to buy a few things, so we're a bit pressed for time." "Oh, of course," Tom said, realizing the situation. "Time flies, doesn't it? Kyle's already 11, so you're here for his Hogwarts supplies." "Yes," Diana confirmed with a smile. "You're cutting it close. Better get going, you know where to head." Tom stepped aside to let Kyle pass but then glanced down at him, adding with a playful sternness, "And Kyle, if you mess with that bin again, I'll be writing a letter of complaint to Hogwarts." By Merlin's beard. Do you know how frantic the new students get when they can't find their way into Diagon Alley? Don't make an old man with bad legs do unnecessary work. Kyle felt a little embarrassed being called out like this. Clearly, this wasn't his first time in Diagon Alley. But honestly, what kind of transmigrator would he be if he didn't mess with a few things now and then? Moving the trash cans was practically a rite of passage. Still, with his parents around, he couldn't admit that, so he just grinned awkwardly. "Promise I won't do it again." Tom waved it off, not too bothered, but Diana raised her eyebrows, casting a thoughtful look at her son. Her intuition told her something was off about that promise, but with the Weasley family now arriving, she let it go. "Oh, Kyle, dear." Mrs. Molly Weasley greeted him with a warm hug, then pulled Diana aside for a chat. Meanwhile, Mr. Weasley made his way over to Chris, immediately striking up a conversation. The two families were close. Diana and Molly were best friends, able to talk about anything, and Chris and Arthur had also developed a strong bond. After Kyle was born, they had even moved in with the Weasleys for a while, accepting their generous invitation. Kyle had heard the adults mention these things many times during meals. Because of the friendship between their parents, Kyle naturally became friends with the Weasley children as well. As soon as the adults wandered off, Kyle felt two arms drape across his shoulders, one on each side. "Hey, Fred, look who it is," said George with a grin. "Aren't you Hogwarts' newest student this year?" Fred chimed in, drawing out the word new. "Hogwarts can be pretty dangerous, especially for a newbie like you," George continued with mock concern. "Of course, if you're nice to us, we might be able to help you out," Fred added with a wink. Kyle rolled his eyes at their antics but ignored them, greeting the other Weasley children instead. "Long time no see, Percy, Ron, Ginny." They each smiled warmly and nodded back. "Long time no see, Kyle," the trio said in unison. The Weasley family had 7 children in total, but today only 5 were present. Bill was off in Egypt, and Charlie had left a month ago for parts unknown. As the group chatted, they made their way to the back courtyard of the Leaky Cauldron, the entrance to Diagon Alley. Mr. Weasley, leading the way, quickly located the correct brick and tapped it with his wand. Meanwhile, at the back of the group, Fred and George exchanged knowing glances. They'd been waiting for Kyle to respond to their teasing but, seeing that he hadn't, they silently decided to teach the impolite first-year a lesson. In their pockets was the latest creation from their mischief-making minds, a special powder that, when sprinkled lightly in someone's hair, could produce an unbelievable level of grease. It was as if you hadn't washed your hair in 10 days, truly a marvel of grossness. The twins had tested it on themselves and the results had been spectacular. If things went well, they might even unlock a hidden bonus effect, giving Kyle a glimpse of what middle-aged wizards often had to deal with. Grinning, they carefully took out the powder, ready to strike. But just as they were about to put their plan into action, Chris's voice came from ahead. "Hagrid. What are you doing in Diagon Alley?" Chris's voice, usually calm, now carried a sharp note of alarm that instantly caught the attention of the twins. They had heard that tone far too often not to react instinctively. Something was up. "It's nothing, really," Hagrid stammered. The 3-meter-tall, 2-meter-wide half-giant actually shivered slightly when he spotted Chris. His eyes darted nervously for a moment. But then, as if he'd suddenly remembered something, he visibly relaxed and pulled out a small package from his coat pocket. I'm just here buying some berry seeds. Harry Potter's going to Hogwarts next year, and I thought I'd bake him a birthday cake. Wanted it to be special." "Really?" Chris's voice didn't soften, his eyes narrowing at the small package. "If I recall correctly, the Hogwarts kitchen has enough ingredients to make 10 cakes. Why the extra seeds?" Chris's tone was sharp, almost accusatory. To an outsider, he might have appeared hostile, the sort of man you'd mistake for a villain in the wrong setting. But Kyle, the twins, and even the Weasleys, all of whom were on good terms with Hagrid, watched silently, their expressions unchanged. This was just how things were. And indeed, it was. As the deputy director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and head of the Beast Division, Chris had seen Hagrid's antics far too many times to count. In fact, if Chris had to name the one person who caused him the most headaches, it would undoubtedly be Rubeus Hagrid, the beloved yet notorious keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. The man was an endless source of work for him. Hagrid's obsession with magical creatures, especially crossbreeding them, drove Chris mad. Just last month, he'd had to deal with the aftermath of one of Hagrid's creations, a runespore hybrid, a two-tailed snake that Hagrid had somehow bred by crossing a crup with a runespore. Merlin knows where Hagrid even finds these creatures. Chris had been a student at Hogwarts, and he certainly didn't remember any runespores in the Forbidden Forest. It wasn't like you could just stumble upon one there. As a traditional magi zoologist, Chris considered such hybrid creations unnatural, even heretical. In his eyes, these sorts of magical experiments were dangerous and should be banned. He had tried to pass legislation several times to regulate these kinds of activities, but the ministry never took him seriously. After Cornelius Fudge became Minister of Magic, Chris had even visited his office to push for change, only to be met with delays and empty promises. Fudge clearly didn't see magical creatures as a priority, preferring to focus on maintaining good relations with the more powerful wizards at Hogwarts. Because of this, Chris's hands were tied. He couldn't stop Hagrid from creating these magical hybrids, no matter how reckless they were. Instead, he was left to clean up the mess, recording, categorizing, and monitoring Hagrid's creations. Over time, Chris had built up a considerable amount of frustration and resentment toward Hagrid. The only reason he didn't confront him outright, perhaps even physically, was because children were present. And make no mistake, Chris could handle himself. Despite his bureaucratic role, he spent much of his time in the field dealing with dangerous magical creatures. He wasn't worried about taking on a half-giant, especially one like Hagrid, who didn't have his wand. Hagrid, knowing he was on thin ice, hurriedly opened the package to reveal nothing but a handful of seeds. "By Dumbledore's name, I swear, I only came to Diagon Alley to buy these seeds." Chris, hearing the name of the revered headmaster, visibly relaxed. He trusted Hagrid's respect for Dumbledore and knew the half-giant wouldn't lie about something so trivial. After a moment, Chris offered a few quick instructions, then let him go without further questioning. Kyle, meanwhile, watched Hagrid's retreating figure thoughtfully. "Not this time," he muttered to himself. But what about all the other times? Kyle remembered well that in the first film, Hagrid had bought a 3-headed dog, Fluffy, from a mysterious Greek in a bar. Was it the pig's head? Or perhaps the Leaky Cauldron? He wasn't sure. But what he did know was that the Leaky Cauldron, for all its respectability, wasn't exactly clean. A lot of grey market deals happened here, especially since it was the only place that provided accommodations without checking IDs. Many smugglers with small, easily hidden items would choose to stay at the Cauldron, conducting their business in plain sight. And it was no secret among the magical underworld that Hogwarts had a gamekeeper with a deep passion for magical creatures. It wouldn't be hard for someone like Hagrid to acquire rare and dangerous beasts. TSK, who said Hagrid's simple-minded? Kyle mused. The guy's got more going on than people realize. Kyle suspected his father, Chris, didn't know about all of Hagrid's dealings yet. But Kyle had no intention of ratting him out. After all, who wouldn't want to own a 3-headed dog? Chapter 3, Diagon Alley. After careful consideration, Kyle decided it was best to play a trick on the twins and keep the news about the 3-headed dog to himself. Who said he didn't have a fondness for magical creatures? Sure, he wasn't Newt Scamander and didn't have that unique touch, but creatures like the 3-headed dog were rare, even in Greece. If he missed this opportunity, it would be hard to see one again. All things considered, it was better to have some fun with Fred and George. But to ease his conscience, Kyle slipped out of the twins' hold as quickly as possible and gave Chris an apologetic look. Chris, understandably, was baffled. One of the twins had the same confused expression. They had been just about to carry out their plan, sprinkling some confetti-like powder over Kyle's head for a little mischief, but Kyle ducked and ran at the last second. Unfortunately for the twins, they had already thrown the confetti. It could have happened a second earlier or later, but of course, it landed at the worst possible moment. The twins stood there, dumbfounded, watching the confetti make a perfect arc through the air, only to fall on the other twin's head. Shoo. Suddenly, both Fred and George were furiously scratching their heads like agitated baboons. Their already messy hair became even wilder, a true bird's nest of confetti and chaos. Honestly, even the Sorting Hat looked more dignified at this point. "Oh, Fred, George, what are you up to now?" Mrs. Weasley's voice rang out, clearly embarrassed as more people began to stare at the scene. Her cheeks flushed, and she marched over to the twins, grabbing each of them by the ear and dragging them away, her face red with both anger and humiliation. At least in the alley, away from the main street of Diagon Alley, fewer people could see them. On the main road, it had been mortifying, her sons imitating baboons in front of everyone. "By Merlin's beard," she muttered under her breath. "If this keeps up, the Weasley family's reputation will be ruined." Ruined. Her actions were swift, and the twins, though grinning at first, were soon breathing heavily, their earlier bravado crushed. Kyle swore he saw tears welling up in their eyes, and if that was true, he could only marvel at how alike they were, even their tears appeared in the same spots. On the other side, as Mrs. Weasley escorted the twins away, Mr. Weasley looked visibly relieved. He hid his embarrassment with great difficulty, urging the rest of the group to move ahead and start their shopping without waiting for the twins. At the back of the group, Kyle had positioned himself beside Ron, struggling to suppress his laughter. However, the moment he looked up and caught his mother's gaze, his whole body tensed. He forced a grin, an awkward and polite smile plastered on his face. Diana had an uncanny sixth sense, nothing ever escaped her notice. Since childhood, Kyle had learned that he could hardly ever get away with anything. His only saving grace with his transmigration secret was that she hadn't given birth to him for 5 or 6 months after he arrived in this world. If not for that, he was convinced his secret would have been discovered long ago. Really? Kyle scratched his head, thinking to himself. With a mother like this, there's no such thing as privacy. Diana, sensing his guilt, didn't say a word but gave him a warning look before turning her attention elsewhere. It wasn't all that serious, Mrs. Weasley was just overly worried. Fred and George's antics were notorious at Hogwarts, and word of their exploits had spread through the wizarding world, even reaching Diana's ears. She had heard stories of exploding toilet seats, sneaking a sack over Mrs. Norris during a nighttime stroll, and throwing rotten eggs under Slytherin freshmen seats, accusing them of having accidents in class. Compared to all that, imitating baboons in the street seemed minor. People who witnessed the scene would probably just laugh it off. There was no real threat to the Weasley family's reputation, unless you asked a certain pureblood with long blonde hair, but he wouldn't be named here. Mrs. Weasley's strong reaction came from her not yet being accustomed to the twins' troublemaking. After all, Bill, Charlie, and even Percy had been outstanding students, and in her mind, she still saw Fred and George through that lens. She couldn't quite reconcile their behavior with the image of her older children. Granted, Bill and Charlie hadn't been entirely well behaved at home or in their early school days, but no one could deny that they were top students at Hogwarts. For Mrs. Weasley, it was as if she couldn't let go of the expectation that Fred and George would follow in their older brother's footsteps. To put it in perspective, imagine the prim and proper Percy suddenly imitating a baboon in the street. That would give anyone pause. But this phase wouldn't last forever. Give it a year or two, and after more news about the twins' escapades from Hogwarts, Mrs. Weasley would grow accustomed to their ways. And, in time, she'd learn to handle their antics with far more composure. Not long after the little episode with the twins, the group split up. Since Ron and Ginny were not yet old enough to attend Hogwarts, the Weasleys only needed to buy schoolbooks for Fred, George, and Percy. However, as a new student, Kyle had a long list of supplies to get, with the most important item being his wand. Kyle didn't need directions, he knew Diagon Alley like the back of his hand. Before long, he reached his destination, the small, slightly run-down shop. Ollivander's Wand Shop, expertly crafted wands since 382 BC. Kyle stood in the doorway, a bit speechless, as he always was when he visited the place. The shop looked so neglected, with thick layers of dust on the windows. You could practically scrape the grime off and mold it into a sculpture right outside the door. Did wizards have a preference for old, worn-out things? Gringotts and the Flying Broomstick shop both look clean and well-maintained, Kyle thought. But this place? Then again, Ollivander's was the most renowned wand shop in the wizarding world, and maybe that was part of the charm, exclusivity wrapped in mystery and age. Perhaps looking ancient is just part of the magic of being an elite shop, he mused. But Gringotts, also an exclusive business, didn't look like it was falling apart. He had wondered about this for a long time, even asking Chris and Mr. Weasley in the past, but neither had given him a clear answer. Standing there now, Kyle could only shrug, deciding to chalk it up to the eccentricity of a master craftsman. After all, Ollivander's reputation was unparalleled, and it was important to maintain good relations. Asking why his shop was so run down might offend the legendary wandmaker. That was a conversation best left untouched. However, Kyle did consider a different option. Since Ron would be starting school next year, he could discuss it with Fred and George and see if they'd be willing to poke around for an answer. Don't say I'm cheating my friends, Kyle thought, smirking to himself. I'm cheating Ron Weasley. What does that have to do with his beloved family and friends? It's only Fred and George's younger brother Ronald Weasley asking. Chapter 4, The Wand Chooses the Wizard. In any case, Kyle still had a wand to buy, so he carefully pushed open the door and stepped inside. Diana and Chris hadn't followed him in. They probably assumed the process of choosing a wand would take a while. After hearing that Kyle needed to visit Ollivander's first, they had decided to head to Gringotts instead. The inside of the shop, while still old and cluttered, was much cleaner than the exterior. Shelves stacked high with narrow, dusty boxes lined the walls, and though the items appeared haphazardly arranged, there was a certain order to the chaos. With a soft chime from the door, an elderly man's graying head popped up behind the counter. "Good afternoon, my boy," said Ollivander, his sharp eyes glinting with curiosity as he examined Kyle. Then, as if struck by an odd thought, he asked, "Are you here alone?" "Yes," Kyle replied, feeling puzzled. "Is there a problem?" Ollivander shook his head. "No, of course not." But as he spoke, Kyle caught a fleeting look of disappointment in his eyes. Strange. Why would a shopkeeper be disappointed to have a customer? Maybe it's just my imagination, Kyle thought, shaking his head to clear the feeling. "All right then, young wizard," Ollivander continued, stepping out from behind the counter. "May I ask your name?" "Kyle Chopper," Kyle answered promptly. "Chopper?" Ollivander repeated, his brow furrowing slightly. "And Mr. Chris is?" "My father," Kyle clarified. "Ah, of course." Ollivander muttered, glancing briefly toward the door before quickly turning back. "The name Chopper isn't one I often hear in the British wizarding world, you see." Now it was obvious, Ollivander was disappointed. Kyle couldn't deny it. The old wandmaker's face practically screamed it when he learned Chris was his father. Not only that, but Ollivander had started muttering something about Willowwood or Hornbeamwood under his breath, though Kyle couldn't quite make it out. Still, Kyle was more interested in getting his wand than worrying about why Ollivander seemed so bothered. After all, he was here for business. "Mr. Ollivander, I'm right-handed," Kyle said, extending his arms straight out to make the measuring process easier. He knew the drill. Measurements were taken, then came the long process of testing wands, which could take quite a while. With so many wands in the shop, it was unlikely Ollivander would find the perfect match in one go. The usual method involved trying wands one by one. Kyle braced himself for what he expected to be a lengthy search. But Ollivander's next words took him by surprise. "Oh, my boy, if it's you, there's no need for that." Before Kyle could even react, Ollivander bypassed the usual measuring entirely. He walked straight to the counter, pulled out a wand box from the most prominent spot, opened it, and placed it in front of Kyle with swift precision, as though he had known all along which wand would suit him. "Well, what are you waiting for? Try it," Ollivander urged when Kyle hesitated. "Ah. Oh, right," Kyle replied, snapping out of his confusion. He picked up the wand from the box. It was a simple wand, gray-black in color, with a smooth surface free of any elaborate decorations or engravings. Aside from the standard handle, there were no frills, just an ordinary, unassuming wand. But the moment Kyle held it, before he had even attempted to cast a spell, a bright white light shot out from the wand's tip, flooding the entire shop with light. The previously dim and dusty room felt instantly transformed, as if a skylight had been opened, bathing the shop in warmth and brightness. "Good, excellent," Ollivander exclaimed, clearly thrilled. Without waiting for Kyle to ask, he continued speaking to himself, 13.5 inches, cedar wood, phoenix feather core. "I must say, this is a rather magical combination." "A magical match?" Kyle echoed, a little confused. "Yes, magical," Ollivander said with a patient smile, looking directly at Kyle. "A cedar wand usually chooses a wizard with great wisdom and keen insight. These wizards are calm by nature, and every choice they make is carefully considered. As my father used to say, you can never fool a wizard who carries a cedar wand." "I wholeheartedly agree with that." He went on, explaining, "Cedar wand owners tend to favor the stability and loyalty of unicorn tail hair cores. Phoenix tail feathers, by contrast, are known for their fiery and independent nature, sometimes too aggressive. In fact, I've crafted and sold 36 cedar wands in total. Of those, 30 contained unicorn tail hair, and 5 had dragon heartstrings. The last one." Ollivander paused, smiling broadly as he pointed at Kyle, "is the one you're holding now." Kyle, still puzzled, asked, "But sir, didn't you say those materials don't typically go well together? Then why did you make it?" "Not make it because the materials don't usually pair well." "Oh, no, that would be quite wrong," Ollivander chuckled, shaking his head. "You see, the wand chooses the wizard, my boy. From the moment they are created, each wand knows exactly who its wizard will be. It's not that the materials don't work together, rather, they only find harmony in the hands of their destined owner." He gestured to the stacks of dusty wand boxes behind him. Those wands over there, still waiting for their owners. They're not here because they're bad wands, but because their time hasn't come. Their wizards are simply waiting for their letters from Hogwarts. Ollivander paused for a moment, then continued with a gleam in his eye. And you see, even the most seemingly opposite wands and cores can work perfectly together in the hands of the right wizard. That's the beauty of wand lore. Take the wand you're holding now. Your father, Chris, tried it. Your mother, Diana, tried it. But it wasn't a perfect match for either of them. They were close, but not quite right. And so, after I learned of your birth, I've been waiting for this day. It's truly perfect, isn't it? Kyle nodded slowly, still absorbing the moment. The feeling of control and connection with the wand in his hand was powerful, almost addictive. He couldn't imagine parting with it now. Though the process had been different than expected, the result was better than he could have hoped for. Kyle was very satisfied with his new wand. Well then, my boy, 7 galleons, Ollivander said, smiling even more brightly now. Okay, Kyle replied, pulling out the 7 gold galleons he had prepared in advance and placing them on the counter. The price for a first-year student's wand was always 7 galleons, a reasonable deal for such a crucial item. This discount only applied to young wizards enrolling at Hogwarts for the first time. After Kyle paid, Ollivander bowed slightly in gratitude. He watched Kyle leave the shop before turning his attention to the next young wizard who had just stepped inside, accompanied by an adult. Oh, we meet again, Mr. Thomas. 11 inches, Hawthorn Wood. Chapter 5, Shopping. It seems you've got the cedarwood wand, Chris remarked the moment they met up outside Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. He immediately recognized the wand Kyle was holding. It was a rather unusual match, and Chris had always been impressed by it. In fact, it was this very type of wand that had led him to first meet Diana. Now, unexpectedly, it was in Kyle's hands. Chris looked at Kyle with a hint of emotion, but his expression soon shifted as if a thought had just struck him. He patted Kyle's shoulder heavily and said, "My dear, I regret to inform you that with this wand, you're probably not going to end up in Gryffindor." Not in Gryffindor. Kyle's mouth twitched slightly. He already had an idea of what his father meant. Ollivander had mentioned that cedar wands chose wizards with sharp insight and a natural calmness. Gryffindor, on the other hand, well, calmness wasn't exactly their defining trait. Kyle hadn't even started school yet, and he was already being rejected by a house. It was kind of disheartening news. What are you two laughing about? Diana asked curiously as she walked over, her arms full of supplies. She had gone to buy Kyle a cauldron and had also stopped by the stationery shop to pick up some quills and parchment, so she hadn't heard the conversation. Nothing much, just that Dad said I won't get into Gryffindor if I carry this wand, Kyle explained, holding up his new wand for Diana to see. Diana, recognizing the cedar wand as well, laughed along with Chris. I'm sorry, dear, but I think your father might be right. Neither Chris nor Diana seemed to care much which Hogwarts house Kyle would be sorted into. To them, as long as it was Hogwarts, the house didn't really matter. Kyle felt the same way. Like choosing a wand, getting fitted for school robes was a time-consuming task. Mrs. Malkin, a true professional, took her time measuring Kyle, but even so, it took over 20 minutes just to get the basic measurements. Since Kyle was a bit taller than most boys his age, the shop didn't have his size in stock, meaning the robes would need to be custom-made. That would take around 2 hours. Kyle thought it over and decided it would be more convenient to leave his home address and have the robes delivered by owl. It was already 5 p.m., and 2 hours later it would be 7 p.m., too late to wait around. Express delivery seemed like the best option. Their next stop was Flourish and Blott's, the bookstore. This time, the shopping was much quicker. It took Kyle less than 5 minutes to gather all his required textbooks for the upcoming school year. In addition to the standard set, he also picked up 2 extra books for leisure reading. The first was Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Revised Edition, by Newt Scamander. Although his family already owned 19 copies of the book, Kyle couldn't resist supporting Newt by buying the latest version. The new edition had 30 extra pages and introduced 7 new magical creatures. It was a great deal and a worthy addition to his collection. The second book was something Kyle stumbled upon by accident. While heading to the checkout, he kicked a dusty book out of a corner. Ordinary Spells and Solutions. As the title suggested, it contained an assortment of common spells like the Lighting Charm, the Levitation Charm, and the Scouring Charm. What made the book appealing was its thoroughness. There were a ton of spells packed into it. It was like the spell version of Fantastic Beasts, and at just 1 galleon, it was a bargain. Kyle flipped through it briefly before deciding to buy it. It might not be all that useful in the long run, but it seemed like good entertainment for when he had time to kill. In truth, there were many more books Kyle wanted to read, books on charms, potions, transfiguration, and more. The list could probably fill an entire parchment. However, he refrained from purchasing them for a simple reason: he would soon be at Hogwarts, home to one of the oldest and largest libraries in the wizarding world. Why spend money on books when you could borrow them from the school's vast collection? Unless it was a textbook required for class or a book he was particularly fond of, Kyle didn't see the need to buy them. After all, galleons didn't grow on trees, and he wasn't about to spend frivolously when better resources were available at school. After leaving Flourish and Blots, Kyle had nearly finished shopping for the school year. In fact, he had already bought everything he needed. The only thing left on the typical Hogwarts list was a pet, but Kyle didn't need one. Chris had rescued many injured owls over the years, so the Chopper family had earned a strong reputation in the owl community. As a result, Kyle had more than enough owl assistance at his disposal. Whenever he stood by the window with a letter or package, a whole flock of owls, many from Hogwarts, would eagerly compete to deliver it for him. All he had to do was offer a few snacks as a reward. It was incredibly convenient and, more importantly, saved him the trouble of buying a pet. Another galleon saved, Kyle thought with satisfaction. Kyle had originally planned to use the money he'd saved to buy a broomstick. He didn't need one of the newest models, something simple like the Nimbus 1500 or a Clean Sweep 7 would do just fine. These older brooms were cost-effective, and while they didn't have the shine of newer models, their performance wasn't all that different. Plus, the price was less than a third of the latest brooms. Take, for example, the Nimbus 1500, which had been all the rage 2 years ago. Back then, it had sold for 300 galleons, but now, it was available for just 80 galleons, practically a steal. Kyle had been saving his pocket money for years, and he was almost ready to afford it. The Clean Sweep 7, another model he had his eye on, was a bit more expensive at around 100 galleons, but it was still within reach with a little help from Chris. Excited about the prospect, Kyle had brought up the idea of buying a broomstick. However, Diana shot the suggestion down in an instant. Her reasoning was simple: Hogwarts rules strictly prohibited first-year students from bringing their own broomsticks. Buying one now would be pointless, and there was already a broom at home he could use during the holidays. Chris, trying to remain neutral, could only give Kyle a helpless shrug, signaling that he had no choice but to side with Diana on this one. Still, wanting to lift Kyle's spirits, Chris made sure to take him to the window of the flying broomstick shop, letting him admire the brooms on display for a few moments before they headed toward the Leaky Cauldron. The Weasleys, who had accompanied them earlier, had already left while Kyle was getting his robes fitted. Mrs. Weasley needed to return home to prepare a large dinner, a task that took considerable time given the size of the Weasley family. Cooking for 6 children was no small task, even with the aid of magic, and it would take her more than an hour to get everything ready. Kyle regretted 2 things that day. First, he hadn't been able to buy the flying broomstick he had wanted so badly. And second, he had missed out on the chance to see the twins embarrass themselves again, a sight he had been looking forward to almost as much as the broom. Chapter 6, before the start of the semester. The days leading up to the start of the school year were busy and exciting for Kyle. He spent every waking moment in his room, experimenting with a variety of charms and spells. Although he came from a magical family, his opportunities to practice magic before now had been limited. For starters, neither Chris nor Diana treated their wands like ordinary tools, they considered them almost like an extension of themselves. Their wands were precious, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they viewed them as their second lives. As a result, Kyle was only allowed to hold their wands twice a year, on Christmas and his birthday. Kyle understood the significance of these moments. He made sure to keep things simple, using basic spells like the wand lighting charm or the unlocking charm, both of which had minimal risks even if they failed. But there was another challenge: wand compatibility. Even though Kyle was their son, both of his parents' wands showed no affinity for him. The rejection was clear. Diana's wand, in particular, felt completely inert in Kyle's hands, no different than holding a regular stick. No matter how many times he recited the incantations, the wand refused to respond. Due to these limitations, Kyle had spent most of his pre-Hogwarts years focusing on non-magical subjects like Quidditch, herbology, and magical creatures. He had very little actual practice with spells. But now, at 11 years old, with his very own wand in hand, he could finally cut loose and explore his magical potential. Chris didn't mind this at all. In fact, he enjoyed it, often offering Kyle enthusiastic advice and relishing his brief moments of playing the teacher. As a result, Kyle's room became a small haven of flickering light as he practiced spell after spell. At first, things went smoothly. Kyle was practicing basic charms that didn't cause much trouble for anyone else. But as he mastered more and more advanced spells, complications inevitably arose. One afternoon, as Chris sat at the dining table enjoying a cup of black tea, the teacup across from him suddenly lifted off the table and began to float slowly upstairs. Chris, unfazed, tapped his wand and gently guided the cup back down to the table. "Kyle," he called out, "you must always know exactly where you want the object to go when using Accio. And I suggest starting with a quill or parchment, at least they won't break." "Okay, Dad," Kyle's voice echoed from upstairs, though Chris wasn't entirely convinced he was listening. After all, this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. In fact, Chris had used more mending charms in the last few days than he had in the past 10 years. He had even been forced to apply anti-summoning charms to every fragile object in the house. Just as Chris was lost in thought, a loaf of bread whizzed past his head and smashed into the ceiling with a loud crunch. To be fair, Kyle was improving, the bread had flown much faster this time. With a sigh, Chris waved his wand to send the loaf back to the kitchen, all while silently praising Diana's foresight. She had confiscated Kyle's cauldron on the very first day. If not for her quick thinking, Chris shuddered to imagine what state the house might have been in by now. After all, 11-year-old wizards, especially new ones, were notorious for causing a bit of chaos. The Weasleys next door had proven that much. And their own family was no exception. But fortunately, those chaotic days were almost over. Hogwarts was starting tomorrow, and that thought filled Chris with relief. Finally, a break. With a contented sigh, Chris lifted his cup of black tea and took a long, satisfying sip. As evening approached, time passed quickly. Diana hadn't returned home yet due to a task she had to finish, so Chris, who was utterly useless in the kitchen, eagerly accepted Mrs. Weasley's invitation to bring Kyle over for dinner at the Burrow, which was just a short walk away. He brought along some ingredients, but his gesture wasn't met with the warmest reception. Mrs. Weasley, unsurprisingly, was not pleased. She scolded Chris for bringing food when he was supposed to be a guest, telling him it was a sign of distrust in their friendship. Chris didn't argue, though. He simply tossed the ingredients into the kitchen with a laugh and allowed her to vent, knowing this routine all too well. Meanwhile, Kyle had naturally blended in with the Weasley children. This was nothing new for him. Whenever Diana was off on an errand and couldn't make it back, he and Chris often had dinner with the Weasleys. This familiar scene played out every time, making it a regular part of their lives. Not far from the house, Kyle and the Weasley kids were cleaning up the gnomes from the garden. The term cleaning was used loosely, they were really just playing a game. The rules were simple: one person grabbed a gnome by the legs and flung it into the air, while the other used a wooden bat to hit it like a hacky sack. Whoever sent the gnome the farthest won the game and earned the grand prize, a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Initially, Chris didn't approve of the game. He thought tossing the gnomes out of the garden should be enough, without the added element of batting practice. But his perspective shifted when, one day, he discovered that the gnomes had dug up the scurvy grass he'd been carefully cultivating for a year. After that, he stopped objecting. In fact, he even gifted Kyle a top-quality bat for Christmas, signed by the batsman of the Wimborne Wasps. It was well-crafted, perfectly balanced, and ideal for smacking gnomes. Since then, Kyle had won 5 consecutive gnome batting championships. Today was no exception. "It's not fair," Ron complained, glancing at Kyle's signed bat and then at the stick he'd picked up from the ground. "The equipment gap is too big." "It's not that big," Kyle said, smiling. "Equipment is secondary. What's important is having the belief in your heart that you can win. I don't win because my bat is better, I win because I want it more than you do." Kyle tossed Ron a bright red Bertie Bott's bean. "By the way, Ron, before you start grumbling about equipment, you might want to focus on beating Ginny first. Her stick is way smaller than yours, and she's still ahead of you." There were 5 players in today's game, and Ron had landed in last place, even several meters behind his younger sister, Ginny. Kyle's words made Ron's face flush with embarrassment. Losing to Ginny wasn't exactly something he could brag about. But his attention was quickly drawn to the bean Kyle had tossed him. It was bright red and looked tempting. He cautiously popped it into his mouth, hoping for a decent flavor. As soon as the taste hit, Ron's face lit up. It was raspberry. He chewed happily, savoring the sweet flavor. Somehow, Kyle always managed to pick out the best Bertie Bott's beans. Ron couldn't help feeling envious. He had never figured out how Kyle did it. Every time Ron picked a bean, it was something awful like liver or spinach. Once, he even had the misfortune of eating one that tasted like dragon dung. The mix of fishy, rotten berry with fermented undertones had been enough to make him gag. The mere thought of it made his stomach churn all over again. Chapter 7, Dinner. Kyle, Ron, and the rest of the Weasley children had spent the evening throwing gnomes in the yard, but now it was time for dinner. After playing for a while, Mrs. Weasley's familiar voice called out from the burrow, announcing that the meal was ready. The group, already hungry, quickly abandoned their game and made their way back to the house. As they walked, Kyle casually handed out the remaining Bertie Bott's every flavor beans from the prize box he had won earlier. He gave Ron one and popped one into his own mouth, leaving the rest for Ginny. The young girl, wary of the dreaded dragon dung flavor, hurried over to Kyle, hoping he'd help her avoid any unpleasant surprises. Kyle understood her request, but he resolutely refused, saying, "Young people need to try new things, Ginny. After all, the whole point of Bertie Bott's beans is the surprise. If there were no risks, they'd just be called sugar beans." Ginny pouted, but Kyle stood his ground. He wasn't being lazy, he was just encouraging her sense of adventure. After all, the tagline was, "Every bite is a new adventure." A few minutes later, the group started toward the house, Kyle leading the way with Ron close behind. But before they got far, Fred and George came barreling forward, shoving Ron to the side as they hurried past. Ron stumbled, nearly falling into a nearby gnome hole, and shot the twins an angry look. His face turned red with frustration, clearly ready to lash out at them if they didn't apologize. Unfortunately for Ron, Fred and George didn't even notice. Their attention was completely focused on Kyle. They'd been scheming ever since their mishap in Diagon Alley, which they considered one of the most embarrassing moments of their lives. The twins had been waiting for the perfect opportunity to get back at Kyle, and now that they were back at the Burrow, that chance had arrived. Ron fumed silently behind them, but he knew from experience that confronting his older brothers would only lead to a tussle he couldn't win. Fred and George had bullied him plenty of times before, and things usually worked themselves out after a few days and a shared snack. For now, however, Ron had no choice but to accept that they were too focused on Kyle to care about his grievances. As everyone made their way to the dining area, Mrs. Weasley set up a cozy table outside in the yard to accommodate the larger group. Once Kyle sat down in his usual spot, Fred and George quickly flanked him, sitting on either side with suspicious grins. Kyle raised an eyebrow, immediately sensing that something was up. Huh, he muttered to himself, a little surprised. He had never seen the twins sit apart like this. Their sudden positioning was far too deliberate. This doesn't bode well, Kyle thought. Their intentions were clear enough, but without knowing what they had planned, Kyle decided to act normal and helped Mrs. Weasley finish setting the table. As he arranged the last dish, his nose was met with the mouth-watering aroma of hearty home-cooked food: fluffy, crispy buns, soft roasted potatoes, fragrant roast chicken, golden fried chicken nuggets, and tender veal steaks. It was a feast fit for a family, as always at the Weasleys' table. Once the food was served and everyone had taken their seats, dinner officially began. Kyle remained cautious throughout, keenly aware that the twins were likely planning some kind of mischief. He carefully examined every bite, not wanting to accidentally eat something strange. He'd rather not suffer any public embarrassment, especially with Fred and George sitting so close, clearly plotting something. Though the food was delicious, Kyle couldn't help but wonder about Hogwarts meals. He wasn't expecting Chinese food, but maybe he could hope for some good French cuisine, or at the very least, a decent pasta or pizza. For now, though, he kept his focus on his plate, determined not to fall into whatever trap Fred and George had prepared. With Kyle on high alert, the twins' plan seemed to stall. Throughout dinner, Fred and George behaved as usual, cracking jokes and making everyone laugh without showing any signs of mischief. Kyle's suspicion began to wane as the meal progressed. However, just as the table reached its liveliest point, Fred struck. After telling a particularly funny joke about a Slytherin student with greasy hair, he turned to George and said, "Hey, George, Kyle's going to Hogwarts tomorrow. Should we give him some advice? You know, for his own safety. After all, it can be pretty dangerous." George, who had been struggling to swallow a large bite of steak, caught on immediately. He pretended to consider the suggestion for a moment before responding, I don't think it's necessary, Fred. We should trust Kyle, he's very capable. It's only an adult troll after all. He'll definitely be able to take it down and pass the house sorting without any problems." Fred nodded solemnly. "You're right, George. And Mr. Kyle Chopper, with his pride, surely wouldn't want to rely on us for help. He doesn't even call us seniors." Their plan was simple: scare Kyle with exaggerated stories about Hogwarts house sorting, making him lose sleep the night before his big day. Fred, grinning with satisfaction, was certain this would be the perfect revenge for what had happened in Diagon Alley. As if on cue, the adults joined in, their eyes gleaming with mischief. The topic of the new students' house sorting, or more specifically, terrifying new students before they entered Hogwarts, had always been a popular pastime among older wizards. It was now Kyle's turn to be the victim of their well-practiced prank. "My dear, don't believe them," Mrs. Weasley said, scolding the twins with a tone that was only half serious. She turned to Kyle, smiling reassuringly. "It's really not that scary, just a little test involving some ghosts. There's no real danger at all." "Molly, how can you lie to the boy?" Mr. Weasley chimed in, faking outrage as he shot a mock glare at his wife. "Kyle's a smart lad. We should be honest with him. I'm sure he could handle taming a hippogriff by himself." "A hippogriff? I thought it was a dragon," Chris said, pretending to be confused before turning to Kyle with absolute certainty. "Son, trust your father. It's definitely a dragon. And I bet this year it'll be a Hungarian horntail." The chaotic back and forth continued, with each adult throwing in their own ridiculous version of what Kyle might face at Hogwarts. Fred and George sat back, pleased that their prank was gaining momentum, sure that Kyle would fall for it. But Kyle, already onto them, played his part perfectly. He nodded along seriously to each ridiculous claim, responding with phrases like, "Oh, I see, yes, I can, and, I trust you, Dad," all while keeping a straight face. Mrs. Weasley looked relieved. Mr. Weasley appeared more determined than ever. And Chris, though still uncertain, seemed to take some comfort in Kyle's unwavering agreement. The truth was, Kyle knew what this was, a ritual of sorts, a kind of playful hazing. The wizarding world had limited sources of entertainment: Quidditch, some minor festivities, and, of course, fooling young witches and wizards. It was tradition, and Kyle had no reason to spoil their fun. He played along with enthusiasm, finding it amusing rather than nerve-wracking. After all, he thought, it's just a show. Let them have their fun. As laughter and banter filled the table, no one seemed to notice two small, helpless figures trembling in the far corner, two garden gnomes who had wandered too close to the festivities, caught in the crossfire of the night's lighthearted pranks. Chapter 8, Mr. Weasley's Dream. Kyle may not have been fooled by the adults' usual tall tales, but they had definitely done the trick for Ron and Ginny. Ron, in particular, had been listening intently, eager to gather some inside knowledge for when he started Hogwarts the following year. But as the conversation progressed, his face turned a sickly shade of pale. Trolls, ghosts, and hippogriffs were extreme, sure, but Ron figured he could manage to escape if things got really bad. The Hogwarts professors wouldn't let students face anything truly deadly, right? But a dragon. That was another matter entirely. Dragons were classified as XXXXX-level magical creatures, dangerous even to fully trained adult wizards. For an 11-year-old, facing a dragon sounded like certain death. By the time the professors had cast their protection spells, Ron feared he'd already be a pile of ash from a single sneeze of dragon fire. Is this seriously what school is like? Ron thought, his heart sinking. He felt an overwhelming urge to run away from home and never look back. Hogwarts sounded less like a place of learning and more like a death trap. Ginny wasn't faring much better. Her usually vibrant red hair seemed to have lost its shine, and her face was pale as she stared down at her plate, visibly shaken. Kyle, noticing her distress, leaned over with concern. "What's wrong, Ginny?" he asked softly. "Why aren't you eating? Are you feeling unwell?" Ginny shook her head quickly, not wanting to admit her fear in front of her brothers. "No, I'm fine," she said, forcing a smile. "I'm just full." Given that she was only 9 and had already eaten half a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, it wasn't entirely a lie, her appetite wasn't large to begin with. The sudden talk about dragons and sorting, however, had sapped the rest of her hunger. "I see, that's a shame," Kyle replied, accepting her explanation without much thought. He calmly reached over and took the grilled fish from Ginny's plate, placing it onto his own. Grilled fish was one of Mrs. Weasley's specialties, and it was best eaten fresh. He'd been craving it for a while, so he wasn't about to let it go to waste. Ginny didn't stop him, though she watched with a sad expression as Kyle devoured the fish she had been saving. The thought of having to face a dragon in 2 years had killed any remaining desire for food. In the end, she simply turned her head away, hoping to forget about it. Fred and George, seated next to her, sighed dramatically in unison. They had also been eyeing the grilled fish, but Kyle had beaten them to it. Undeterred, the twins shifted their focus to Ron. Unfortunately for them, Ron's plate had already been picked clean. His fish was long gone, the bones gnawed so thoroughly that even a flobberworm would have trouble finding anything left to slide across. Seeing their chance for mischief, Fred leaned in with a grin. "What's wrong, Ron?" Scared of the dragon, he teased, patting Ron on the shoulder in a rare display of brotherly concern. "Don't worry, the dragon's only there for 1 year. By the time you get to Hogwarts, they'll probably replace it with another creature." "Yeah," George chimed in with perfect timing. "I think it'll be spiders next year. I saw some in the Forbidden Forest, about the size of gnomes. Maybe Hagrid's getting them ready for the sorting ceremony." At the mention of spiders, Ron's face went from pale to ghostly white. His eyes widened in sheer terror. "No," he screamed, throwing his cutlery down and bolting from the table, sprinting back toward the burrow without a second thought. Fred and George burst out laughing, watching with wicked delight as Ron dashed away in pure panic. They'd succeeded in scaring him senseless, and the way he had reacted was everything they had hoped for. But despite their victory, the twins didn't entirely escape consequences for their mischief. As they laughed, Mrs. Weasley's sharp voice rang out from across the table. "George, why were you in the Forbidden Forest?" Mrs. Weasley's sharp question cut through the twins' laughter like a blade. She fixed them with a stern gaze, her keen eyes narrowing. "I don't recall Hogwarts allowing first-years into the Forbidden Forest." Fred and George froze in their tracks, realizing they'd said too much. "Mum, I can explain." Fred started, but it was too late. The twins attempted to make a break for it, but having only just begun their second year, they were no match for Mrs. Weasley. She quickly caught them, and what followed was the familiar scene of motherly scolding and the twins' attempts at half-hearted apologies. Though Kyle had witnessed this ritual countless times over the years, it never ceased to entertain him. He watched with interest, and his appetite even improved as he enjoyed the show. Kyle didn't doubt that the twins had ventured into the Forbidden Forest, they were known for their reckless behavior. However, he was pretty sure the part about the spiders was just a ploy to scare Ron. Though it's ironic, Kyle thought, that they accidentally stumbled onto the truth. The acromantulas in the forest were far from harmless, and if Fred and George had really encountered one, they'd likely have set up a permanent residence there by now. Kyle recalled that the acromantula colony was deep within the forest. Fred and George, adventurous as they were, wouldn't have ventured that far in. They might have been troublemakers, but they weren't suicidal. They didn't have Harry Potter's luck, or his knack for getting into life-threatening situations. After another 20 minutes or so, dinner began to wind down. Despite a few interruptions, the evening had been lively and enjoyable for everyone. Kyle, especially, had a great time. Once dinner ended, Percy went upstairs to review his homework, ever the diligent student. Meanwhile, Ron, carrying a small bundle in a bid to run away from home, was caught and was now taking the twins' place, being chased around the yard by a determined Mrs. Weasley. As this chaotic scene played out, Mr. Weasley and Chris continued their conversation in a quieter corner of the burrow. "Chris, what you did earlier was a bit much," Mr. Weasley said, shaking his head with a smile. "It's just the sorting, after all, no one actually faces a dragon. Kyle's clever, I'm sure he realized we were pulling his leg." "No, Arthur, you've got it wrong," Chris replied, shaking his head. "The plan was never going to work. You see, Kyle has spent at least 2 months every year with Newt Scamander since he was 3. Do you really think he's afraid of trolls or hippogriffs?" Mr. Weasley blinked, momentarily thrown off by the information. "Oh. I suppose that makes sense. But wait, are you saying Kyle can, well, communicate with magical creatures? Like you?" Chris nodded with a small smile. "Exactly. So, it's impossible for him to be afraid of a hippogriff. He's used to dealing with creatures far more dangerous than that. Honestly, the only thing that might give him pause is a full-grown dragon." Mr. Weasley glanced at Chris, a hint of envy creeping into his expression. "That's an incredible ability. If only I could communicate with Muggle objects the way you do with magical creatures." "Wait, what?" Chris was caught off guard by the sudden shift in conversation. He stifled a laugh, realizing where Arthur's thoughts had wandered. "It's not as impressive as it sounds, Arthur. My ability is limited to magical creatures, mice, toads, owls, that sort of thing. Regular animals don't respond. You can only figure out what they're thinking through experience." Chris's point was clear: even if Mr. Weasley magically changed his surname to Chopper, he wouldn't suddenly be able to have meaningful conversations with everyday objects like toasters or cars. Chapter 9, The Hogwarts Express. In the wizarding world, September 1st is a very important day, especially for witches and wizards over the age of 11 who have not yet graduated. On this day, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry begins its school year. Young witches and wizards who have just turned 11 eagerly await this day, counting down with anticipation, hoping it will come quickly. However, for those aged 12 to 17, it's not necessarily a day of excitement. The start of the school year marks the end of a carefree summer holiday, bringing with it the realization that all the work they had blissfully forgotten about is now waiting for them. And that, of course, is not good news. This feeling was especially true for Kyle and the Weasley twins. In the front yard of the burrow, Kyle, standing in front, looked excited, while Fred and George, who were behind him, seemed nervous, whispering to each other occasionally as if they were first-years heading to Hogwarts for the very first time. Yes, Kyle was here too. Chris had planned to disapparate with him directly to King's Cross, but just before they could leave, Mrs. Weasley had appeared at the door. She seemed to know exactly what Chris had in mind and, without missing a beat, told him that there were too many Muggles at King's Cross for it to be safe to disapparate. She insisted that Kyle should travel with them instead. Chris, seeing Mrs. Weasley's determined expression, swallowed his objections and simply nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Kyle rubbed his forehead in mild frustration. He wanted to point out to Mrs. Weasley that, in the eyes of Muggles, seeing 9 people pile out of a ford would be far more conspicuous than 2 people suddenly appearing out of thin air. After all, they weren't in India, and the ford wasn't some sacred vehicle with a diamond-shaped logo allowing infinite passengers. But, at 11 years old, his opinion didn't carry much weight, so he stayed quiet. Just then, Mrs. Weasley approached Kyle and asked kindly, "Dear, have you packed everything?" "Of course," Kyle replied, giving a light kick to the large suitcase at his feet. "I checked it 3 times before we left. Everything's in there." "That's good," Mrs. Weasley said with a smile and a nod. While they were talking, Mr. Weasley arrived, pulling up in an old, vintage car. It was their mode of transport for the day, a Ford that had passed through at least 9 different owners and been bought from who knows where. Yet Mr. Weasley adored it and treated it with great care. "What are we waiting for?" "Get in the car," Mr. Weasley said, ushering Chris to get in first. At that point, Kyle realized it was too late to object, so with a resigned sigh, he climbed into the car, followed by the rest of the Weasley family. The inside of the car had been enchanted with an undetectable extension charm, so despite squeezing in 9 people and a hefty amount of luggage, it didn't feel cramped at all. Mr. Weasley, a skilled driver, kept the ride smooth, with no noticeable bumps, sudden braking, or awkward starts, certainly better than a ride on the night bus. They arrived at King's Cross Station at around 10 o'clock, right on schedule. Thankfully, Kyle's earlier fears didn't come true. In fact, the people around them paid no attention to the old, rickety Ford. The group made their way seamlessly to the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Once they reached this spot, they no longer had to worry about being noticed by Muggles. A nearby Muggle-repelling charm ensured that ordinary people would instinctively avoid the area. Even in rare instances when something unusual did catch a Muggle's eye, members of the Ministry of Magic stationed nearby would handle it swiftly. It was a very secure process. Under Mrs. Weasley's guidance, the group lined up and, one by one, passed through the seemingly solid barrier, emerging on the other side at platform 9 3/4. The platform was bustling with life, much busier than the area outside. Next to it stood a dark red steam train, proudly displaying a sign that read, Hogwarts Express. "Looks like I'm not late after all," came a gentle voice from behind Kyle. Hearing the familiar tone, Kyle spun around quickly and saw Diana smiling warmly at him. "Mum!" Kyle exclaimed in surprise. "You had an errand to run earlier." "It's already taken care of," Diana replied, kneeling down to straighten his clothes. "Today is your first day at school. I wouldn't miss such an important day for anything." "That's great," Kyle beamed. It would have been a real shame if only Chris had been there to see him off to Hogwarts. Diana spent a few more minutes chatting with Kyle, making sure he was ready. She didn't let him board the train until it was almost time for it to depart. Just before he left, she said, "I'm sure Chris has given you the full Hogwarts lecture, so I won't repeat it." Diana's deep blue eyes locked onto Kyle's, and her tone became serious. "Dear, your father and I graduated a long time ago, and we don't want to relive our school days by hearing from your professors, especially Dumbledore. So, please, no letters from Hogwarts, okay?" "Don't worry, Mom," Kyle grinned. "I'll follow the rules, there's no reason for them to send any letters to the family." "Of course, dear," Diana replied, kissing Kyle lightly on the cheek and watching him step onto the train. "And don't forget to let us know which house you're sorted into." "I won't," Kyle nodded before boarding the train. A few minutes later, the train slowly began to pull away from the platform. Only then did Diana finally turn her gaze away. Not far behind her, Chris had just finished talking to a middle-aged man and walked over to her. "Mr. Diggory showing off his son again?" Diana asked with a laugh. It was clear that the person Chris had been speaking with was someone she knew well. Amos Diggory, like Chris, worked in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the Ministry of Magic. He also had a son attending Hogwarts, though his son was a year older than Kyle and in the same year as the Weasley twins. However, unlike the mischievous twins, Cedric Diggory was outstanding in every way, much like Percy Weasley had been in his early years at Hogwarts. Amos, being a bit of a braggart, took every opportunity to boast about his son's accomplishments. If he'd only done it once or twice, people would praise him in return, but since he went on and on about it, it had become tiresome. Eventually, Amos earned a reputation as one of the more unpopular people in the ministry, especially among parents whose children had more average achievements at Hogwarts. Many avoided him whenever possible. If they happened to cross paths, they would quickly look away and try to avoid conversation, speaking only if absolutely necessary. When avoidance was impossible, like when trapped together in an elevator, or if they worked in the same department as Chris, they would exchange a few polite words before quickly finding an excuse to leave, never giving Amos a chance to turn the topic toward Cedric. This time, Chris hadn't been able to dodge him. "Cedric is very talented," Chris admitted with a weary smile. "But never mind that. Is your task really complete?" Though Chris wasn't privy to the details of Diana's work in the Department of Mysteries, he knew that missions originating from there usually took at least a month to finish. It was hard to believe it had been wrapped up in just 2 days. "Of course not," Diana said, narrowing her eyes playfully. "But my colleagues are quite laid back. They won't make a fuss about me taking a little time off." Chapter 10, Cedric. Kyle boarded the train, only to find that most of the first few carriages were already full. He couldn't help it, he had boarded late, and it was hard to find an empty seat by this time. With a sigh, he used the floating charm to lift his luggage and made his way toward the back of the train, hoping for better luck. Eventually, he found a relatively spacious compartment near the end. Inside, there was only one other boy, about his age. Although the boy wasn't quite as handsome as Kyle, he was certainly better looking than the Weasley twins. Knock, knock. Kyle rapped lightly on the door and asked politely, "Hello, may I sit here?" "All the other seats are taken." "Of course, go ahead and sit down," the boy replied quickly. "Thanks." After entering the compartment, Kyle placed his luggage on the shelf, then turned to introduce himself, extending his hand. "Hello, I'm Kyle Chopper, a new student this year." The boy seemed distracted and didn't respond right away. When he finally snapped out of his thoughts, he reached out to shake Kyle's hand. "Oh, sorry, Cedric Diggory, second year at Hogwarts." "Cedric?" Kyle was a bit taken aback. He hadn't expected to meet such a well-known figure as soon as he boarded the train. Cedric Diggory, the future Triwizard champion and one of Hogwarts' brightest students. No wonder he looked so handsome. Kyle recalled that their families both lived near the village of St. Catchpole, but for various reasons, the two had never crossed paths. Not even once. Kyle had tried to meet him a few times in the past, but the Diggory family had always kept their doors closed. Eventually, Kyle had given up. How strange that their first meeting would happen on the Hogwarts Express. However, it was clear that Cedric had something on his mind, so Kyle didn't push the conversation any further. After their brief exchange, Kyle pulled out the standard book of spells, grade 1 that he'd bought from Flourish and Blots and began reading. Cedric, meanwhile, continued staring off into space. Outside the train window, a light drizzle began to fall without warning. It was typical of the weather here, rain that came suddenly and without notice. Kyle glanced at the rain but quickly returned to his book, unfazed. He was used to it, and in fact, he rather enjoyed reading in this kind of weather. Under Kyle's influence, Cedric seemed to snap out of his daze and pulled out a book of his own. Kyle glanced at the title, The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection. It was common for Hogwarts students to preview their defense against the dark arts lessons on the train, especially since no one ever knew how long the professor for that subject would stick around. Better to be prepared in case the teacher quit halfway through the term. For a while, the only sound in the compartment was the soft rustling of parchment pages turning, a peaceful contrast to the noise and bustle outside in the corridor. But the quiet didn't last long. Cedric had barely turned 2 pages when the compartment door slid open again. Finally, I've found you, Kyle. We saved you a seat, but you stood us up and made us wait like idiots. I think you owe us an apology. Fred and George Weasley stood leaning against the doorframe, interrogating Kyle one after the other. They both looked rather annoyed, as if Kyle had committed some great offense. I can apologize, Kyle said, calmly closing his book, but only if you swear on your dung bombs that what you just said is true. Fred's expression instantly shifted from anger to confusion. Well, can I swear on the headmaster's name? George was equally perplexed. Or Professor McGonagall's name, maybe. No. Kyle shook his head firmly. It has to be on your dung bombs. Oh, George, I think Kyle was riding the Hogwarts Express for the first time and didn't know his way around. That's why he couldn't find us, Fred said, his tone mockingly sympathetic. Yes, Fred, we can't blame him for that. We should have been more aware of what was happening outside, George replied with exaggerated seriousness. The twins exchanged a quick glance, silently agreeing to drop their previous accusations, and squeezed into the compartment as if nothing had happened. As they settled in, their eyes inevitably landed on Cedric. Fred flashed a mischievous grin and said, well, look who it is, though I can't seem to remember why. George raised an eyebrow, catching on. Oh, of course. It's our dear Cedric Diggory, the shining beacon of Hufflepuff, the brightest light of Hogwarts. As soon as the words left their mouths, Cedric's face flushed a deep red. The embarrassing titles made him want to disappear into the floor. But, unfortunately, he couldn't deny them. After all, the nicknames Good Boy and Light of Hogwarts had been circulating all summer, thanks to his father's endless bragging, and had become notorious within the Ministry of Magic, spreading even to families like the Weasleys. During the holiday, nearly half of Cedric's letters had been signed off with Light of Hogwarts, sent as teasing notes by friends and colleagues alike. The other half came from classmates from Muggle families who were blissfully unaware of the nickname. He had chosen this corner compartment in the hopes of hiding from the ridicule, but fate had other plans, and he had been discovered by the worst people possible. Please, just leave me alone. Cedric pleaded, folding his hands as if in prayer. I'll even lend you my homework. As he spoke, he placed a neat stack of parchment on the table. The twins were tempted to keep teasing him, but Cedric's offer was too good to pass up. This was, after all, the top student's homework, something they couldn't ignore. George straightened up, adopting a more serious tone as he quickly scooped up the parchment. Cedric, what are you talking about? We were just kidding. We'd never laugh at you. Fred nodded in agreement. Exactly. Don't worry, we wouldn't dream of making fun of you over something like this. With that, Fred and George left the compartment, beaming as if they'd just struck gold. Once they were gone, Cedric let out a long sigh of relief. He looked at Kyle with a sheepish expression. I'm sorry, I should be the one apologizing, Kyle interrupted. They came to see me. If it weren't for that, you wouldn't have been discovered. Cedric shook his head with a rueful smile. It would have happened sooner or later. Though he could hide on the train for a while, he knew there was no avoiding it once they reached Hogwarts. Eventually, he'd have to face the teasing head-on. But, in a strange way, the Weasley twins' sudden appearance had given Cedric an idea for how to handle the situation. Homework. As the top student in his year, Cedric's summer homework was highly coveted, as the twins' reaction had just proven. If he offered his homework to his classmates, it might be enough to keep both Hufflepuff and Gryffindor quiet. If he could manage to keep those two houses in check, he'd have solved 80% of the problem. As for Ravenclaw and Slytherin, Cedric reasoned that their more reserved nature meant they were unlikely to get involved in this kind of teasing, at least, not most of them. Even if a few decided to join in, it wouldn't be too difficult to handle. If his own house didn't stir up trouble, and if he could keep Gryffindor's notorious pranksters at bay, the whole issue would likely blow over in a few days. 3 days, tops, Cedric thought to himself, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. With that plan in mind, he suddenly didn't feel quite so bad. Chapter 11, I'm not a Weasley, so how could I break any rules? Once Cedric's worries were behind him, his mood lightened considerably. He put down his book and, with a newfound cheerfulness, struck up a conversation with Kyle. Hey, can I call you Kyle? Of course, Kyle nodded. Actually, my father works in the department for the control and management of magical creatures, just like your father. They're colleagues. Your father. Cedric's eyes widened in surprise. He hesitated for a moment before asking, is it Mr. Chris Chopper? Yes, that's him, Kyle confirmed. Cedric's face lit up with realization. Your last name is Chopper, and you know the Weasley twins. Oh. I should have figured it out, we're neighbors. With this revelation, the two boys quickly grew comfortable with one another, their conversation flowing naturally, as if they were old friends catching up after a long time apart, even though they had only just met. After a moment, Cedric's curiosity seemed to get the better of him. By the way, Kyle, he began, his voice tinged with excitement as something came to mind, I remember trying to visit you once, but you weren't home. My father mentioned that you'd been studying under Mr. Scamander since you were young, and that you were going to do great things in the future. Is that true? Did you really learn from Mr. Scamander? Cedric's curiosity was palpable. After all, this was Scamander. There were many well-known figures in the wizarding world, but most of them were famous only within their own countries, textbook authors, Order of Merlin recipients, and the like. These figures might be recognized at Hogwarts, but go to a place like Ilvermorny or Castelobruxo, and few would know their names. Only a select few wizards were truly famous across the entire magical world, with their portraits printed on chocolate frog cards while they were still alive. Scamander was one of those rare individuals. It was Cedric's first time hearing about someone being so close to such a legendary figure, and his curiosity was understandable. On the other side, Kyle was staring at Cedric in disbelief. He had also tried visiting me, and I wasn't home. The coincidence was almost too much to believe. And Mr. Diggory, wasn't he in the same department as Chris? How had he come up with such a wild story? Where did he hear that Kyle had been with Newt Scamander all this time? Rubbing his head, Kyle thought for a moment before explaining, well, it's true that I have a bright future ahead, he said with a grin, but as for Newt Scamander, my father was actually his student. I've only been to his place a few times to hang out. Kyle's thoughts drifted to Newt. Unlike Dumbledore, Newt had a serious case of social anxiety. In his younger years, it hadn't been as bad. Though he was reserved and preferred solitude, he still managed to make a few friends, help defeat Grindelwald, and take on a couple of students to share his knowledge of magical creatures. But ever since Grindelwald's imprisonment in the high-security Tower of Nurmengard, Newt had withdrawn from public life. He devoted himself entirely to his magical creatures, and over the past 30 years, he had hardly spoken to strangers. His social anxiety only deepened as time passed. Kyle couldn't imagine Newt becoming a teacher, much less lecturing young wizards every day and grading their homework like a professor at Hogwarts. That just wasn't him. Newt was well aware that his personality wasn't suited for teaching. In his mind, a proper teacher needed to be someone like Dumbledore. Chris, Kyle's father, had been Newt's last formal student, and although many had tried to follow in Chris's footsteps over the years, some even asking Dumbledore to intervene as a mediator, Newt refused every request. He was convinced that teaching would only do the students a disservice, and despite others' willingness to overlook his quirks, he couldn't get over the hurdle of his own self-doubt. Kyle's visits to Newt's home had started by chance. Both Chris and Diana were incredibly busy at the time and needed someone to watch over their young son. It was around then that Newt's wife, Tina, learned about their predicament and offered to take care of Kyle. Tina had been eager to help out, and perhaps also, in a way, to find something to occupy herself. Living with Newt, who preferred the company of magical creatures to people, could be quite isolating. If she hadn't found some way to engage herself, she might have gone stir-crazy long ago. Kyle had just turned 6 at the time, a notoriously energetic age in Tina's experience. She had hoped Kyle might even help draw Newt out of his shell a bit, much like their grandson had when he was that age, talking non-stop and driving Newt slightly mad with questions. Kyle didn't disappoint. While he wasn't a troublemaker, he was incredibly curious, especially when surrounded by so many fascinating magical creatures. He couldn't help but ask endless questions, which, to Tina's surprise, Newt patiently answered. Even though Newt rarely initiated conversations, whenever Kyle asked something about magical creatures, he would respond earnestly. Before long, Newt was talking more than usual, though only because Kyle's questions gave him something meaningful to focus on. This arrangement satisfied everyone. Newt got to share his knowledge, Tina found purpose in managing the household, and Kyle had an extraordinary education in magical creatures. And even after Chris and Diana's work schedules became less hectic, Kyle continued to visit the Scamanders every year, if only for a short time. Of course, Kyle had no intention of sharing any of the real details with Cedric. After all, Newt Scamander's reputation as a reclusive master of magical creatures was far more impressive than the truth of him being a socially awkward older man. It was better to leave that image intact. So, after offering a brief explanation, Kyle decided to steer the conversation away from any further discussion that might expose the reality of his visits to Newt's home. By the way, Cedric, Kyle said, changing the subject smoothly, what do you think of the Hogwarts professors? Are they easygoing? You know, this is my first time going to school, so I don't know much. What if I accidentally make one angry? Could I get expelled? Cedric, completely unaware of Kyle's earlier deflections, smiled reassuringly. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. The professors are generally quite nice, well, most of them, he added with a slight grin. Even the strictest ones won't expel you unless you do something that really breaks the school rules. Cedric's expression grew more serious as he mentioned breaking rules, and his mouth opened slightly, as if he wanted to say more but wasn't sure how to put it into words. Sensing what was on Cedric's mind, Kyle quickly waved his hand to dismiss any concerns. Don't worry, I'm not a Weasley, I'm not going to break any rules. Cedric let out a sigh of relief, looking slightly embarrassed. Sorry, that wasn't what I meant. It's okay, I get it, Kyle reassured him. The topic of Hogwarts piqued Cedric's interest, and he began sharing more about the school and its professors. He explained that the defense against the dark arts professor seemed to change every year, so no one took the class too seriously in terms of long-term expectations. Then there was the Transfiguration professor, who had a reputation for being strict but fair, and who, apparently, had an obsession with turning into a cat, which amused the students endlessly. But the most notorious of all was the potions professor, who had a habit of deducting points from students for the most trivial of reasons, including not washing their hair properly. Kyle listened attentively, but most of what Cedric told him was information he had already picked up from other sources. Nothing Cedric said was particularly new, though hearing it from a current student made it feel more real. Still, Kyle felt relieved that Hogwarts, while daunting, seemed manageable. The way Cedric described the professors painted a picture of a school that, despite its challenges, was welcoming enough, unless you happened to cross paths with a certain potions master, of course. Chapter 12, Scabbers and the Rat Tonic. For Kyle, who was used to traveling by airplane or high-speed trains, the journey on the Hogwarts Express, a vintage steam train, was turning into quite the ordeal. At first, the excitement of riding the legendary train and the aura of Hogwarts helped keep his spirits high, but after a few hours, the novelty wore off, and the train's limitations became glaringly obvious. It was slow, really slow. Kyle figured the train could barely reach 80 kilometers per hour, which didn't even compare to modern cars. The ride wasn't smooth either. After a while, Kyle felt nauseous, as if his breakfast might make a return appearance. Reading to pass the time became impossible. Thankfully, Cedric's presence made the trip more bearable. Cedric was chatty, and once the conversation about professors had wrapped up, Kyle asked him about other aspects of Hogwarts. Cedric eagerly answered every question, even volunteering to share funny stories and pointing out some quirky portraits Kyle would encounter at school. A lot of what Cedric shared was new to Kyle, and his curiosity was piqued. In return for Cedric's company, Kyle offered to pay for snacks for the rest of the trip: biscuits, chocolate frogs, cauldron cakes, the works. Cedric happily accepted, and they enjoyed the food together. However, one topic made Kyle silently shake his head in disbelief. Cedric, like many other wizards, couldn't resist teasing about how students were sorted into houses. You've got to catch a golden snitch in the Great Hall within 10 minutes to get sorted, Cedric said with a straight face. Kyle pulled the corners of his mouth into a polite smile and decided not to respond. At least Quidditch is more believable than dragons, he thought. Cedric's mischievous sense of humor was on full display. By the way, Kyle, have you thought about which house you'd like to be in? Cedric asked, popping a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean into his mouth. I hope you'll get into Hufflepuff, but a clever wizard like you might be more suited for Ravenclaw. Before Cedric could finish his sentence, his face contorted in disgust. Oh no. Ox liver, he muttered, barely managing to swallow the offending bean. Kyle chuckled, taking a flavored bean for himself. I've thought about it, but I don't have a strong preference for any particular house, he said casually. And I'm not great at finding balls, so I'm not sure I could catch the golden snitch in 10 minutes. I'd just be happy if any house would take me. Black pepper steak, Kyle thought after chewing the bean. Not bad. Don't worry, Cedric laughed. You'll manage just fine. It's really not that hard. Just as they were chatting, the compartment door slid open. Both Kyle and Cedric turned their heads, expecting to see Fred or George, but instead, it was another Weasley, Percy. Percy stepped into the compartment, his usual air of seriousness about him. Kyle, Fred told me you were here. Ah, you must be Cedric Diggory. I'm Percy Weasley, nice to meet you. Cedric, slightly puzzled by Percy's formal introduction on the Hogwarts Express of all places, nodded politely. Yes, it's nice to meet you too, Percy Weasley, he replied, though he clearly felt like they were at some kind of official event rather than on a school train. Kyle had to suppress a laugh at the awkwardness of the situation. He waited for Percy and Cedric to finish their polite small talk before asking, Percy, what can I do for you? Although Kyle knew all the Weasley children fairly well, he and Percy didn't interact as much. But Percy wouldn't seek him out for no reason. I'm sorry to bother you, but I do have something on my mind, Percy began, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a scruffy, old rat. Scabbers hasn't been himself lately, so I wanted to ask if you still have some of that rat tonic you gave him before. I'd like to buy some, if possible. Rat tonic. Kyle looked at the mangy rat in Percy's hand, missing a front paw, and smiled, narrowing his eyes. Of course I have it. Just a moment. Kyle rummaged through his suitcase and pulled out a small bottle filled with red liquid. He handed it over to Percy. You know the drill, 3 drops once a week. This should last a while. Thank you, Percy said, accepting the bottle eagerly. He hesitated for a moment, then pulled out 3 silver sickles from his pocket, his face turning red as he offered them to Kyle. I know this might not be enough, but it's all I have right now. I'll pay you back the rest as soon as possible. Kyle waved off the concern, taking just 1 sickle and pushing the others back toward Percy. 1 is more than enough. It's just rat tonic, nothing special. How could it be so expensive? Percy looked down at the single sickle in his hand, his face flushing even more as he alternated between gratitude and embarrassment. After a long pause, he sighed softly. Thank you, Kyle. It's just a normal transaction, Kyle replied casually. No, I understand, Percy said with a bitter smile. If it were just an ordinary rat tonic, it wouldn't have kept Scabbers alive for 11 years. This must be something special from Mr. Scamander. Only someone as skilled as him could keep a common field rat alive for this long. If this tonic were on the market, it'd probably sell for at least 10 galleons. Kyle inwardly grimaced. He really wanted to tell Percy that Scabbers' longevity had nothing to do with the rat tonic, and that the concoction wasn't worth anywhere near 10 galleons. In fact, it wasn't even made by Newt Scamander, it was his own creation, and a relatively simple one at that. But revealing too much could raise unwanted questions, especially about Scabbers' true identity as Peter Pettigrew. Kyle had no desire to attract attention from Dumbledore or anyone else just yet. Still, he hadn't been entirely idle when it came to Percy's pet. Aside from providing the tonic, Kyle had once warned Percy that rats exposed to too much magical energy would eventually be rejected by their own kind. Percy, initially skeptical, had believed the advice once Kyle attributed it to Scamander, and had since adopted it as gospel. Percy clearly cared deeply for Scabbers. He'd even built a special little den for the rat in his room and avoided handling him too often. Unless he had no choice, like today, Scabbers was usually allowed to roam freely. Noticing Kyle's silence, Percy decided not to linger. Anyway, thank you, Kyle. If you ever have any academic questions, feel free to ask me. And after graduation, I'll repay you with more supplies. With that, Percy hurried out of the compartment, leaving Kyle and Cedric sitting in awkward silence. Eventually, Cedric broke the ice. So, can you still get rat tonic from Mr. Scamander? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Kyle shrugged, not making a big deal of it. I make it myself. Not just rat tonic, either, pretty much all types of pet tonics. It's not hard, just a bit of a hassle, so most people don't bother learning how. Chapter 13, The Little Witch and the Rat. Wait, you can also brew others' pet tonics. Cedric's eyes lit up at Kyle's revelation. Then could I leave my all's tonic to you in the future? Of course, Kyle replied, glancing at the grey wood owl perched on the shelf. But owls need more complex tonics than rats. I'd have to charge 9 sickles. And don't say it's too expensive, that's the market price. My recipe comes straight from Newt, and the tonic is much better than what you'd find in Diagon Alley. It's definitely worth it. Cedric nodded thoughtfully. It was true that in Diagon Alley, even the cheapest owl tonic cost around 9 sickles, with higher quality ones reaching a galleon. If Kyle's tonic was really based on a recipe from Scamander, it was certainly a fair price. But still. Can't you make it a bit cheaper? Cedric asked, a little sheepishly. We're friends, right? There's got to be a discount. Truth be told, Cedric really wanted to buy several bottles right away, but as a second-year student with limited pocket money, he was strapped for cash. While Hogwarts covered room and board, the cost of school supplies like quills, ink, and parchment added up. Throw in personal expenses, and there wasn't much left by the end of each term. Sure, he could scrimp and save, but no one wanted to be known as the cheapskate. Facing Cedric's hopeful gaze, Kyle rubbed his chin, pretending to think. Well, you're right. We're friends, so I can't exactly charge you the full market price. Cedric's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Right. Tell you what. Kyle paused dramatically, holding up one finger. You only have to pay this much. 1 sickle. Cedric asked, eyes wide with hope. Kyle shook his head. No, 1 galleon. Cedric's smile froze, and his tone became incredulous. 1 galleon. Is that supposed to be a discount? Yep, a 20% discount, Kyle said, completely serious. Think about it, apart from those rich Slytherin kids, who else at Hogwarts is willing to pay galleons for all tonic? My market's small, Cedric. Now that I've got a loyal customer, I'm sure to rake in some real profit. Cedric stared at Kyle, dumbfounded. His eye twitched as he tried to process the sheer audacity of the situation. How could Kyle be so shameless? And say it so boldly, with justification. Did he even have a moral compass as a wizard? Cedric was trembling with frustration. He took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, Kyle, you'll end up in Azkaban someday. I hope so, Kyle replied, completely unfazed, raising an eyebrow. So, do you still want the owl tonic? Yes. Cedric muttered, nearly choking on the word. Just as he was about to pull out the money, the carriage door slid open once more. A small figure entered the compartment nervously, a very pretty young girl with brown hair tied into two pigtails. Her round face still had a touch of baby fat, and she looked like a fellow first-year student. Kyle and Cedric exchanged glances. "Is she here to see you?" Cedric's expression seemed to ask. "I don't know her." Kyle's look answered back. Without saying a word, they somehow managed to communicate perfectly, as their thoughts mirrored one another. After catching on to Cedric's teasing look, Kyle turned his attention back to the girl and asked doubtfully, "Did she get on the wrong train?" The girl seemed nervous, visibly shrinking back at the question. For a moment, it looked like she was about to run off, but she held her ground, shaking her head. "No, I didn't get on the wrong train. I was looking for you." "For me?" Kyle was even more confused now. He was sure he had never met the girl before. Ignoring Cedric's growing amusement, Kyle asked, "What do you need me for?" He took a closer look at her, still trying to figure out if there was any chance he knew her. She didn't resemble anyone from his family, especially not Chris, so he quickly ruled out any wild ideas, like suddenly discovering he had a younger sister he didn't know about. The girl's voice was soft and hesitant. "I overheard your conversation in the hallway just now." Her cheeks flushed as she hurriedly continued, "I didn't mean to eavesdrop. It was an accident, the red-haired senior forgot to close the door." Kyle waved it off. "It's fine. Go on." The Hogwarts Express wasn't exactly known for its soundproofing. Even if the door had been closed, you could still hear the noise from the corridor, and they hadn't been particularly quiet when Percy had shown up. It wasn't surprising at all that someone might overhear them. The girl sighed in relief, then reached into her pocket and pulled out a large, gray rat. Kyle blinked, feeling a sudden sense of déjà vu. Didn't I just see this happen? It was exactly how Percy had pulled out Scabbers a few minutes ago. The same movement, and even the same species of rat. Is this déjà vu, or am I stuck in a loop? He wondered, his thoughts spinning as he instinctively inspected the rat to make sure it wasn't another animagus. Thankfully, it had all its paws and seemed like a regular rat, so he relaxed. Kyle mentally shook himself. Not every rat is an illegal animagus like Peter Pettigrew, he reminded himself. There's only one lunatic like him. After calming down, Kyle had a pretty good idea of why the girl had come. He tentatively asked, "So, you're looking to buy some rat tonic from me?" The girl's face lit up with hope as she nodded. Her large, watery eyes looked at Kyle expectantly. "I've tried all kinds of remedies from Diagon Alley, but none of them seem to work." "Of course, I can help with that," Kyle said, flashing a friendly smile now that he realized she was a potential customer. "Just give me a second." He turned to rummage through his bag for the tonic. "By the way, I'm Kyle Chopper, first year. You can call me Kyle." "K. Kana," the girl stammered softly, her round face flushing slightly. "Kana Prince." Chapter 14, Closing the door is a good habit. In the wizarding world, mice are the cheapest of the designated pets at Hogwarts, so they naturally attract a wide range of young witches and wizards. However, most people opted for more charming varieties, like hamsters with their soft, beautiful fur and friendly temperaments, or black mice, known for their longer lifespan, and the white mice, which gave off a clean, pristine look. But Kyle had never encountered anyone like this girl before, someone who favored a plain, common field mouse. What made it more puzzling was that she didn't appear to be short of money. After spending 11 years in the magical world, Kyle had learned to pick up on subtle details. The girl's clothes, while not flashy, were made from exceptionally fine fabrics, with intricate workmanship. The subtle but recognizable pattern on her cuff marked them as being from an extraordinary wizardwear shop, where even the simplest items started at 20 galleons. It was far more expensive than Madame Malkin's, where most students shopped for their robes. Clearly, this girl had no need for a cheap pet, yet here she was, devoted to her little field mouse. No wonder she's come to find me, Kyle thought, amused by the contrast. The rat tonics from Diagon Alley were little more than glorified sugar water, essentially wizarding energy drinks for pets. They might give a small boost, but they weren't reliable for treating any real health problems. Considering her likely wealth, Kyle could only conclude that she had a genuine affection for her pet mouse. Her taste in pets is a bit unusual, he mused, though he kept his expression neutral. After all, Kyle had seen much stranger things. The wizarding world was home to wizards who loved creatures far more terrifying than mice. For instance, some wizards favored enormous eight-eyed spiders, acromantulas, that could grow to a horrifying size. Kyle had seen one of those creatures in Newt's trunk once, and it had nearly traumatized him. The thing was a walking nightmare, and it took Kyle a year to get over the shock enough to venture back into Newt's magical menagerie. In comparison, it seemed perfectly reasonable for a young witch to be fond of a simple field mouse. As eccentric as her choice was, it paled next to the scarier creatures some wizards adored. Kyle quickly retrieved a thumb-sized bottle from his suitcase and handed it over. "This one's on the house. If it works, come back for more, but I'll have to charge you then. It might be a bit pricey, one sickle, but trust me, it's worth it." "Thank you." Kana took the bottle, but instead of leaving, she lingered, staring at the bottle in her hand and then back at Kyle, her face full of conflict. Kyle raised an eyebrow, thinking she might be dissatisfied with the amount. What's the matter? Do you think it's not enough? He asked, explaining, I'm not being stingy, it's just that we need to test it first. You only need 2 or 3 drops at a time, so this small bottle should last you about a month. No, that's not it, Kana quickly replied, shaking her head. She hesitated for a moment, then, under Kyle and Cedric's curious gazes, whispered, it's just. I wanted the red kind. The red kind. Kyle repeated, puzzled. At that moment, Cedric, who had been silently observing, realized what Kana meant. The rat tonic in her hand was a cloudy orange-yellow, a little like mashed orange pudding, while the one Kyle had given Percy earlier had been a clear, brilliant red. It was the same tonic, but the difference in appearance was obvious. Anyone could tell that the red one looked far superior. Cedric's expression shifted as he glanced at Kyle, his suspicions confirmed. Typical Kyle, he thought, cutting corners like that. He'll definitely end up in Azkaban one day. Meanwhile, Kana seemed to come to a decision. She nervously reached into her small handbag and pulled out an ornate pouch. With a soft clink, a pile of gold galleons tumbled onto the table, 33 in total, along with a few sickles. Cedric's eyes widened in disbelief. He barely had 10 galleons to last him the entire term, and this girl casually dumped out 3 times that amount. His stomach churned with envy, though he tried to suppress it. After all, Cedric wasn't the type to obsess over money. But Kana's next move made it impossible for him to stay calm. Is that all I have? Kana murmured, looking disappointed as she bit her lip. It's okay, I can always get more from Gringotts. As long as it helps keep Pocky alive a little longer, no amount of galleons is too much. No amount of galleons is too much. Cedric's jaw nearly dropped. Hearing such words from a first-year student felt surreal. Was this normal for someone from Slytherin? He was genuinely stunned by how casually she mentioned such a massive sum. On the other hand, Kyle had no time to think about Cedric's reaction. His head was spinning as he looked at Kana, who clearly believed in his supposed miracle tonic. The real problem lay in her misunderstanding. Everyone knows rat tonic is supposed to be orange-yellow, he thought in frustration. The bottle he had given Percy was different for a reason. It had been spiked with something special. A regular mouse would have probably keeled over if it drank from that bottle. But how could he explain that to Kana without revealing the truth? She seemed to have taken Percy's words to heart, convinced that Kyle had some magical life-extending potion for rats. Kyle was stuck. Unless he came clean about everything, there was no way he could explain why he didn't have the red tonic she was after. Well. Kana, here's the thing, Kyle began, thinking quickly. That special rat tonic, the red one, is actually too strong to be given directly. You need to strengthen the rat's constitution with regular tonic first before moving on to something like that. Procrastinate, just procrastinate, Kyle thought. It was the only strategy he could think of for now. If he outright said he didn't have the red tonic or couldn't make it, there was a risk that Kana might go looking for Newt's commander herself. And with Newt being difficult to track down, but Dumbledore conveniently stationed at Hogwarts, things could spiral out of control. Everyone in the wizarding world knew how close Dumbledore and Newt were. Given that Kana was wearing high-end wizarding robes from Gladrag's Wizardwear, there was no doubt she wasn't Muggle-born. If she went to Dumbledore with her request, she'd probably be able to meet Newt. That would open a can of worms Kyle wasn't prepared to deal with. I really should have closed the door when Percy came, Kyle sighed inwardly. Luckily, this wasn't an unsolvable problem. Kyle just needed to stall for time until the next Hogwarts holiday, when he could head to Dorset and visit Newt. He recalled that Newt had once brewed a tonic for murtlaps, magical creatures quite similar to field mice. Many of the mice sold in wizarding pet stores even carried traces of murtlap blood, much like how cats and measles shared a similar lineage. With a bit of dilution, the tonic could likely extend the lifespan of an ordinary mouse by a few years, enough to satisfy Kana. I'll make sure to feed Pocky the tonic on time, Kana replied, her expression full of trust and determination. Kyle smiled reassuringly, trying to ease any lingering doubts. Don't worry, everything will be fine. He reached into his bag and handed her a chocolate frog. Here, have some chocolate, it'll make you feel better. Kana glanced at the chocolate frog, then quickly looked away, her hands clutching the hem of her robe nervously. She looked like a child receiving a gift at a holiday, clearly tempted but too shy to accept it. It's okay, take it, Kyle encouraged her with a laugh. Consider it a little gift for meeting you. I hope we end up as classmates. Thank you. Kana whispered, blushing as she took the chocolate frog, though instead of eating it, she carefully tucked it away. Chapter 15, Hogwarts. Kana soon left, and Kyle, ever principled, didn't touch the pile of galleons on the table. Instead, he used a simple floating charm to return the money to Kana's pocket as she walked away. Even though she seemed wealthy, Kyle had no intention of cheating an 11-year-old out of her money. It was a matter of principle. Well, at least wait until I get back from Dorset, he thought with a hint of humor. Cedric, who had been watching the entire scene unfold, turned to Kyle with a look of mild disbelief. Well, since I'm kind of your first customer, can I try the tonic? What are you talking about? You're my friend, my brother, not a customer, Kyle responded seriously, waving off the suggestion with dramatic flair. Cedric nodded, catching on quickly. So the trial tonic? No, that's only for customers, Kyle cut in, smirking. Cedric stared at him, his eye twitching. Really? This was the first time he'd seen someone treat acquaintances so differently while sounding completely justified. Kyle has no shame, does he? Cedric thought, feeling a wave of exhaustion. Deciding to change the subject, Cedric brought up Hogwarts again, and soon enough, their conversation veered toward Quidditch. It was inevitable, both of them were passionate about it. But that's where the disagreement began. Kyle was a proud fan of the Wimborne Wasps, while Cedric staunchly supported the Chudley Cannons. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. The air between them grew tense, as they locked eyes, sparks of rivalry flying between them. Once a dispute over Quidditch teams started, neither side could afford to back down. They stared each other down for a good 10 minutes, the temperature in the compartment seeming to drop with the tension. Their standoff was abruptly interrupted by a sudden jolt, followed by an announcement. The train will arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage on the train, and it will be delivered to the school for you. Kyle and Cedric broke eye contact at the same time, and without a word, began changing into their Hogwarts robes. Kyle glanced out the window. The sky had grown dark, and the cold he'd felt earlier now made sense. Thankfully, the rain had stopped. The train slowed down and came to a halt. After a 10-hour journey, they had finally arrived. Kyle checked his robe and wand one last time before joining the crowd as they exited the train onto a small, dark platform. The platform was run down, overgrown with weeds. The sign was so faded that the words, Hogsmeade Station, were barely legible. Mud squelched beneath Kyle's feet as soon as he stepped off the train. Scour Jiffy, Kyle muttered, cleaning his shoes with a wave of his wand as he moved to a relatively dry spot. Who would believe this rundown platform belongs to a 1,000-year-old prestigious school? He thought with a smirk. If it weren't for Hogwarts' reputation and Dumbledore's name, no one would be impressed by this place. In the crowd, Kyle noticed Kana. The little girl stood shivering, her face pale and eyes wide with fear at the chaotic scene around her. As if sensing his gaze, Kana turned and spotted Kyle. Her expression shifted to one of relief, and she stumbled toward him. Kyle reached out just in time to catch her before she fell. Without a word, he took out his wand again and waved it over her robes. Scour Jiffy, Kyle muttered as he cleaned the mud off Kana's robes. She had been so panicked when running toward him that she hadn't noticed the puddles. Once he finished, he gave her a reassuring smile and gently patted her shoulder. Don't worry. It's safe here. Someone will come to pick us up soon. Kana nodded softly, still looking down, her nerves clearly not settled yet. Just then, an oil lamp appeared above their heads, casting a dim but warm glow. First-year students. First-year students, come over here, a booming voice called out. It was Hagrid, towering over the small crowd of first-year wizards. His wild hair and large, unkempt beard gave him a rather intimidating appearance, causing a few of the younger wizards to start crying at the sight of him. Kyle noticed Kana wasn't crying, but she was clutching his arm with surprising strength, so much so that it hurt. He winced but refrained from pulling away, not wanting to upset her further. Kyle grimaced through the discomfort, thinking, how is she so strong? She's only 11. Hagrid waved to the group, introducing himself. My name's Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys at Hogwarts. First years, follow me. Watch your step, I'll be talking yet to Hogwarts by boat. Leading the way, Kyle gently guided Kana through the crowd of nervous students, following the light that Hagrid carried. Slowly, the group of first years stumbled along the narrow, steep path for about 20 minutes. When they finally reached a bend in the path, Hagrid stopped, grinning widely as he turned to the group. All right, ya lot, we're almost there. Get ready, you're about to see Hogwarts for the first time. It's the best view in the whole wizarding world. As they rounded the final bend, gasps of awe echoed through the group. Kana, standing beside Kyle, stared ahead with wide eyes, her voice barely a whisper. It's so beautiful. Before them lay the famous Black Lake, with the towering silhouette of Hogwarts Castle perched high on a hill on the opposite shore. The castle's many spires glowed softly under the light of the full moon, giving it the illusion of being suspended among the clouds. The windows sparkled like stars, casting a warm, inviting glow across the dark water. It was breathtaking, like something out of a dream. Even Kyle was transfixed. For a brief moment, he wondered if the dilapidated state of Hogsmeade Station was intentional, designed to make the sight of Hogwarts all the more striking. Come on, new students, time to board the boats, Hagrid called, pointing to a fleet of small boats docked along the lake's shore. Remember, no more than 4 to a boat. Kyle and Kana quickly climbed into the nearest boat, joined by 2 other first-year students they didn't know, a boy and a girl, both of whom were buzzing with excitement. The 2 kept chattering away about how they couldn't wait to write home about the experience. Is everyone on board? Hagrid called, seated in a boat of his own, checking to make sure all the students were accounted for. All right, off we go. With a gentle push, the boats glided smoothly across the lake, the water rippling in their wake. They floated past low cliffs, through ivy-draped rocks, and eventually into a dark tunnel carved beneath the castle itself. Chapter 16. If you can't beat them, join them. Kyle had always been curious about how the boats transporting first-year students across the Black Lake actually worked. He had assumed it was magic, but now he wasn't so sure. Despite observing the boats closely for a long time, he hadn't detected any obvious magical traces. What puzzled him even more was Hagrid's boat. Despite the half-giant's massive size, his boat floated just as effortlessly as the ones carrying 4 much lighter first-years. That was clearly abnormal. Maybe there's more advanced or concealed magic at play, Kyle thought, or perhaps these boats are alchemical objects. But deep down, he was beginning to suspect that something might be supporting the boats from beneath the surface of the lake. Could it be that giant squid? Kyle wondered, leaning over the side of the boat to peer into the water. Unfortunately, the visibility was too poor in the dark, moonlit lake to see anything below the surface. All he could make out was his own reflection. Soon, the boat exited the tunnel and docked at what appeared to be an underground pier. One by one, the students disembarked and followed Hagrid up a cobblestone path. They eventually arrived at a flat, damp meadow beneath the looming silhouette of Hogwarts Castle. From there, they made their way up a flight of stone steps to a massive oak door. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Hagrid said, before pounding on the door with his huge fist. The door creaked open to reveal a tall, stern-looking witch in a green robe, her black hair pulled back in a tight bun. Professor McGonagall had an air about her that immediately commanded respect, much like a strict homeroom teacher suddenly appearing in the back of the classroom. The chatter among the first-year students fell into an instant hush. Even Hagrid straightened up a bit as he spoke. "The first-year students have arrived, Professor McGonagall." "Thank you, Hagrid. I'll take it from here," she replied curtly, glancing over the group of new students before leading them into the castle. As they stepped inside, the warmth of the torches lining the stone walls enveloped them, melting away the cold they'd felt outside. The flickering light cast long shadows, adding to the castle's sense of grandeur. To their right, Kyle could hear the low hum of voices coming from behind a closed door, clearly the sound of the older students waiting in the Great Hall. However, Professor McGonagall didn't lead them into the Great Hall just yet. Instead, she guided the group into an empty chamber at the other end of the hall. "First, welcome to Hogwarts," she began, her voice precise and commanding. As the first-year students gazed around in awe, Professor McGonagall delivered her well-practiced speech. "The feast will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, we must first determine which house you will join. House divisions are an important ritual, as your house will serve as your family here at Hogwarts for the duration of your stay." Even though Kyle already knew everything she was about to say, he listened attentively. After all, he was standing in the front row, right under Professor McGonagall's watchful eye. Daydreaming now could mean trouble later, and Kyle had no intention of making his Hogwarts experience difficult. Plus, this was a famous moment in wizarding life, a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and Kyle didn't want to miss a single detail. Professor McGonagall moved on to explain the House Cup and then introduced the 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Or, as Kyle humorously thought of them, the brave, the hardy, the brainy, and the purebloods. Around him, the other first-year students listened eagerly, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Some even sneaked glances toward the direction of the Great Hall, clearly itching to rush inside and experience the sorting for themselves. It was obvious that this was the moment they had all been waiting for, the one that would define their next 7 years at Hogwarts. In a few minutes, the ceremony will begin in front of the entire school. "I suggest you tidy yourselves up while you wait so that you look presentable," Professor McGonagall advised, giving the group of first-years a final glance. "Please be quiet while you wait." The moment Professor McGonagall left the room, however, it was as though her words had flipped a switch. The silence was quickly replaced by a buzz of chatter as the students huddled together, all eager to speculate on what the sorting ceremony would involve. "How are we going to be sorted? Do we get to choose our own house?" a young witch asked nervously, voicing the question on everyone's mind. "I bet it's some kind of test," a Muggle-born girl chimed in confidently. "I almost got into a middle school when I received my Hogwarts letter, but I decided to come here instead. I mean, Professor McGonagall convinced my mum that Hogwarts was better." She was clearly trying to impress, but her story didn't have the intended effect. Most of the students were too focused on the impending sorting ceremony to care about her mention of middle school, which left a few of them puzzled. "I think the heads of the houses choose us," said another student with conviction. "At Ilvermorny, they use statues to pick students. My father is friends with someone in the Department of International Magical Cooperation at the Ministry of Magic, and he told me all about it." This bragger dad's story was much more convincing, and he immediately attracted a crowd of followers and basked in their attention. He continued to brag about his father as if he were the Minister of Magic himself. Kyle, standing off to the side, suddenly felt a tug on his sleeve. He turned to find Kana looking up at him, her face filled with worry. "Kyle, is it really the headmaster who chooses?" Kana asked anxiously, her voice trembling. "What if no house wants me? Will I be expelled?" Kyle smiled, trying to reassure her. Don't worry, there's no way that'll happen. Think about it, Hogwarts and Ilvermorny are completely different schools. They wouldn't use the same sorting method. That'd be way too boring. Kana exhaled a sigh of relief, but she still looked a little unsure. So, do you know how we're sorted? Kyle hesitated for a moment, then leaned in and whispered with a mischievous glint in his eyes, well, the professor hits each student with an Avada Kedavra spell. The ones who survive get to enroll. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Kana's eyes widened in horror, but before she could react, a ghost drifted through the room, floating eerily past them. Kyle, acting as if everything was perfectly normal, waved casually. Hello there, senior. We're about to be sorted. Wish us luck. The ghost, though clearly baffled by Kyle's greeting, gave a nod before continuing to glide away. Seeing the ghost respond so casually, the light drained from Kana's eyes, and she stood frozen, looking utterly defeated. Chapter 17, Sorting Hat. A few minutes later, more and more ghosts began to appear in the small room, each one with a different shape and size, some tall, others short, some thin, and others rather rotund. The sight of so many ghosts took the new students by surprise. At first, many of the young witches and wizards were frightened, but they soon realized that the ghosts were quite friendly, greeting everyone with cheerful enthusiasm. One ghost, eager to ease the students' nervousness, decided to put on a little show, performing a ghostly talent, removing his head and holding it above his body as it dangled in the air. Cool. Someone whispered, watching the ghost's head bob up and down. Thank you, the ghost replied, clearly in the mood for more. But I can do something even cooler. With a grin, the ghost tossed his head high into the air. What followed was an impressive acrobatic display, a front somersault followed by a triple and a half aerial spin. The ghost's body reached up just in time to catch his head smoothly, reattaching it without a hitch. The performance was flawless. The crowd, including Kyle, erupted into applause. It was truly impressive, after all, a talent like that wasn't something you saw every day. Thank you, the ghost beamed as he took a bow, circling the group of students with pride. Oh, and did I mention? It was with this very routine that I joined the Headless Hunt. Not to brag or anything, of course, just letting you know you've got good taste. His smug air only made the students laugh harder, and soon the atmosphere was buzzing with excitement. Everyone urged him to perform more tricks, which he happily obliged, though none quite as difficult as his first routine. Even so, the continuous tricks had the first years laughing and cheering. Humph, came a sneering voice from the side. What's so impressive about that? The group turned to see another ghost, this one wearing a distinctive wrinkled collar. I'm sorry, Sir Nicholas de Mimsy-Porpington, the headless ghost quickly responded. I was just trying to entertain the children. You'd better be, nearly headless Nick said coldly. The headless ghost, unfazed, added, of course, I sincerely hope that you'll finally join the Headless Hunt this year. Nick gave him a blank look before turning and walking through a nearby wall without another word. The interruption left an awkward silence hanging in the air, and the headless ghost shrugged, looking around at the students. Well, it's time for the sorting ceremony, anyway. Get ready, kids, and I'll see you later. With that, the headless ghost drifted through the wall, heading for the Great Hall. Though the crowd felt a slight pang of disappointment at the abrupt end of the performance, their excitement for the sorting ceremony kept the mood high. Most of the students were buzzing with anticipation, eagerly whispering to each other about what was to come. Except for Kana. Unlike the others, she hadn't paid attention to the ghost show at all. Instead, she had retreated into a corner, her face pale and her posture tense. She radiated an air of quiet despair, though, unfortunately, no one seemed to notice. Moments later, Professor McGonagall returned, her expression stern. I was only gone for a moment, and you've already made such a mess, she scolded, her voice cool but firm. Your laughter could be heard all the way in the Great Hall. Was something really that funny, or do you think the house system is a joke? Though her voice wasn't loud, the effect was immediate. The room fell silent, and every head bowed as the students tried to avoid her sharp gaze. After a tense minute, Professor McGonagall continued, the house system is a very serious matter. I expect you to treat it with the respect it deserves. Now, form a single file and follow me. In less than a minute, the students scrambled to form a neat line, quiet as mice. They were ready to follow Professor McGonagall, the laughter from earlier now a distant memory. Kana also shuffled forward like a zombie, her pale face and stiff movements making her look more like one of the ghosts than a first-year student. They walked out of the room, passed through the foyer, and through another pair of double doors, finally entering the luxurious auditorium. Compared to the hall, the auditorium was even more magnificent. It was so vast that it was almost overwhelming. Even with 4 long tables filled with students, the space didn't feel crowded at all. The tables were adorned with golden plates and goblets, and thousands of floating candles illuminated the room. Above them, the velvety black ceiling was dotted with stars and drifting clouds, mesmerizing everyone who looked up. Someone whispered to their companion, it's like magic in here. It looks just like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. Kyle glanced in the direction of the voice but quickly lost interest when he saw it was a boy speaking. A shame. If he had started at Hogwarts a year later, he could have been friends with Hermione. The group moved to the front of the auditorium and came to a stop. Higher up was the teacher's bench. In the middle sat Dumbledore, dressed in a purple robe, his silver-white hair and beard neatly groomed. He wore his signature half-moon glasses and gazed warmly at each new student. Seated next to him were the four heads of house. Slytherin's head, Severus Snape, with his greasy, slick hair. Ravenclaw's head, Filius Flitwick, who was notably short. Hufflepuff's seemingly kind head, Pomona Sprout, and the head of Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall, whose seat was temporarily empty since she was overseeing the house sorting. In total, there were nearly 20 professors present for the opening banquet, but Kyle recognized fewer than 10 of them, either from guesswork or intuition. He had no recollection of the others, but that was understandable. Hogwarts was so large, and if only a handful of professors were memorable, it wouldn't have been enough. Moreover, half of the ones he did recognize were already quite old, making that number even smaller. Kyle turned his attention away. Just then, Professor McGonagall placed a small square stool in front of the new students and set a patched, brown wizard's hat on it. Well, brown was an approximation. The hat was so filthy that a small cloud of dust puffed up when McGonagall lightly placed it down. In the candlelight, the hat gleamed with a worn, dull shine. It was impossible to tell its original color under such conditions. Kyle was sure that if this hat wasn't the sorting hat and somehow ended up in his house, either he or Chris would meet their end. Or maybe Diana would kill them both. Chapter 18, Heavenly Music. The entire auditorium fell silent. The older students from the other grades eagerly watched, waiting for the show to begin, while the new students nervously eyed the dirty, tattered hat as if a troll might leap out of it at any moment. Then, without warning, the hat began to wriggle. Its tip swayed side to side, while the brim undulated up and down, as if it were attempting to dance. But the more Kyle observed, the more he felt that something was off. How to describe it? Whoever had designed the sequence of movements clearly had no idea what they were doing. It reminded him of a flounder, a particularly unattractive one at that, flailing around awkwardly. And unlike the more graceful, fluid movements he'd expect, this one was stiff, clumsy, and lacking any sense of finesse. It was also considerably uglier. The sorting hat, apparently aware that dancing wasn't its strong suit, soon stopped its movements. Instead, it split open a mouth-like gap and began to hum softly before launching into its song. Oh, you may not think I'm pretty. But don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black. Your top hat's sleek and tall. For I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat. And I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head. The sorting hat can't see. So try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin, you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folk use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on. Don't be afraid. And don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none. For I'm a thinking cap. When the song ended, thunderous applause erupted throughout the auditorium. It was clear that the students in the wizarding world were quite polite when it came to tradition. The sorting hat bowed deeply toward each of the four tables, then remained still, no longer moving. Although the sorting hat's song was a bit difficult to understand, the new students gradually figured out that the sorting simply involved wearing the hat. This realization brought a sense of relief to many. Compared to the wild rumors they'd heard, just wearing a hat seemed easy enough. Sure, the hat was dirty, old, and not particularly appealing, but it would only be for a brief moment. They wouldn't have to wear it for long. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a parchment in her hand. When I call your name, you will put on the hat, sit on the stool, and wait to be sorted. She glanced at the parchment. Thomas Albright. A blond boy with his head held high strode confidently over to the stool, placed the hat on his head, and, after a few moments, the sorting hat announced, Ravenclaw. The boy looked pleased as he removed the sorting hat. Despite being sorted into Ravenclaw, he couldn't resist walking over to the Gryffindor table, where the applause was the loudest at that moment. Marietta Edgecombe. A little girl bounded up excitedly, grabbed the sorting hat, and placed it on her head. Ravenclaw, the hat declared. Oh, that's great. The first new student being sorted into Gryffindor had already thrilled the Gryffindors, and the young eagles were ecstatic, cheering so loudly it seemed like the ceiling might lift off. Katie Bell. This time, a nervous young girl rushed up, hurriedly jamming the sorting hat onto her head. In her fluster, she pushed it down too hard, causing her head to poke out of the hat, with only her neck exposed. Ha ha ha. The entire hall erupted in laughter. Professor McGonagall sighed and quickly stepped forward to adjust the hat for her. Thanks, Professor McGonagall, I thought I was going to suffocate, Katie said with relief. The Sorting Hat gave a nod to Professor McGonagall. Without a doubt, Gryffindor. A deafening cheer burst from the Gryffindor table at the far left of the hall. Fred and George Weasley stood on their stools, whistling in excitement. It was clear they had taken an instant liking to Katie Bell. She rushed down the stairs, her face flushed with embarrassment. The sorting continued, but Professor McGonagall decided it was best to oversee it more closely, just in case there was another mishap. Instead of stepping aside as she had earlier, she stood behind the stool, holding the sorting hat in one hand and the parchment in the other. Cho Chang. An Asian girl calmly walked up to the stool and sat down. Professor McGonagall carefully placed the sorting hat on her head. Ravenclaw. Oh. For the third time, the sorting hat called out the name of Ravenclaw, sending the young students of that house into a frenzy. Some stood on their stools, kicking their feet in excitement, while others grabbed flowers from the table decorations and tossed them into the air. Their usual reserved demeanor vanished as they erupted into wild cheers. 3. We've already got 3 new students, and the sorting's just begun. Ravenclaw's going to rise this year. The professors on stage didn't intervene at first, simply watching the excitement with smiles on their faces. However, when the students began tossing plates in their enthusiasm, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, her expression stern. The effect was immediate. The young eagles, who had been full of wild energy moments ago, instantly quieted down, as though they'd been doused with cold water. Their transformation from jubilant eagles to meek quails was almost comical as they sat back down at their table, behaving once again. Seeing the effect of her presence, Professor McGonagall's expression softened, and she returned to the parchment in her hand. Amative Rowell. After a brief pause, the sorting hat announced, Slytherin. The new students were slowly being sorted, and the crowd of first-years was thinning out. Kyle stood among them, waiting patiently for his name to be called. But for some reason, he felt an irritating itch between his shoulder blades, as if someone were poking him. Instinctively, he turned his head and found Kana glaring at him, her face flushed with anger. This wasn't the usual shy look she wore. This time, her fury was unmistakable. Her usually timid demeanor had transformed into something far more intense, her teeth grinding together as if she might pounce on him at any moment. Ahem. Lovely weather, isn't it? Kyle muttered, clearing his throat as though he hadn't seen her, trying to act nonchalant. He turned back around and casually edged forward, hoping to put some distance between them. But his attempt to escape was futile. There was only so much space in the room, and the crowd had thinned out too much for him to hide. No matter where he moved, Kana's eyes followed him, her gaze making him feel like a rat trapped on a hot tin roof. Just as the tension became unbearable, a voice rang out. Kyle Chopper. For the first time in his life, Kyle found Professor McGonagall's voice to be the most beautiful sound in the world, like music from heaven, offering him salvation from his predicament. To be honest, if there were ever another election for Headmaster, he would vote for Professor McGonagall without hesitation. Chapter 19, Hufflepuff. Kyle didn't waste a second. With 3 quick strides, he was up on the stage, escaping the tension he'd felt under Kana's watchful glare. Once on the stage, he let out a sigh of relief, patting his chest. He turned to Professor McGonagall and said sincerely, "Thank you, Professor." His sudden show of politeness seemed to catch her off guard. It took her a moment to react, but then she gave a small shake of her head, saying, "It's my duty." Still, her stern expression softened noticeably. Before placing the sorting hat on Kyle's head, she even took the extra step of brushing off some of the dust from the hat. Such a polite child, she thought, I hope he can be sorted into Gryffindor. Gryffindor was in desperate need of more model students like him. Last year, she had secretly wished to bring Cedric Diggory into her house, but both Professor Sprout and Dumbledore had objected. This year, she was hopeful again. As she placed the sorting hat on Kyle's head, McGonagall looked at him intently, silently hoping the sorting hat would finally make the right call. Strange, very strange, a soft voice whispered in Kyle's ear as soon as the hat was on. You sincerely thanked her? That's unusual. Are you really one of those good kids? Of course I am. Kyle responded seriously. You can ask around. The Weasley family and even Mr. Scamander have said I'm the most polite and well-behaved child they've ever met. So please, don't slander me. Otherwise, I'll complain about you, even if you are just a hat. The sorting hat fell into a rare silence. Its brim wobbled back and forth, as if unsure how to respond or perhaps struggling with a decision. After a long pause, the hat finally spoke again. Your shamelessness reminds me of the old days, 1,000 years ago, back when I was just an ordinary hat on Godric's head. Well then, how about Gryffindor? I feel like that's where you should be. But no, it's not quite right for you. I think, Kyle began, but the sorting hat cut him off. Let me think, the hat interrupted, mulling over its options. Maybe Slytherin would be better. You could achieve great things there, no question about it. That. Hold on, the sorting hat interrupted him again. No, Slytherin doesn't feel quite right either. Besides, if I send you there, Snape will probably pour some strange potion on me later. Let me think. Dumbledore's put me in a difficult spot this time. If only Azkaban or Ermengarde were part of Hogwarts. The Sorting Hat sounded like it was joking, but Kyle couldn't find it funny at all. What's going on? He hadn't done anything that bad. At most, he'd just scared Kana a little earlier. Could that really get him sent to Ermengarde? How was that fair? Plenty of wizards did far worse things, and they weren't being shipped off to wizarding prisons. Kyle realized he needed to do something, fast. If the Sorting Hat actually shouted out Ermengarde, it'd be a disaster. Azkaban was at least under ministry control, and you couldn't just be sent there on a whim. But Ermengarde, that was different. Dumbledore had connections, and if anyone could pull some strings, it was him. Deep down, Kyle suspected the Sorting Hat's remarks were simply a jab at him for his earlier comment about filing a complaint. But still, what if? What if the Hat, with its 1,000 years of history and independent consciousness, decided to make things interesting and call out something ridiculous, just for a laugh? Who knew what went on in that ancient mind? That. Kyle began, putting on his most harmless smile. That was a fantastic song you sang earlier. Especially the first few lines, concise lyrics, light tone. Way better than the clichés from the Weird Sisters. The Sorting Hat immediately perked up. You think so too? I've been saying that for ages. It took me a whole year to come up with it. But Dumbledore never appreciated it. He even tried to get me to sing the school song. That old bee. Uh-oh. Kyle didn't feel comfortable badmouthing the headmaster, even if he wasn't around to hear it. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he decided to steer the conversation in a safer direction. By the way, that song of yours, there's something about it that sounds familiar. Is it, perhaps, in the rap style? Rap style. The Sorting Hat sounded curious. What does that mean? You don't know. You've invented it yourself, impressive. Kyle exclaimed, feigning shock. Rap is a style of Muggle music that's very popular. Muggle music. The Sorting Hat seemed even more intrigued. Yes, I think it would suit you perfectly. If you want, I could get you something related to it for Christmas, Kyle offered sincerely. Okay, wait, no. The Sorting Hat caught itself. We've got to focus. It's already been a while, and you must be hungry. Let's not keep dinner waiting. Clearing its imaginary throat, the Hat resumed, now, where were we? Kyle grinned and reminded it, you said I was polite and well-behaved, but that neither Gryffindor, Slytherin, nor Ravenclaw felt quite right. Ah. Did I mention Ravenclaw? The Hat murmured, sounding momentarily confused. Oh, right. You're absolutely correct. In that case, the decision is obvious. Hufflepuff. The moment the Sorting Hat announced Kyle's house, the hall erupted into applause. Even the teachers at the staff table joined in. The sorting, which had taken a record-breaking 20 minutes, easily the longest in Hogwarts history, was finally over. And not a moment too soon, as everyone was starving by now. Normally, the feast would have already started by this time. The Hufflepuff table was especially lively. Cedric Diggory, grinning broadly, rushed over to give Kyle an enthusiastic hug. Great, Kyle. I knew you'd end up in Hufflepuff. Kyle laughed. The Sorting Hat got great tastes. Huh. Cedric looked momentarily puzzled, unsure of what Kyle meant. But Kyle just smiled and didn't elaborate. At that moment, several older students approached to shake Kyle's hand. Judging by the badges on their robes, they were Hufflepuff prefects. It was a tradition to welcome new students, while also helping prefects get to know the incoming first years. Kyle greeted them warmly and then took the empty seat next to Cedric. The prefect who had been sitting there graciously offered up his spot after realizing Kyle and Cedric were already acquainted. Once seated, Kyle joined the rest of the hall in looking back at the Sorting Hat. But deep down, his decision had already been made. He had always wanted to be in Hufflepuff. After all, Newt Scamander had been a Hufflepuff, and so had his father, Chris. As someone who loved magical creatures, Hufflepuff was the natural choice. Plus, Kyle wasn't interested in dwelling on dark wizards or Voldemort right now. He wanted to fully embrace the joy and magic of Hogwarts life, and there was Northwest better place for that than Hufflepuff, with its enthusiastic and loyal community. Besides, the Hufflepuff dormitory was conveniently located right next to the kitchen, an undeniable bonus. Chapter 20, A Failed Prank. After taking his seat at the Hufflepuff table, Kyle felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. Before the sorting ceremony, he'd been anxious, uncertain about where he might end up. But now, with everything settled and him officially a part of Hogwarts, a true sense of belonging took hold. It was a wonderful feeling. Kyle rested his chin in his left hand, leaning his arm casually on the table as he watched the rest of the sorting ceremony unfold. The anticipation for dinner was growing, but he felt at ease, leisurely enjoying the moment. Because his sorting had taken so long, many students around the auditorium were curiously glancing in his direction. Several witches, noticing Kyle sitting and chatting with Cedric, exchanged frustrated looks with their classmates. Why did all the good-looking ones go to Hufflepuff? They seemed to think, grinding their teeth in envy. Meanwhile, over at the Gryffindor table, Fred and George Weasley were similarly upset. Why did Kyle go to Hufflepuff? Fred groaned, pounding his thigh in frustration. Now we can't use the welcome ceremony we prepared. Shut up, Fred. I need a moment to process this, George muttered, scratching his head. Honestly, even if Kyle had gone to Slytherin, I could have handled it. But Hufflepuff? How's that even possible? Yeah. Fred agreed. Kyle. Loyal. Kind. The Sorting Hat must have gone senile. Before they could continue lamenting, a newly sorted Gryffindor sat down in the empty seat next to them. The next moment, a loud yelp pierced the hall. Ow. Everyone's heads turned as the new Gryffindor student leapt into the air, clutching his bottom and looking like a startled Wig-Entre Bowtruckle. He bolted from his seat, running around in circles, wailing in pain. It was only then that the hall realized what had happened. A small, round object, about the size of a Quidditch snitch, was attached to the back of the student, biting down on his bottom with a set of sharp teeth. Wait, that ball looks kind of familiar. Fred mumbled as the scene unfolded. He glanced at George, a sudden realization dawning on him. George, didn't you put the biting ball away? George, wide-eyed, replied, no. I thought you did. The twins exchanged a horrified look before both turned to the seat where the student had been sitting. Sure enough, it was empty. Oh, damn it, Fred muttered, scratching his head in distress. That was our entire savings. The biting ball was a new prank item Fred and George had purchased from the Zonko's joke shop at a steep price. It could disguise itself as a cushion, lying in wait for an unsuspecting victim to sit on it. The problem? It cost them 3 galleons, a hefty sum for the mischievous pair. But they had been determined to make Kyle's sorting memorable. They had pooled all their savings to buy the biting ball, preparing an unforgettable surprise for their younger brother. During the sorting ceremony, they'd stealthily set it up on an empty seat nearby, confident Kyle would be sorted into Gryffindor. Once he was, they'd lead him to sit on the disguised cushion, delivering the perfect prank. Everything had been set up flawlessly. Even if Kyle were sorted into another house, they could simply retrieve the cushion afterward without much fuss. But fate had other plans. Kyle had been sorted into Hufflepuff, the last house they ever expected. The shock of it had left Fred and George too stunned to retrieve the cushion in time. And now, instead of pranking Kyle, they watched helplessly as the biting ball caused chaos in the hall, gnawing at the rear of an innocent Gryffindor first year. Fred, do you think we can get the biting ball back? George asked, his eyes fixed on the back of the unfortunate new student. He felt a pang of regret. 3 galleons, that could have bought an entire box of dung bombs. How could he not feel sad? Fred glanced over at Professor McGonagall, who was already heading toward the new student, and sighed. I don't think we can get it back. The two brothers sighed in unison, their hopes deflated. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall reached the new Gryffindor, casually removed the biting ball from his robe, and checked him over. Fortunately, the young wizard was unharmed, and his robes weren't damaged either. It was a standard harmless prank, after all. Recognizing the familiar tricks and the tools used in this sort of mischief, McGonagall didn't need to guess who the culprits were. She shot a piercing glare straight at Fred and George. However, since the sorting ceremony wasn't yet over, she said nothing more than, 20 points deducted from Gryffindor, before turning around and heading back to the stage. The new student, still shaken, was escorted back to the table by Percy. After checking his robes 3 more times to ensure he was truly safe, he cautiously sat back down. Across the hall, Kyle, seeing the miserable expressions on Fred and George's faces, couldn't resist a smirk. He extended a middle finger in their direction, his amusement plain. Kyle knew without a doubt that the biting ball had been meant for him. The twins had been planning to prank him for ages, and now their mischief had backfired, caught by Professor McGonagall. Poetic justice, he thought smugly. No, George, Kyle's too arrogant, Fred muttered, his face flushing red with anger. While many at Hogwarts wouldn't understand Kyle's rude gesture, Fred knew all too well what it meant. After all, every time Kyle had gotten the upper hand on them, this had been his signature insult. Don't worry, Fred. As long as Kyle's at Hogwarts, we still have a chance, George said, equally furious. His ears had turned red with frustration. But there was nothing they could do at the moment. Professor McGonagall's warning glare was enough to make them hold off on any retaliation for now. They could only respond by flipping Kyle off from across the room, a small act of defiance. For the moment, they suppressed their desire for revenge and tried to avoid looking at Kyle's smug face. Kyle didn't care about their gestures. To him, it was just the final, pitiful resistance of 2 sore losers. He didn't take it seriously. He knew Fred and George wouldn't let this go easily. Even now, they were probably plotting how to get back at him. But so what? In their 11-year war of pranks, Kyle had almost always come out on top. The only times he'd lost were back when he was younger, and Charlie Weasley, with his seniority and size, had tipped the balance in the twins' favor. But now Charlie was occupied with his graduation exams and Quidditch, leaving Fred and George without their strongest ally. Without him, they had no real backup. What are they going to do? Ask Ron for help. Kyle thought with a chuckle. If that was the case, defeating them would be even easier. With his near-flawless record against the twins, Kyle was unafraid of whatever they might come up with next. Chapter 21. Chapter 21, Is the Sorting Hat This Brave? After the unexpected chaos caused by the biting ball, the Sorting Hat quickly returned to its efficient pace, sorting the remaining students as soon as it touched their hair. With this newfound speed, they were soon down to the last two new students. Kana Prince. The familiar name caught Kyle and Cedric's attention at once. Both of them looked over at the girl from the train. That's the girl we saw earlier, right? Cedric asked curiously. Where do you think she'll end up, Slytherin? Probably, Kyle replied, scratching his back out of habit. Judging by her fancy clothes, she's likely a pureblood. Slytherin makes the most sense. But then, Kyle suddenly froze. Something seemed off. Just after Professor McGonagall called Kana's name, he noticed that Snape, who had been sitting with a bored, disinterested expression throughout the ceremony, had leaned forward, focusing on the Sorting Hat with unusual intensity. Wait, do they know each other? Kyle thought, a chill running down his spine. It wasn't completely impossible. Despite Snape's reclusive tendencies and his general avoidance of social gatherings, he was still a well-known figure in the wizarding world, especially as a potions master and one of Hogwarts' heads of house. He was bound to have connections, and it wouldn't be shocking if Kana's family was among them. A sinking feeling took hold of Kyle. Could this be bad for me? If Snape really had ties to Kana's family, and he found out that Kyle had tricked her on the train, things could get messy. Knowing Snape's personality, Kyle feared he might be in for some unpleasant, protagonist treatment far sooner than he'd like. It can't be that coincidental, Kyle thought nervously, feeling the back of his neck prickle. He had just been gloating about the Weasley twins getting what they deserved, and now it seemed like retribution was already headed his way. As he anxiously watched the platform, Kyle noticed something strange. When it came time for Kana sorting, the usually fast Sorting Hat seemed to slow down, as if it had returned to its earlier indecision. The entire hall waited, and waited. A minute passed before the Sorting Hat finally called out. Hufflepuff. Ah! A wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the Hufflepuff table, and the prefects jumped up to welcome Kana. Kyle, however, was left staring in confusion as she passed by him, question marks practically floating above his head. What just happened? Purebloods rarely ended up in Hufflepuff, and while it wasn't completely unheard of, after all, Newt Scamander was a famous Hufflepuff, it was still uncommon. Purebloods were typically sorted into Slytherin, and Kyle had assumed Kana would follow that path. Could it have been because of me? Kyle dismissed the thought quickly. The Sorting Hat didn't play games. It had the responsibility of determining a student's best path, one that would influence their future. No matter how young or naive Kana might be, the hat wouldn't let her personal whims affect its judgment. Otherwise, her family wouldn't take it lightly. Kyle recalled something his father, Chris, had once told him. When Sirius Black was sorted into Gryffindor instead of Slytherin, the Black Matron had thrown a fit at Hogwarts. If it weren't for Dumbledore stepping in, the Sorting Hat might have been destroyed by fiend fire. The incident had caused quite a stir, and for a time, there were serious discussions within the Ministry of Magic about replacing the Sorting Hat with a different method for sorting students. The idea had even garnered a surprising level of support. Many pureblood families, especially the most traditionalist ones, didn't want their children sorted anywhere but Slytherin. For them, having a Gryffindor, or any other house, member in the family was a mark of disgrace. Of course, the proposal never went through. Dumbledore, who had been far less lenient back then, had firmly opposed it, and pureblood families were too intimidated to challenge his authority. The matter had been dropped, but since that time, no member of the pureblood families involved had been sorted anywhere but Slytherin. Kyle couldn't resist a glance toward the teacher's table to gauge Snape's reaction. If Snape had a connection to Kana's family, it would be easy to tell by his response to her sorting. Well, Kyle was wrong. Snape's face was as dark as a storm cloud, and he looked as if he might start dripping with rage at any moment. He was deep in conversation with Dumbledore, occasionally glancing over at the Hufflepuff table, where Kana had just taken her seat. Kyle quickly lowered his head, trying to make himself as inconspicuous as possible. Could the Sorting Hat really be that bold? His heart pounded a little faster. Meanwhile, the final new student had been sorted and took their place at the Gryffindor table. Dumbledore stood up, smiling warmly at the students, and spread his arms wide. Welcome, welcome to another new year at Hogwarts. There's nothing more delightful than seeing you all here once again. What are you waiting for? Eat. At once, the empty tables before them filled with steaming dishes. Mountains of beef, roast chicken, pork chops, sausages, and steaks appeared, along with boiled potatoes, pea shoots, and French fries for those who preferred something lighter. The smell of the feast filled the air, making everyone's appetite grow. Kyle shook his head, trying to push all the Snape-Kana worries out of his mind. Forget it, he thought. What's done is done, what's the use of overthinking it? Whatever came next, he wouldn't be the first to suffer. The Sorting Hat was the one who made the final call, after all. And if Snape really wanted to make his life difficult, it wouldn't last forever. Once Harry Potter enrolls next year, Snape won't care about me anymore, Kyle reassured himself. He pushed the thoughts aside and focused on the meal, reaching for a fried chicken leg and biting into it. The skin was perfectly crispy, the meat tender and juicy, filling his mouth with a burst of flavor. The baked potatoes were equally delicious, simple but perfectly cooked. He liked that there wasn't too much seasoning, allowing the natural flavor of the potatoes to shine. For an extra kick, he added some black pepper and ketchup from the side and found the combination surprisingly good. He reached for another potato, ready to enjoy it in peace. But just as Kyle cut into the potato, Cedric leaned over, lowering his voice. Have you noticed that she keeps staring at you? Staring at me? Who? Kyle asked, not looking up as he reached for the black pepper. Kana Prince, the girl from the train, Cedric said, raising an eyebrow and pointing mockingly across the table. Look, she's doing it again. Chapter 22, Poor Choice of Friends. Kyle glanced up, following Cedric's finger, and was surprised to find Kana sitting diagonally across from him on his left, focused on cutting into a steak. However, every time she made a slice, her eyes flicked up to meet his, as if her plate held not a steak, but Kyle himself. The sight made Kyle grit his teeth in discomfort. Wait a minute, Cedric said, his voice tinged with curiosity. Her eyes don't look too friendly. She wasn't like this on the train, right? He thought for a moment before adding, I remember all the new students were together before the division. Did something happen between you two? Yeah, it's weird, Kyle agreed with a shrug, giving a quick summary of the incident. By the end, Cedric was speechless, a stunned expression on his face. An Avada Kedavra to sort us into houses. Seriously, who would even think of that? Did she actually believe it? Cedric asked cautiously. Kyle sighed bitterly. What do you think? If she didn't, do you think she'd be staring at me like that? Huh. Someone bold enough to make up such a story, and someone bold enough to believe it. Cedric couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. He blinked in disbelief, looking back and forth between Kana and Kyle before giving a thumbs up. Wow, Kyle. You two are perfect for each other. Kyle's patience wore thin. I'm only 11, okay? You want me thrown into Azkaban or something, he retorted. And by the way, don't say things like that again. If Professor Snape hears you, you're done for. Wait, she knows Snape? Cedric asked, eyebrows raised. Kyle nodded. I'm not sure, but it seems like she does. Cedric's expression shifted instantly. He stared at Kyle with a newfound look of disdain. That's just low. How could you pull such a nasty prank on a first year? If I were the prefect, I'd dock your points for sure. Kyle gaped at him, utterly stunned. He had switched sides the moment he heard Kana and Snape might be connected, and the speed of his change in attitude was astonishing. Was this really the Cedric he knew? But Cedric stayed stone-faced under Kyle's gaze, even scooting slightly away from him, as if he didn't want to be associated with whatever trouble Kyle had stirred up. Kyle could only respond with a silent middle finger, frustrated. Wrong friend, he thought. When did Cedric get so shameless? But the tense atmosphere made it impossible to focus on the food. Kyle eventually set his knife and fork down, his attention fully on Kana. The little witch didn't avoid his stare. They locked eyes, neither one willing to back down. Her round face puffed up, but it was unclear whether it was from the steak she was chewing or from the anger boiling beneath her calm exterior. They sat there, silent and unmoving, as if the school banquet had become their personal battlefield, each refusing to lose the unspoken challenge of who would look away first. At first, both were resolute, determined to keep up this silent duel indefinitely. But Kana had clearly overestimated her stamina. It wasn't long before her confidence began to falter. Her gaze shifted ever so slightly, and a pink blush spread across her once pale face. As seconds ticked by, her eyes darted nervously, her breath quickened, and her entire face turned crimson. In the end, she couldn't hold out any longer. With a swift motion, she dropped her head, her nose nearly touching the steak on her plate, as though she wished she could disappear into it. All that was visible were her two bright red ears. Kana's personality hadn't changed at all. She was still just as shy and socially anxious as before. Her intense expression earlier had only been a result of the anger and embarrassment she felt after realizing she'd been tricked. It was similar to how a normally quiet and calm girl might curse at the keyboard after being cheated in her favorite game, same principle. Kyle had been avoiding her, which only made things worse. She had bottled up her frustration with nowhere to release it, allowing the tension to simmer until now. Once her anger began to fade, she quickly reverted back to her usual self, the shy, socially awkward little witch she'd always been. Kyle's eye contact had inadvertently provided her an outlet, though not a very effective one. After all, locking eyes with someone is a form of communication, even if it's a silent, indirect way of venting. What surprised Kyle, though, was how fast her anger dissipated. Within just a few minutes, she was back to her old self. Her personality was just that mild. Kyle thought about it, Ginny Weasley was already considered pretty easygoing compared to the people he knew, but even when she was angry, she'd at least confront him and argue for a good half hour. Kana, on the other hand, was far too meek. Her kind nature, while admirable, wasn't necessarily a good thing in the wizarding world. At Hogwarts, it wasn't such a big deal. Hufflepuff was known for its honesty and friendliness. No one in their house would exploit someone for being too nice. But once they graduated, Kana's soft nature could become a liability. Out in the real world, especially among darker forces, such traits could be dangerous. Kyle couldn't help but think about the grim realities beyond Hogwarts. Grogan Stump, a famous minister of magic, once said that Hogwarts was a fairy tale, but outside its walls was an abyss where people waited to devour you. For dark wizards on the edge of ruin, a shy, introverted witch from a pure-blood family was like a walking golden carrot. They would swarm like hyenas, eager to strip her to the bone. Kyle wasn't exaggerating. There were precedents, particularly during the chaotic period after Voldemort's defeat. With the Dark Lord gone, his followers, the Death Eaters, lost their protection and were hunted by the Ministry's Aurors. In their desperation, they went into hiding, leaving a vacuum that predatory wizards quickly filled. These opportunists targeted the pure-blood families in disarray, robbing them or using the Cruciatus Curse to extract secrets. For them, any pure-blood wizard traveling alone was easy prey. They didn't care how prestigious or powerful a family was, nor did they worry about future reprisals. As long as there was profit to be made, and as long as the family wasn't protected by someone like Dumbledore or Voldemort, they would pounce, tearing chunks out of whatever remained. Many pure-blood wizards fell during that time, leading to the decline and eventual disappearance of several families. This dark period only ended when most of the Death Eaters were captured, and the Ministry's focus shifted toward dismantling these predators. But the threat was always there, lurking, waiting for another moment of weakness. Kyle glanced at Kana, who was now pretending not to see him. After a moment's pause, he reached for the black pepper, sprinkled it over the diced potatoes on his plate, and took a bite. Forget it, he thought. It's only the first year. There's still a long way to go before graduation. No point worrying about things like that now. Better to just eat and fill up. Chapter 23, A Wild Bunch. Half an hour later, the banquet was winding down, and the main dishes had been replaced with an array of tempting desserts. Kyle, after surveying the options, picked a serving of maple pudding. Bill and Charlie had raved about this particular dessert, insisting that nowhere else could replicate its authentic taste quite like Hogwarts. Kyle took a bite and immediately understood the hype. The sweetness was perfectly balanced, the fragrance rich and inviting, and there was just the right hint of acidity to round it all out. It was the ideal way to finish off the meal. As the last bites were savored and the remaining desserts cleared away, the long tables returned to their spotless state. The great hall grew quiet as Dumbledore stood up, signaling that it was time for his traditional speech. Now, he began, his voice commanding immediate attention. I trust you are all sufficiently full, but before you go to your dormitories, I have a few words to say. The hall was silent, every student now focused on the headmaster. First-year students, please note that the forest area on the school grounds is off-limits to all students, Dumbledore said, his tone serious. And he paused briefly before continuing, Professor McGonagall has asked me to remind you that the use of magic in the corridors or any public area will not be tolerated and will be severely punished. As soon as he finished, nearly half the room instinctively turned to look at Fred and George Weasley, the infamous Gryffindor twins. Far from looking abashed, the twins stood up and began bowing theatrically to their peers, their grins wide as though Dumbledore had just honored them. Professor McGonagall, on the other hand, looked as though she was barely holding back her fury. Her lips were pursed so tightly they had nearly disappeared. Kyle had little doubt the twins would be in for some serious detention, and it certainly wouldn't be a short stint. Dumbledore remained unfazed by the twins' antics and smoothly continued, the Quidditch tryouts will be held during the second week of the term. Any second-year students or above who are interested in playing for their house team should contact Madam Hooch. As expected, Kyle thought. He had already known that first-year students wouldn't be allowed to try out for the Quidditch teams, so he wasn't surprised by Dumbledore's words. The restriction wasn't entirely rigid, though, after all, exceptions could be made for extraordinary talent, like what would happen with Harry Potter a year later. The rule was primarily there to level the playing field for Muggle-born students, who had never been exposed to Quidditch before attending Hogwarts. After a year, they'd be more familiar with the wizarding world, and it would be a fairer time for team selection. Kyle, however, wasn't planning to wait a whole year. He was determined to speak to Professor Sprout in a few days and see if she might allow him to join the tryouts with the second years. The thought of not being able to fly for an entire year felt like torture. Quiet, please. Dumbledore's voice rose slightly to regain control over the excited murmurings about Quidditch that had erupted among the students. Finally, I am pleased to introduce you to our new Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Dumbledore gestured to the staff table with a welcoming smile, directing attention to the figure seated there. Professor Oren, say hello to everyone, Dumbledore announced warmly. The men seated next to Snape, a rather plain-looking, middle-aged wizard, stood up with a polite smile and waved to the students. The response was underwhelming. Aside from the first-year students who clapped a bit more enthusiastically, the the rest of the hall only offered scattered, half-hearted applause. For the older students, the excitement of a new defense against the dark arts professor had long worn off. He's just another professor, Kyle thought to himself, he'll be gone by next year like all the others. No need to get too excited, just clap for Dumbledore's sake. Professor Orin didn't seem bothered by the lackluster reception, as if he had expected it. After giving his brief greeting, he sat back down. However, as he shifted his chair, it slid a little too far. His elbow accidentally jabbed into Snape's lower back. SSSHH. Snape hissed, gripping the armrests of his chair tightly to stifle a cry of pain. Orin immediately turned to him, concern evident in his voice. I'm sorry, Severus. Are you all right? Do you need to see Madame Pomfrey? I don't believe we're on a first-name basis, Professor Orin, Snape responded icily, clearly irritated. And no, I don't need the hospital wing for a mere bump. Save your energy. Snape moved his chair further away, his expression revealing his disgust, as if Orin were an unpleasant sight, like a flobberworm drained of its slime and rendered useless. Professor Orin looked a bit embarrassed and opened his mouth as though to say something more, but Dumbledore had already moved on, discussing the rules about Hogsmeade Village. Soon, he transitioned to leading the students in the school song. A long golden ribbon floated above the hall, and soon the students began singing, each to their own melody. The hall filled with a chaotic mix of different tunes, transforming the school song into a medley of competing sounds. The most popular tunes included Do the Hippogriff and Symphony of Fate, which many of the young wizards favored. Kyle, however, opted to sing it to the tune of The Wide and Broad Aisle. But no one was enjoying it more than Fred and George Weasley. Arm in arm, they belted out the song to the tune of Flight of the Bumblebee while dancing energetically, creating a joyful scene that soon caught the attention of other Gryffindors. Before long, many students joined in, turning what was supposed to be a solemn school song into a spontaneous, lively dance party. Even Dumbledore, standing on the stage, couldn't resist moving to the beat for a moment, a smile lighting up his face. When the song finally ended, the entire hall burst into applause, with the loudest cheers going to Fred and George. Dumbledore, still adjusting his crooked wizard's hat, chuckled and said, "That was beautiful. That's what school songs are for. Now," he continued, "it's time for bed. Everyone, back to your dormitories." The banquet came to an end, and students began rushing toward the doors of the Great Hall. The prefects quickly sprang into action, trying to round up the first-year students. "First-year students, over here," one called out. "Don't push, let the first-years through. Freshmen, hurry up, we need to get moving. Is everyone here? Remember to follow me closely and don't fall behind." Chapter 24, Not even a Krupp would want this. Hufflepuff's common room was nestled deep within the underground passages of Hogwarts Castle. The entrance, cleverly hidden in a pile of large barrels located in the kitchen corridor's right-hand corner, was both inconspicuous and charming in its simplicity. Gaining entry was straightforward, students had to follow the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff's name, tapping the bottom of the second barrel in the second row. The lid would then rotate, revealing a passageway leading into the cozy common room. Unlike the other houses, which relied on frequently changing passwords or riddles, Hufflepuff had the most practical system. Their fixed entrance sequence meant once you learned it, you were set for all 7 years. No need to worry about keeping up with new passwords every week, which was certainly a relief for many students. Remember, it's Helga Hufflepuff. The order must be exact. Hufflepuff's prefect, Harris, reminded the cluster of nervous first-years, slowing down the demonstration to ensure they memorized it correctly. A small boy in the crowd raised his hand, his voice quivering with anxiety. "What if I get it wrong? I'm not good at remembering things. Will I be stuck outside the dormitory?" Harris smiled reassuringly but walked over to the barrel, ready to make a point. "It's worse than that." He tapped the barrel twice, deliberately wrong, and quickly stepped back. In an instant, a torrent of sour-smelling vinegar sprayed from the neighboring barrel, drenching the space where he had stood just moments before. "As you can see," Harris said, waving his wand to clean up the mess, "if you get the sequence wrong, the other lid bursts open, and you'll be covered in vinegar. If you don't want to smell like a vinegar bottle for the rest of the day, I suggest you practice. It's not that hard once you get the hang of it." The group chuckled nervously, but the message was clear. Harris ran through the correct sequence a couple more times, ensuring everyone understood before leading them through the now open passage into the common room. At the end of the tunnel, the new students were greeted by a large, circular room that exuded warmth and simplicity. This was the Hufflepuff common room. The low ceiling, only about 3 meters high, made the space feel intimate, while the cozy black and yellow armchairs scattered around the room invited relaxation. The walls were alive with a variety of fascinating plants, adding a touch of nature to the underground setting. Kyle's eyes scanned the room with interest. Beyond the usual decorative plants, he spotted several rare species that he knew were valuable. He recognized a rue plant, dittany, and even the prized hydrangea. His gaze then fell on the most striking plant of all, a wind chime sunflower placed right in the center of the lounge. If I'm not mistaken, Kyle thought, that wind chime sunflower alone is worth about 300 galleons. Beside it stood the golden hydrangea, slightly less expensive but still a luxurious 279 galleons at Diagon Alley. It was clear to Kyle that Professor Sprout, renowned in the wizarding world for her expertise in herbology, had handpicked these plants for the common room. The subtle display of rare and valuable plants, arranged with casual elegance, reflected a certain low-key luxury. Kyle suppressed the temptation to snatch one of the prized plants, turning away with effort. His attention shifted to a large honey-colored wooden mantelpiece, carved intricately with badgers, the Hufflepuff house emblem. On it sat several jars, which, according to head boy Harris, were filled with various snacks, sweets and treats that the students could enjoy at their leisure. Above the fireplace hung a portrait of Helga Hufflepuff herself. She was depicted as a kind-faced witch, holding a golden cup and smiling warmly down at the students. The cheerful expression of their house founder added to the comforting and welcoming atmosphere of the common room, making it feel like a true home for Hufflepuff students. At that moment, more Hufflepuff students began entering the common room one by one. They greeted the new students warmly and offered them small snacks as gifts. Kyle received quite a bit, and his robe pockets were soon stuffed with colorful candies and preserves, enough to last him more than a month. What do you think? Pretty cozy, isn't it? Cedric approached Kyle, giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder. No other house has such a comfortable environment. Oh, it's you, Mr. Diggory, Kyle replied, clearly unimpressed, as he brushed Cedric's hand off his shoulder. What, not worried about being misunderstood by Professor Snape at a time like this? Come on, Kyle, that's just for show, Cedric responded with a smirk. Our friendship is unbreakable, I swear. Kyle found Cedric's explanation even more irritating and quickly stepped away from him, though he knew Cedric was only teasing. He wasn't truly angry, just annoyed by the remark. Besides, Cedric had said it was all for appearances. Did he really think he was Harry Potter, constantly catching Snape's attention? What was going on in his head? Kyle shrugged it off. He couldn't shake the feeling that Cedric's behavior seemed oddly familiar, particularly the way he deflected blame so smoothly. He had definitely seen that style before. But who was it? Kyle racked his brain, but couldn't pinpoint the person. Finally, he gave up, figuring it was probably, maybe, the Weasley brothers. As the common room filled with more people, Harris, one of the prefects, gestured for the newcomers to sit on the sofas. He explained that the professors had asked him to inform the first years about Hogwarts rules and help everyone get to know each other. He and the other female prefects soon returned from the nearby kitchen, carrying biscuits and large glasses of fresh juice. This was one of the perks of Hufflepuff being so close to the kitchens, something the other houses didn't enjoy. Soon, the tables in the common room were piled high with all kinds of snacks. Welcome to Hufflepuff, Harris said cheerfully. There aren't too many rules at Hogwarts, but make sure to remember the following. While Harris spoke, Kyle scanned the room and spotted Kana sitting on the outer edge of the crowd. Without drawing attention, he moved over to her. I was out of line earlier, Kyle whispered, I'm sorry. Kana looked startled. When she realized it was Kyle, she whispered back, no, it's okay. It was partly my fault too. I'm so dumb, I should have guessed you were joking. There's no way Hogwarts uses spells like that to sort students. Kyle shook his head, his expression serious. It's not the same. A joke is only funny if both people find it funny. I was definitely wrong for scaring you like that, so I needed to apologize. Seeing how earnest Kyle was, Kana bit her lip, then looked up and said sincerely, all right, I accept your apology. After saying that, she gave him a light slap on the arm. Now we're even. As for the force of that slap, it was barely enough to knock off any dust. Not quite, just a second. Kyle smiled and took out a handful of the prettiest brown-wrapped candies from his pocket. Handing them to her, he said, this is your compensation. We're only even if you accept them. Well, okay. Kana accepted the candies, popped one in her mouth in front of Kyle, and then extended her hand with the remaining ones toward him, smiling. Here, I'll buy you a candy. No, no, Kyle quickly shook his head, mumbling, who in their right mind eats licorice snap? Not even a Krupp would eat this stuff. Crunch. Chapter 25, Roommates. In short, these are the main things you need to keep in mind. As long as you pay attention to them in your daily life, you won't lose house points. But even if you do lose points once in a while due to negligence, it's no big deal. Here in Hufflepuff, we don't worry too much about that. The most important thing is that everyone enjoys their time at Hogwarts. Head boy Harris was speaking confidently to the group, while Kyle sat at the very edge, silent with his head down. Kyle, what are you doing here? I've been looking for you everywhere. Cedric approached and casually handed Kyle a glass of juice. Fresh orange juice, definitely a good choice before bed. Kyle didn't take it, nor did he lift his head. He just waved Cedric off to show he didn't want it. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Cedric asked, his voice tinged with concern. No, I'm just feeling a little sleepy, Kyle responded hastily, still avoiding eye contact. I don't like drinking anything before bed. You can offer it to someone else. This odd behavior only heightened Cedric's curiosity. He took a step to the left, trying to get a better look at Kyle's face. But Kyle turned away at the same time, dodging him. Something was definitely off. "All right, I'll ask some of the other first years then," Cedric said, pretending to walk away. But instead, he moved lightly, circling around and then quickly dropping to the ground near Kyle. Kyle, lost in his thoughts about when he could return to the dormitory, suddenly found himself face to face with a furry head appearing right in front of him. Their eyes met. "Kyle, what happened to your eye? Why do you have such a huge black eye?" "Nothing." Kyle immediately raised his hand to cover his left eye and answered seriously, "I just accidentally hit the table." It's perfectly normal to have bruises from something like that. How do you end up with a bruise that round? Cedric sat down, stroking his chin thoughtfully. It looks more like you got punched. No way, you're imagining things. Kyle shot back. Even if you don't believe me, surely you believe in Hufflepuff. This is the warmest house at Hogwarts. How could there be anyone violent here? You're right, could it really just be a bruise? Cedric nodded, partially convinced. He didn't think anyone from Hufflepuff would punch a first year on their first day of school either, that was more of a Slytherin thing. But still, it puzzled him. If Kyle had simply fallen, how could his black eye be so perfectly round? Was he exceptionally clumsy? As Cedric pondered this mystery, Harris finished his speech. From today onwards, we're all classmates. If you need help, don't hesitate to ask. Hufflepuff is one big, warm family, and every upperclassman, myself included, will support you. Now, you all must be tired, so I'll take you to your dormitories. Patty, you'll handle the girls. Kyle sprang to his feet as if he'd been released from a burden and followed the rest of the group without so much as a goodbye to Cedric. Under Harris's guidance, Kyle soon arrived at his dormitory. Like the common room, the dormitory was dominated by warm yellow and black tones. Copper lamps cast a cozy glow over the room's four-poster beds, while brass bed warmers hung on the walls, ensuring each bed remained at the perfect temperature. There were two other boys in his dormitory. One, Derek, was a small, dark-haired boy. The other, Ryan Baggins, was stockier with blonde hair. Neither of them were particularly remarkable, just two fellow students. The last bed in the room was empty, likely because there weren't enough new students. Kyle tilted his head, gave the boys a brief greeting, then climbed into bed without further conversation. "Hey, this is amazing, isn't it? I'm a wizard," Mikkel exclaimed, sitting on the edge of his bed, beaming with excitement. "No one in my family can do magic. My dad sells drilling rigs, and my mum works in a bank, so when I first got the letter, I thought it was a joke." "Haha, Hogwarts. I still can't believe it." "I'm half and half, what wizards call half-blood," Ryan chimed in, running a hand through his blonde hair. "My dad's a wizard, but my mum's a muggle." She was completely shocked when she found out. Of course she was. Anyone who hasn't had contact with magic would be, Mikkel agreed. "You wouldn't believe it, when the professor came to our house, my parents almost called the police. He just appeared in front of us and started talking about some kind of displacement. Locomotor. Apparition, Kyle corrected quietly from his bed. "Yeah, that's it, apparition," Mikkel said, looking over at Kyle with sudden recognition. "Hey, I remember you. You're Kyle Chopper, the one whose sorting took 20 minutes, right?" "That's right," Kyle nodded. "Nice to meet you both." "So, what happened?" Mikkel asked curiously, leaning in. "Why did your sorting take so long, longer than all the other first years combined?" "It's nothing," Kyle said after a brief pause. "The sorting hat just couldn't decide where to send me, that's all. It was torn." "I see," Mikkel said with awe. "For the hat to take that long, you must be really talented." Kyle smiled but didn't respond. He was talented, sure, but that had little to do with the sorting hat's dilemma. If Mikkel knew the real reason for its hesitation, he probably wouldn't have been so impressed. For the next several minutes, Mikkel kept up a stream of enthusiastic chatter. He jumped from talking about his first visit to Diagon Alley to Gringotts, and then from Gringotts to choosing a wand, barely pausing for breath in between. It was clear that becoming a wizard had made him incredibly happy. At first, Kyle and Ryan managed to join in here and there, but eventually, the only voice in the dormitory was Michael's. The other two just couldn't keep up. After a long day of travel and excitement, exhaustion had finally caught up with them. Kyle wanted to keep talking with his new roommates and get to know them better, but the bed was so comfortable that he fell asleep without even realizing it. Next to him, Ryan had drifted off even faster and hadn't stirred for the past 5 minutes. Chapter 26, Raton. Early the next morning, Kyle was forced out of bed by the bright sunlight streaming through the dormitory's round window. Since he hadn't drawn the curtains the previous night, the sunbeams hit him squarely in the face like a spotlight. How was anyone supposed to sleep like that? Grudgingly, Kyle got dressed and stretched, then walked over to the window. Although Hogwarts Castle is partly underground, the dormitory was situated in a sunny part of the structure. From the circular window, he could see the grass and dandelions swaying outside in the morning breeze. Kyle glanced at his two roommates, who were still fast asleep, and without a second thought, opened the window as wide as it would go. There were only 5 years until the OWL's exam. How could they still be sleeping at a time like this? Besides, it was already 7:30, which might as well have been 8:50 in his mind, with only a few minutes left before classes began at 9 o'clock. Since this was their very first day of lessons at Hogwarts, they couldn't afford to make a bad impression on the professors by being late. And what better way to wake up than with the fresh morning air, with its hint of moisture? I'm really considerate, Kyle nodded to himself in satisfaction. He was genuinely thinking of his roommates. It wasn't that he wanted them to get up early with him, after all, a Hufflepuff like him would never do something like that. After a quick wash, Kyle left the dormitory and made his way through the passage toward the common room. As everyone knows, the stairs at Hogwarts have a mind of their own. They seem to move at the most inconvenient times, often leaving students stranded or extending to unexpected floors, all while silently enjoying the wizard's despair. Kyle was ready to make several trips around the castle, anticipating that the stairs might cause trouble. But, much to his surprise, the stairs stayed in place the entire time. He walked from the common room to the Great Hall without a single shift or jolt. The entire journey was eerily quiet. To be honest, Kyle was a little disappointed. He had kind of been looking forward to experiencing the infamous moving stairs for himself. Even though it wasn't yet 8 o'clock, the Great Hall already had quite a few students seated for breakfast. The Ravenclaw table, in particular, was nearly full, while a few older students from other houses were scattered around. Only the Hufflepuff table remained mostly empty, except for Kyle. As soon as he sat down, a steaming breakfast appeared on the plate in front of him, a glass of milk, 2 sausages, and a piece of bread. It wasn't much, but it was just right, and he could always have more if he wanted. Kyle ate his breakfast slowly, savoring the quiet. Before long, 2 familiar figures appeared in the doorway of the Great Hall, walking in one after the other. "Hey, Kyle, what are you doing up so early?" Mikkel and Ryan hurried over to join him. "I didn't want to get up early either," Kyle said calmly, cutting into his sausage. "But the window in our dorm room was open, and the wind was blowing in, so it got too cold to sleep." Without missing a beat, he asked, "What about you two? Why are you up so early?" "We're in the same boat," Mikkel said with a bitter expression. "I was wondering if you were the one who opened the window." "The window was open when I left," Kyle emphasized the words, "when I left." "Oh, I see. Then it must have been the wind," Mikkel said, taking a large bite of bread. "But I guess it was a good thing in the end. I didn't fall asleep until the early hours of the morning. If the window hadn't been open, I definitely wouldn't have woken up before 9. Imagine being late for the first class. I shudder to think what would have happened. I probably would have been expelled right on the spot." Ryan, who was eating beside him, nodded in agreement. He usually got up around 8 at home, but only because his mother dragged him out of bed. If he'd slept in until he naturally woke up, he likely wouldn't have made it to their first class either. Kyle smiled slyly and said, "Then you two should really thank the kind person who helped open the window." "Yes, definitely," Mikkel said, nodding sleepily as he chewed on his breakfast, not noticing anything unusual in Kyle's comment. "It really helped a lot." Kyle took his final sip of milk, then stood up. "Well, you two enjoy your breakfast. I'm going to go explore the area a bit." "Okay," they both replied in unison, still groggy. After bidding farewell to his roommates, who were still focused on their breakfast, Kyle made his way straight to the castle gates. It was just past 8 o'clock, so he had plenty of time before class started. While he still had some time, he decided to deal with his pet problem first. There was already a cat and a toad in the dormitory, and he couldn't afford to be the only one without a companion. Stepping out through the castle gates, Kyle raised his arm skillfully. In an instant, 7 or 8 owls swooped in from all directions, landing neatly on the stone steps in front of him. "This time, it's not about sending a letter," Kyle said, addressing the group of owls. "I'm going to be at Hogwarts for quite some time, and I'd like to hire one of you as my personal messenger during my stay. In return, well, meals will be included, at least 1 package of owl nuts per day, 3 packages of Murtlap dried rat meat per week, and 1 bottle of owl tonic per month, for now. If you need anything else, just ask. Oh, and this arrangement will continue even after I graduate, until the day you can no longer lift your wings." Kyle paused, letting his offer sink in. "So, how about it? If any of you are interested, just fly up onto my shoulder." Owls in the wizarding world had a natural affinity for magic, especially those trained to be special messengers. With a bit of body language and Kyle's clear instructions, the owls were able to understand about 70 to 80% of what he said. Almost immediately, chaos broke out. The owls scrambled to reach Kyle's shoulder, with some of the slower ones even attacking the others in their haste. Feathers flew everywhere as the owls fought for position, and Kyle found himself scratching his head, trying to calm the frenzy. But it was too late, the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Thankfully, the chaos didn't last long. A large brown fishing owl, towering over the others with its imposing size, easily overpowered the competition. It stood proudly on Kyle's shoulder, victorious. Kyle recognized the owl immediately. About 3 years ago, Chris had found this owl near death, battered and covered in wounds, clutching an undelivered letter in its claws at the entrance of the Ministry of Magic's mail collection counter. Chris had acted quickly, taking the owl home and nursing it back to health over the course of more than half a month. Despite his best efforts, however, the owl was left with a long, narrow scar across its face, a permanent reminder of the dark magic that had injured it. Neither Chris nor Newt had been able to remove or conceal the scar, which made the owl look somewhat ugly compared to its peers. But Kyle didn't care about appearances. He reached out and scratched the brown fishing owl's neck feathers, grinning. "Hello, Raton." The owl tilted its head, gently rubbing Kyle's finger with its beak. Raton was the nickname Kyle had given him early on, back when he didn't know the owl's real name. It had stuck, and Raton had even come to recognize it. Kyle remembered when Hagrid came to fetch him one time and had spent over half an hour calling Sabin, Sabin in the nearby woods without getting a response. But the moment Kyle quietly whispered Raton, the owl had flown out leisurely, much to Hagrid's shock. Hagrid had been so stunned that he stood there, speechless, unable to recover for a long time. It was as if Kyle had stolen the owl that Hagrid had worked so hard to care for, leaving the gentle giant looking thoroughly devastated. Chapter 27, First Class. Although Kyle never had to worry about delivering letters personally, having his own owl at Hogwarts was still a good idea. In the wizarding world, owls served a similar function to phone numbers in the Muggle world. They often represented the identity of their owner. And that was still quite important. Take, for instance, Kyle's mother, Diana, who worked in the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic. This department had very strict security protocols, and letters sent there were meticulously screened. The ministry would check everything, from the identity and status of the owl, to the sender's details, and even the letter itself, ensuring there were no hidden jinxes or magical substances. Only after everything was confirmed would the letter be delivered to the Department of Mysteries, often in the form of a paper airplane. Even Kyle's letters weren't exempt from this process, though they were expedited due to his connection. With the efficiency of the Ministry of Magic, this entire screening process could take at least a day. But with Raton, things were different. Diana could apply to have him registered as a special owl. This status would grant priority processing, and the screening could be simplified. Instead of the full inspection, they would only need to verify the owl's status, the sender's identity, and perform a basic check for jinxes, all of which could be done on the spot. Diana had reminded Kyle of this when they were at platform 9 3/4, telling him to use the same owl consistently for his letters, or else he'd need to buy one from Diagon Alley. Naturally, Kyle had no intention of buying an owl when he already had Raton. Problem solved. Kyle took some owl nuts from his moleskin pouch, along with a few bags of Murtlap dried rat jerky, and offered them to the group of owls. He also grabbed some water, added 2 bottles of owl tonic, stirred it well, and poured the mixture into a stone trough nearby. This was their payment for the trouble. They couldn't be expected to lose their feathers for nothing. While the owls feasted, Kyle took Raton back to the castle and headed straight for the Hufflepuff common room. Passing the barrels. In the kitchen corridor, he returned to the dormitory, but Mikkel and Ryan were already gone, likely off to class. Not giving it much thought, Kyle placed Raton on the shelf beside his bed, grabbed his textbooks, and left. In the common room, he ran into Cedric, who was also getting ready to head out. "Kyle, I was just about to look for you," Cedric said, approaching quickly. "What's your first class?" "Charms," Kyle replied, shaking the standard book of spells, beginner's level in his hand. "Why do you ask?" "Oh, right. Here," Cedric said, handing Kyle a piece of parchment. "This is a map of Hogwarts that the class rep gave me when I first enrolled. It marks the classrooms and some of the stairway changes. I don't need it anymore, so I figured you could use it." Hogwarts was impressive in many ways, but it was undeniably huge and confusing. The interior was like a maze, and it wasn't uncommon for first years to get lost. Being late to class, as a result, was a common issue. Fortunately, most professors were understanding of this, and aside from one strict dean, they tended to either turn a blind eye, give a light verbal warning, or deduct a point or two, without taking it too seriously. Kyle unfolded the parchment and examined it closely. Though it was just an ordinary map, it was incredibly detailed. It clearly marked all the routes from the Hufflepuff common room to each classroom and even indicated where to wait for the stairs to shift before continuing. It was like a simplified version of a live map, but good enough for Kyle's needs. "Thanks, I really needed this," Kyle said as he tucked the map away. "By the way, what class do you have first?" "I have potions." "Wait, potions?" Cedric's eyes widened in sudden realization, and before Kyle could say anything more, Cedric took off running. "I'll go ahead, Kyle. Just remember, never be late for potions class. That's the most important thing at Hogwarts." Cedric's voice faded as he disappeared down the corridor, his panic clear from his hurried departure. Kyle couldn't help but think Snape must have left a deep psychological scar on Cedric, or perhaps on many young wizards. He suspected he might not be able to escape Snape's wrath either. Too bad Harry Potter didn't enroll a year earlier. That would have been great, Kyle muttered to himself, shaking his head. With that, he left the common room, heading to his first class. Charm's classroom was on the 3rd floor, and it was easy for Kyle to find, thanks to the map Cedric had given him. As he entered the classroom, the first thing he noticed was a stack of books arranged in the shape of a staircase, with 4 portraits of wizards hanging on the wall. Though they were likely famous figures, Kyle didn't recognize any of them. On either side of the room, the emblems of the 4 Hogwarts houses were displayed, while further inside were long tables for the students. When Kyle arrived, there were still 5 minutes before class began. He wasn't early, but surprisingly, there weren't many students in the room yet, and even Professor Flitwick was nowhere to be seen. Kyle found a seat, noting that the room was divided between Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws, with the latter sitting opposite him. As 9 o'clock approached, more students rushed in, panting from their sprint to class. Kyle spotted Kana among them, but unfortunately, she stormed past him without a word. At exactly 8:59, Mikkel and Ryan stumbled in, just barely on time. Thank goodness, we're not late, Mikkel panted as he collapsed into his seat next to Kyle. He was out of breath, but that didn't stop him from launching into a complaint. We got lost. My goodness, Hogwarts is a real maze, he continued, shaking his head. We were supposed to head to the 3rd floor, but the stairs shifted when we were on the 2nd floor, and somehow, we ended up on the 5th floor. Ryan nodded in agreement, chiming in, then we started walking back down, but it took us forever to realize we were still stuck on the 5th floor. Mikkel threw his hands up in frustration. We finally made it down, but we ended up back on the 2nd floor. Kyle, we climbed those stairs for 30 whole minutes, my legs are about to give out. As Mikkel became more and more agitated, he was practically on the verge of tears. Wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. Give me a second, Kyle said, rubbing his forehead, trying to make sense of their story. Even if someone was lost, it should still be easy to tell whether they were going up or down. What they were describing seemed more like some bizarre metaphysical phenomenon than magic. And there hadn't been anything about this in the map Cedric gave him. Forget it, never mind, Kyle eventually said, giving up on figuring out the mystery. So how did you guys end up here? We were brought here, Mikkel admitted, his face turning red as he pointed across the room. We bumped into a first-year Ravenclaw on the 5th floor. She helped us down the revolving staircase and asked if we were headed to the charms class. She said we could follow her. Kyle glanced in the direction Mikkel was pointing and saw the student sitting with her classmates and realized Mikkel was referring to Ravenclaw's Cho Chang. Chapter 28, Lighting Charm. Kyle didn't know much about Cho Chang, Cedric's future girlfriend and Harry Potter's unattainable crush, besides the fact that she was in Ravenclaw. But now, there was something new he could add to that: she was helpful. After all, not every Ravenclaw would go out of their way to help others, many preferred to immerse themselves in their own thoughts, often revolving around schoolwork or intellectual pursuits. That didn't mean they were indifferent, they just tended to be more reserved. If someone asked them for help, they would usually oblige, but they rarely took the initiative. Cho Chang was chatting with her friends nearby, so Kyle simply glanced at her and then looked away. It's only the first class, and we barely made it, Mikkel groaned, clutching his hair in frustration. What are we going to do for the rest of the year? We can't leave an hour early for every lesson. If this keeps up, I'm bound to be late one day. Don't worry, the professors at Hogwarts won't expel you for being late, Kyle reassured him, giving him a comforting pat on the shoulder. At most, they'll just deduct some house points. Speaking of which, I've got something that might help you out. Something good. Mikkel and Ryan leaned in with curious expressions. Kyle pulled out the map Cedric had given him and spread it across the table. You can thank Cedric for this. Without it, you'd have been lost for much longer. Mikkel was still trying to figure out what it was, but Ryan, whose father was a wizard, immediately recognized it. A map of Hogwarts, he gasped. Where did you get this? Can I make a copy? I swear I'll return it after class. Of course, we're roommates. Kyle grinned, then turned to Mikkel. What about you? Want to copy it too? Mikkel was tempted, but after some thought, he shook his head. This was his first time in the magical world, and he didn't want to miss any opportunity to learn, especially during an important class like charms. Can I wait until after class to copy it? Mikkel asked. Sure, Kyle nodded, tapping his wand lightly on the map. Geminio. In an instant, a perfect duplicate of the map appeared beside the original. Kyle picked up the copy, gave it a quick once-over, and then handed it to Mikkel. Here you go. The magic on this should last about a week, so you can copy it whenever you're ready. Mikkel took the map with a puzzled look, then glanced over at Ryan, who appeared equally confused. Ryan shifted awkwardly, glancing between Kyle and the duplicated parchment, his face growing warm. He was about to say something when a voice interrupted them from the front of the room. Nice doubling charm, Hufflepuff. 5 points. Kyle jumped in surprise and looked up, his eyes locking on Cho Chang across the table. She was smiling slightly, but it wasn't her who had spoken. Upon closer inspection, Kyle realized there was someone standing right in front of him. The person was so short that they had been completely hidden behind the table. Thank you for your praise, Professor Flitwick, Kyle replied with a polite nod. Flitwick smiled warmly. I'm just being honest. Mr. Chopper, is that your name? Kyle nodded again. Yes, Professor. Well, it seems my memory hasn't failed me yet, Flitwick chuckled, then turned his attention to Mikkel. May I take a look at that map? Mikkel, initially unsure of who the small wizard was, quickly realized after hearing Kyle's address. He handed over the map with both hands, stammering slightly. Yes, Professor. Thank you. Flitwick took the map and examined it carefully, sensing the magic within. After a moment, he handed it back to Mikkel with a satisfied nod. Ah, the magic is stable. If nothing unusual happens, this copy should last until noon in about 8 days. He winked at Kyle before adding with a slightly regretful tone, if the end-of-term exam was on the doubling charm, I would have given you an outstanding. But for now, I can only award Hufflepuff 3 more points. Professor. A young Ravenclaw witch raised her hand, looking curious. Can't objects created with the doubling charm exist permanently? No, Miss Middle, Flitwick replied. If that were possible, we wouldn't need so much parchment in Muggle stores. Copies made with the doubling charm eventually fade. And Dumbledore can't make permanent copies either, another witch asked. Flitwick shook his head. Not even the Headmaster can make them last forever. Even if the copies could last 100 years, they would still eventually disappear. Now, that's enough about the doubling charm, he said, clapping his hands to refocus the class. It's a bit advanced for you at this stage. Let's begin today's lesson. Turning to the class, Flitwick addressed the room. Today, we'll be learning one of the most basic and essential charms, the lighting charm. The incantation is Lumos. Everyone, pay close attention. Kyle wasn't surprised that their first lesson in charms involved the lighting charm. It was considered one of the simplest and most fundamental spells in the wizarding world. There were no complex hand movements involved, just a wand, the correct incantation, and focus. Historically, the lighting charm was even used to differentiate wizards from squibs due to its simplicity and near-perfect success rate. If a person couldn't perform this charm, they likely weren't a wizard at all. After demonstrating the casting process, Professor Flitwick encouraged the young wizards to try it for themselves. The room soon flickered with lights of various brightness as students attempted the spell. Kyle wasn't the first to succeed, but when his wand lit up, the glow was steady and consistent. The light resembled a soft, steady electric bulb, shining with a calm, white glow. Unfortunately, there were no extra points for this, as Kyle wasn't alone in mastering the charm. 7 Ravenclaw students across the room had also managed to produce stable lights with their wands. Hufflepuff wasn't far behind, though. They had 6 successful wizards, making the competition between the two houses fairly close. Don't forget what I said earlier, stay calm, Flitwick reminded the class in his high-pitched voice. You must remain steady, just like when holding something fragile. And remember, pronunciation is crucial. Don't mispronounce the incantation. With the professor's encouragement, more students began producing steady, glowing lights with their wands. Kyle glanced over at his 2 roommates. Mikkel and Ryan were still struggling to get their wands to light up properly. Chapter 29, The Charms Professor Who Questions Life. Ryan was making some progress. He had switched from the weak, intermittent flickers to a steady flashlight mode, and the frequency of fluctuations was steadily decreasing. It seemed like he was close to achieving success. Mikkel, however, was struggling. The light on his wand was wildly unstable. At its brightest, it was blinding like a searchlight, but at its weakest, it barely glowed like a firefly and looked as if it might go out at any second. The more erratic the light became, the more anxious Mikkel grew. And the more anxious he became, the less control he had over the spell. It had turned into a vicious cycle. Hey, Kyle tried to offer some help, but before he could say anything, he noticed Mikkel suddenly take a deep breath and sharply raise his wand. For reasons Kyle couldn't explain, a sense of foreboding rose in his chest, as if something terrible was about to unfold. The feeling hit him so suddenly that he didn't even have time to process it. Almost instinctively, he turned away, bowing his head and squeezing his eyes shut. At that exact moment, a blinding flash of light filled the charms classroom, as if a flashbang had just gone off. The burst of light was intense but brief, disappearing after a second, though its effects were catastrophic. The unexpected brilliance caught most of the young wizards off guard, blinding them. Cries of pain and panic quickly filled the room as students clutched at their eyes, stumbling, pushing, and trying to escape the classroom in disarray. Even Professor Flitwick wasn't spared, though his years of experience kept him calmer than the frantic students. Fighting off the discomfort, he called out in his high-pitched voice, "It's okay, everyone, don't panic. Stay calm, you'll be able to see in a moment." Despite his reassurances, his words did little to quell the pandemonium. The classroom remained in chaos, filled with the sounds of panicked students. If anyone had walked in just then, they might have thought Voldemort himself had stormed the school. To make matters worse, Flitwick had been turned in the wrong direction the entire time, his back facing the students as he yelled his comforting words at the wall. The 4 wizards in the painting behind him were thoroughly unimpressed. Although they had been startled by the sudden flash, as portraits, they weren't affected by the aftermath. To them, Flitwick's current behavior seemed as ridiculous as a Tebow warthog with a lump on its head. At that moment, in the charm classroom, the only ones who managed to stay unaffected were Kyle, who had instinctively dodged the risk, and a few other fortunate students. Despite their own good fortune, there wasn't much they could do to fix the situation. Instead, they focused on comforting their fellow students and helping those who had fallen in the chaos, trying to prevent a stampede from happening. After several tense minutes, the blinding aftereffects of the light finally began to wear off, and the students' vision slowly returned. "Oh, Merlin's beard, what a disaster," muttered Professor Flitwick as he rubbed his eyes, shakily climbing down from behind his desk. In his attempt to reassure the young wizards, he had inadvertently gone the wrong way, tripped, and taken a tumble. Now, Professor Flitwick was furious. In his decades of teaching, he'd witnessed countless magical mishaps, students getting hit by a misfired accio, cows summoned with the levitation charm, locks exploding under a faulty unlocking charm. None of these things fazed him because they were expected in a classroom filled with students still learning magic. But never, in all his years, had he imagined that a simple lighting charm could cause such chaos. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Professor Flitwick led the now somewhat recovered students toward the culprit, both angry and curious to confront them. McGonagall, however, was lying motionless on a desk. Professor Flitwick called his name several times, but there was no response. McGonagall remained still, looking oddly peaceful. Sensing that something wasn't right, the professor hurried over to check on him. After a quick examination, he delivered his verdict: "He's fine, but he's in a coma due to magical exhaustion." Hearing this, Kyle let out a sigh of relief. By magical exhaustion, the professor didn't mean that McGonagall had drained his magical reserves entirely, but that he had overextended himself, like an ordinary person who hadn't slept for 2 days and nights. Professor Flitwick's gaze became distant, unfocused. Magical exhaustion. From a lighting charm. This was the second time in a matter of minutes that he found himself questioning everything he knew. Could he really have been at Hogwarts for so long that he was out of touch? In all his knowledge of wizarding history, spanning thousands of years, he had never heard of anyone collapsing from casting a lighting charm. Sensing the professor's confusion, Kyle hesitated for a moment before offering, "Professor, should I take him to Madame Pomfrey? It's probably not a good idea to just leave him lying here like this. She should check him out." Yes, you're right," Flitwick said, snapping out of his daze. "Take him quickly. Madame Pomfrey will know what to do." After receiving Professor Flitwick's permission, Kyle quickly cast a floating charm on McGonagall and guided him out of the classroom. Normally, Professor Flitwick would have awarded extra credit for such quick thinking, but given the current situation, Kyle was lucky not to have points deducted. A reward was out of the question. After all, who needed extra credit at a time like this? Not long after leaving the classroom, Kyle spotted a cat sitting at the corner, not a cat girl, but an actual cat, with 2 amber eyes staring at him intently. "Mrs. Norris?" "That's great," Kyle exclaimed, recognizing Filch's infamous companion. "A student's hurt. I need to get to Madame Pomfrey, but I don't know the way. Could you help me?" Although Cedric had given him a map of Hogwarts that marked the hospital wing, Kyle had never actually been there and wasn't familiar with the exact route. But Mrs. Norris was different. She had roamed Hogwarts alongside Filch for years and knew the castle better than most. Surely, she'd know the quickest way to the hospital. The cat tilted her head slightly, taking a glance at Kyle and the levitating McGonagall behind him. Without a word, she stood up and began walking toward the stairs on the right. Was that a yes? Kyle wasted no time in following her. The 3 of them, Kyle, McGonagall, and Mrs. Norris, made their way through the school, zigzagging between staircases, and at one point even cutting through a hidden passage behind a statue. Within a few minutes, they arrived at a courtyard outside the Great Hall. In the center stood a massive clock, which gave the courtyard its name, Pendulum Clock Courtyard. When they arrived, Mrs. Norris crouched near the base of the clock, her tail pointing toward a staircase behind her as if instructing Kyle to head up. "Thank you. I'll bring you some dried fish," Kyle said gratefully, extending his hand to pat the cat's head. But Mrs. Norris skillfully avoided his touch, her ears flattening back like tiny airplane wings as she gave Kyle a warning look. With a flick of her tail, she darted away and disappeared, as if she'd cast her own vanishing charm. "Ha, arrogant," Kyle muttered, withdrawing his hand in frustration. He had no choice but to shrug it off and continue up the stairs with McGonagall in tow. The staircase was a fixed one, so there was no risk of it shifting unexpectedly. All he had to do now was follow it straight to the hospital wing. Chapter 30, The Potions Professor and the Magic-Suppressing Potion. Madame Pomfrey, a tall witch renowned for her expertise in healing, potions, and medicinal herbs, was a figure of both respect and mystery at Hogwarts. Rumor had it that St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries had extended an invitation to her 3 times, offering her the role of vice president if she accepted. However, she had always refused, insisting on staying at Hogwarts. Though the rumor was widespread, neither she nor St. Mungo's had ever confirmed or denied it, leaving it as one of Hogwarts' minor unsolved mysteries. As Kyle entered the hospital wing, he saw Madame Pomfrey bustling around, tending to her patients. She handed a green potion to a young wizard in one of the beds. "This is the last bottle of scabies medicine. Apply it regularly, and stop drinking any more potions," she instructed sternly before turning to another bed. Muttering under her breath, she complained, "Why are so many young wizards getting sent here this time of year? What are those professors doing? So irresponsible. It was clear she was in a foul mood, and Kyle hesitated, unsure how to approach her with Michael's condition. But Madame Pomfrey caught sight of them before he could decide what to say. By Merlin's beard. What happened to this child? She gasped, rushing over to gently place Mikkel onto an empty bed. Without looking up, she asked briskly, potions mishap. Defense against the dark arts. Why is he unconscious? Neither, madam, Kyle replied quietly. It happened during charms class. Mikkel cast a lighting charm, and that was it. Professor Flitwick said he must have overused his magic. Yes, clearly he's drained. Wait, what did you say? Madame Pomfrey suddenly spun around, staring at Kyle in disbelief. A lighting charm. Her expression was one of utter incredulity, as though she had just witnessed Dumbledore pole dancing on the astronomy tower. The absurdity of what Kyle had said made her doubt the truth of it. These young wizards are getting more ridiculous by the day, she seemed to think. If they were going to make up a story, at least they could have come up with something believable. Overdraft from a lighting charm. Why not just say Phileas Flitwick had been knocked out by it as well? It's true. The first years from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw all saw it happen, and Professor Flitwick can confirm it, Kyle explained earnestly, giving her a brief account of the incident in the charms classroom. Hearing this, most of Madame Pomfrey's doubts subsided. If both houses had witnessed the event, word would soon spread throughout the school. It wouldn't make sense for Kyle to lie about something so easily exposed, especially when he brought Professor Flitwick's name into it. Still, she turned to look at Mikkel with a mix of bewilderment and curiosity, as though he were some rare magical creature. Never before had she seen a young wizard with such poor control over his magic. From Kyle's description, the magnitude of the lighting charm resembled something closer to accidental magic, powerful but entirely unrestrained. Yet, as she examined Mikkel earlier, she had found no evidence of accidental magic. His condition seemed to be nothing more than simple magical exhaustion. It's really an eye-opener, Madame Pomfrey muttered, almost unconsciously. Kyle nodded vigorously in agreement, fully understanding her disbelief. He felt the same way. If casting a charm were like driving a car, Mikkel had essentially floored the gas pedal, burning through all the fuel in a matter of seconds, sending the car rocketing off at 200 kilometers per second. It might seem impressive, but it was anything but good. It was fortunate that Mikkel had only cast a lighting charm. Kyle shuddered at the thought of what might have happened if it had been incendio. He made a mental note to sit as far away from Mikkel as possible in future classes, as far away as possible. The explosive genius who would be joining Hogwarts next year seemed outrageous enough, but now they had a forbidden spell wizard already in their midst. Hogwarts certainly does not raise idle people, Kyle thought. A few minutes later, Dumbledore arrived, having been informed of the incident, and with him was Professor Snape, who had been pulled out of his lesson. Madame Pomfrey guided them to Michael's bedside, whispered a few words to them, and then stepped aside. Dumbledore leaned in to inspect Mikkel, tapping him lightly with his wand here and there as he assessed the situation. After a while, he put his wand away and turned to Kyle. Good morning, Kyle. You brought him to Madame Pomfrey, correct? Yes, Professor, Kyle confirmed with a nod. You did well, Dumbledore said with a warm smile. I've heard what happened. If you hadn't helped those students who fell, there would be more than just Mr. Mikkel lying here. Kyle waved his hands in protest. It was the right thing to do, Professor, and I wasn't the only one who helped. But you were the first to act, Dumbledore winked. Many older students, and even adult wizards, struggle to remain calm in an emergency. You did, and you did a fine job. Your bravery and humility have earned Hufflepuff 20 points. As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, Snape, who had been inspecting Mikkel up until that point, suddenly turned his gaze toward Kyle, as if only just noticing him standing there. Kyle, however, didn't notice Snape's shift in attention. Instead, he looked at Dumbledore and asked, So, Professor, how is Mikkel? Will he be able to continue his lessons? Dumbledore smiled reassuringly. Yes, of course. There's a bit of an issue, but it's easily handled. A potion to suppress his magical overload should do the trick. Our potions professor will be able to prepare it in no time. One day, Snape interjected coldly, stepping closer. I'll have it ready before tomorrow's potions class for the Hufflepuffs. But before I go, Mr. Chopper, there's something you should remind your friend about. Snape paused, his lips curling into a mocking smile. Tell him to keep his feeble brain and his wand in check. Frequent magical overdrafts can leave a wizard severely weakened, almost like a squib. And I believe you know what that is, don't you? I do, Professor, Kyle replied quickly, his tone respectful but uneasy. Good, Snape said, without further comment. He turned and left the hospital wing without another glance at Kyle. Dumbledore watched him go, then turned back to Kyle. I think we should leave too. Mikkel needs to rest. I suggest you visit him later this afternoon, he said, his usual twinkle in his eye as he guided Kyle toward the door. Chapter 31, Snape's Dark Past. Dumbledore spoke with Madame Pomfrey for a few more moments before leaving the hospital wing with Kyle. As they walked through the castle, Kyle seized the chance to ask Dumbledore about some issues he'd encountered while practicing magic. Dumbledore, ever patient, answered each of Kyle's questions generously. Since they were headed in different directions, they soon parted ways, and Dumbledore made his way back to the headmaster's office. When he arrived, Snape was already waiting for him. "These are the ingredients for the potion," Snape said, drawing out the words as he slapped a long piece of parchment onto Dumbledore's desk. "Our deputy headmistress mentioned that it contains a lot of rare ingredients and requires your signature." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow as he picked up the parchment, speaking casually. "Minerva is far too conventional at times. I did tell her long ago that she could handle all of this on her own. After all, it's only a simple magic-suppressing potion. How expensive could it really be?" As his eyes scanned the list, Dumbledore's expression shifted from indifference to surprise. The list began. Mandragora juice, 50 ounces. Horklump juice, 50 ounces. Antipodean opali eggshells, 5, Erumpent explosive liquid, 10 ounces. Graphorn horns, 5, Aconite, 100. This was just a partial list. Numerous other ingredients, totaling around 30, were scribbled beneath. After reading through the parchment, Dumbledore could feel a headache coming on. Of the top 6 ingredients listed, only one, mandrake root juice, was actually required for the potion. The rest had absolutely no relevance. And Antipodean opali eggshells. That was a key component for the strengthening solution. How had Snape slipped that in, thinking no one would notice? And the quantities? 50 ounces of mandrake juice. If that much were brewed into the potion, it could supply the entire school, including the faculty, for a whole week. Then there were the Erumpent horns. The market generally sold them as a powdered ingredient, but Snape had listed 5 full horns, in their raw, most expensive form. The cost of such an order would be astronomical. Dumbledore blinked, his brow furrowing. What on earth is going on? Is Snape trying to run an entire potion market through the school budget now? At this point, Dumbledore fully understood why Snape had come directly to him for a signature. With such an outrageous list of ingredients, there was no way Professor McGonagall would have approved it, or perhaps Snape hadn't even bothered going to her, knowing she would reject it outright. Severus. Dumbledore deliberated for a moment, deciding to give Snape the benefit of the doubt. He tentatively asked, "Are these really all the ingredients needed for the magic-suppressing potion?" Snape nodded, his expression calm. "Yes, Headmaster." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. "And what about the Antipodean opali eggshells?" Snape's tone remained neutral. "A new recipe I'm experimenting with. But the quantity seems excessive." "Forgive me, Headmaster," Snape responded matter-of-factly, "it's been quite some time since I brewed a magic-suppressing potion. Minor miscalculations are to be expected, so I need to ensure we have sufficient ingredients." Seeing no immediate reason to argue further, Dumbledore sighed and picked up a scarlet quill, signing the parchment with a couple of swift strokes. "Very well. There seems to be no reason for me to object." Snape's eyebrows lifted slightly, a hint of satisfaction crossing his face. "Mr. McKell will surely appreciate your generosity, Headmaster." With the parchment full of extravagant ingredients now in his possession, Snape could hardly contain his eagerness. He was more than ready to prepare the potion, or perhaps, as Dumbledore suspected, replenish his private stores. Just as he was about to leave, Dumbledore spoke again, his tone seemingly casual. "Severus, what do you think of young Kyle?" "Kyle?" Snape's smirk faltered, replaced by a flicker of mockery. "Is there yet another scheme in the works, great Headmaster Dumbledore?" No, Severus, you've misunderstood." Dumbledore smiled mildly. "It's just the natural curiosity of a headmaster who sees promise in an outstanding student. You needn't answer if you don't wish to." Dumbledore then casually grabbed a cockroach-shaped candy from his desk and popped it into his mouth. He held out one to Snape, adding playfully, "Care for one? They're quite delicious." Snape recoiled slightly, his face twisting with disgust. "No, thank you." He could never comprehend Dumbledore's peculiar taste for such bizarre sweets, especially when there were so many more palatable options in the wizarding world. The candy looked even more revolting than flobberworm slime. Unperturbed by Snape's reaction, Dumbledore continued, as if speaking to himself, "Kind, brave, honest, unflappable in a crisis, Hogwarts hasn't seen such an exceptional first year in quite some time. I remember his mother, Diana, was also in Slytherin. She was only a year ahead of you, if I recall." "Shut up." Snape's face twisted in sudden fury, his eyes darkening. "Never mention that name in front of me again, never." His last words were practically shouted, causing the portraits of past headmasters to grumble in irritation. They chastised Snape for his outburst, scolding him for his disrespect toward the current headmaster. But Snape ignored them completely. If he had no qualms about yelling at Dumbledore, he certainly wasn't going to worry about the opinions of a few paintings. He only called them headmasters out of courtesy. To him, without that respect, they were just pieces of canvas, no more useful than paper to wipe a cauldron. Dumbledore, unfazed by Snape's outburst or the chattering portraits, sighed softly. I didn't expect that, after all this time, you would still hold on to those memories. But Severus, I still believe you were in the wrong. Diana was a wonderful girl, with a good heart. If you hadn't used that word to insult Chris, she wouldn't have hounded you in the common room day after day. Bang. A deafening door slam cut Dumbledore off mid-sentence. The noise startled Fawkes, the phoenix, from her nap, prompting her to flap her wings in displeasure at Snape's retreating figure. Buffed. A rotund portrait of a past headmaster suddenly let out a chuckle, unable to hold back. But when Dumbledore cast a playful glance in his direction, the painted figure quickly covered his mouth and scampered off to another frame, clearly embarrassed. Dumbledore, shaking his head slightly, soothed the ruffled portrait and muttered to himself, really, the older I get, the more I seem to enjoy reminiscing about the past. Humph, hypocrite, came a sneering voice from the wall. The portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black, a former headmaster with a goatee, glared at Dumbledore. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You intended to provoke him. All Snape wanted was a little extra potion ingredients. What's the big deal? Back in my day as headmaster, this sort of thing was routine. But you, wait. Dumbledore, what are you doing? I'll stop, don't come over here. Chapter 32, The Helpful Hufflepuff. On the other side of things, since it was already the end of the lesson when Kyle left the school hospital, he decided not to return to Charms class and headed directly to the library instead. Dumbledore had recommended 2 books to him earlier, suggesting that they would be highly beneficial for mastering basic charms, perfect for a young wizard just starting out. Kyle was eager to borrow them and get reading. The library was on the 2nd floor, easy to find as all it took was climbing a set of stairs. 2 books? Absolutely not. Madame Pants, the stern librarian, greeted Kyle with a disapproving look, her feather duster in hand. Unless you have a professor's note, you may only borrow 1 book at a time. Kyle didn't dwell on it and quickly responded, if it's just 1 book, then I'll take Gaddying with Ghouls. What he hadn't anticipated was Madame Pants's reaction. At the mention of Gaddying with Ghouls, her expression immediately twisted into one of pure disgust, as though Kyle had just uttered a curse word. Another Lockhart book, she muttered under her breath. Madame Pants harbored a strong dislike for Gilderoy Lockhart, or more specifically, his writing style. She found it excessively self-centered and pandering. Though many biographies were written in a similar vein, Lockhart's works in particular left her unsettled. There was something off about the narrative flow in his books, details seemed to be missing, making parts of the story feel incoherent. It wasn't enough to ruin the reading experience for most, but it left her feeling distinctly uncomfortable. Her already poor impression of Lockhart's books now seemed to extend to Kyle. After a brief silence, her expression stern, she announced, Gaddying with Ghouls has been checked out. If you register for it now, you might be able to borrow it in about 2 years. 2 years, never mind, Kyle said with a shrug. What about the Troubadour in the Wind? Madame Pants's demeanor softened noticeably at this request. We have that, she said, her tone far more pleasant. She instructed Kyle to wait and headed toward a nearby shelf. As she disappeared among the rows of books, Kyle couldn't help but observe the infamous librarian with curiosity. Madame Pants was a thin, elderly woman with a vulture-like appearance, as though she had been malnourished. The young wizards quietly reading nearby seemed terrified of her, not daring to make the slightest sound as she passed. One unfortunate student, too nervous to control himself, let out a sneeze, and was promptly expelled from the library for it. Kyle smirked to himself. It was no wonder people rumored that she and Filch were a perfect match. They were both sticklers for rules and seemed to share a mutual disdain for students. Before long, Madame Pants returned, handing Kyle a thick, hardcover book along with a note. It must be returned within a week, she warned in her stern voice. If it's overdue, or if there's any damage to the book, you will never be able to borrow anything from this library again. I'll remember that, Kyle promised, tucking the book under his arm and heading out. Since there was only 1 morning class for first years, Kyle decided to head straight back to the Hufflepuff common room after leaving the library. He was eager to find a quiet, comfortable spot to dive into the book he'd just borrowed. But the moment he stepped through the barrel door, he was surrounded by a crowd of his fellow Hufflepuff first years. Nearly all of them had gathered in the common room, anxiously awaiting Kyle's return. What's up, Kyle? Ryan rushed over first, concern etched on his face. Is Mikkel okay? We tried to visit him in the hospital, but Madame Pomfrey threw us out as soon as we got there. The other young wizards nodded in agreement. Even though they had all suffered from the accident in Charms class, their concern for Michael's well-being was evident. This was typical of Hufflepuff, loyal and always looking out for one another. Don't worry, Kyle reassured them, smiling as he patted Ryan on the shoulder. Professor Dumbledore has already seen him. He'll be discharged tomorrow after taking some medicine. That's a relief, Ryan said, visibly relaxing. After a moment of thought, he added, has Mikkel woken up yet? Has he said what he'd like to eat? We can't take him anything now, but we could prepare it in advance so he'll have it when he's discharged. He'd love that. The idea quickly gained approval from the rest of the group. Generously, they began offering up their most treasured treats. I've got some candied raspberries. I can bring nougat. How about some cookies? My mum made them herself, they're delicious. I think he'd like some licorice. Another suggested. For a moment, Kyle was deeply moved by the overwhelming sense of camaraderie among his classmates. With their eager eyes on him, he lowered his voice and said, Mikkel didn't mention what he wanted to eat, but I don't think snacks are what he needs most right now. What he really wants is to keep up with his studies. Keep up with his studies. Ryan scratched his head, clearly puzzled by Kyle's words. Exactly, Kyle replied seriously. You all saw what happened in Charm's class. Mikkel was falling behind and got impatient, which led to the accident, right? Ryan nodded slowly. Though he hadn't fully understood how the blinding flash occurred, he did recall that Mikkel had struggled with the spell. Kyle's reasoning seemed solid enough. That's right, Kyle continued. Michael's really competitive. There's no way he'd want to miss 2 lessons. So, here's what we need to do. In this afternoon's Transfiguration class and tomorrow morning's History of Magic, we need to pay close attention, write down everything the professor says, and compile it into detailed notes for Mikkel. I'm sure he'll be moved to tears. A hush fell over the Hufflepuff common room. The young Badgers looked at one another, then back at Kyle, unsure of what to say. The idea that anyone might prefer study notes over snacks was hard to believe. But after considering Kyle's argument, they realized they couldn't find any flaws in his logic. It was structured, logical, and entirely plausible. Maybe. Mikkel really does love his studies that much, they thought to themselves, gradually convincing themselves that Kyle was right. Soon, volunteers stepped forward to take on the task of note-taking. Some offered to take notes in Transfiguration, while others would handle History of Magic. A few took on the responsibility of organizing the notes into a comprehensive format for Mikkel. The few students who didn't manage to grab a task but were eager to help huddled together and began brainstorming. After some discussion, they realized there was one important thing Kyle had overlooked: homework. At Hogwarts, homework was a crucial part of every subject, and they knew Mikkel wouldn't want to fall behind on that either. So they decided to make sure Mikkel received all the homework assignments from each class. Not only that, but they also resolved to inform their professors that Mikkel, despite being in the hospital, was still dedicated to his studies. They would proudly tell the teachers that Mikkel was an exemplary Hufflepuff who wouldn't let his hospitalization stop him from completing his homework. Chapter 33, Retiring After Success. In a corner of the Hufflepuff common room, Cedric watched in disbelief as the enthusiastic first-years hung on every word. He couldn't understand what was wrong with them this year. Could they really not tell that Kyle was just spouting nonsense? And yet, they were so cooperative. This is Hufflepuff, not Ravenclaw, he thought, shaking his head. Cedric had no idea what anyone else was thinking, but if he ended up in the hospital wing, the last thing he would want would be class notes or, Merlin forbid, homework. Especially not homework. Goodness, treating homework as a gift. Could any normal wizard even think of such a thing? Even Voldemort wouldn't be that cruel, Cedric mused. His conscience nagged at him, telling him he should expose Kyle and save the innocent Mikkel from this madness. But he couldn't bring himself to do it. Because, in a way, Kyle's ridiculous claims made the Hufflepuff Badgers pay more attention in class. And that, Cedric had to admit, was definitely a good thing. He wrestled with his decision for what felt like forever. In his 12 years, he had never faced such a tough choice. On one hand was his conscience, and on the other was his responsibility as a senior student. He didn't want to give up either, so he found himself caught in a frustrating loop, torn between the two. Not far from Cedric sat Kana, equally bewildered but for different reasons. She was the only other freshman who had remained clear-headed through Kyle's absurdity. Unlike Cedric, Kana's thoughts were much simpler. Whatever happens, I need to stay away from Kyle. She resolved firmly. Kana promised herself that once she got the special rat tonic, she would steer clear of him at all costs. Even if she couldn't transfer to another house, she would make sure to avoid any possible encounters. And I'll definitely sit as far from Kyle as I can during class. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, the little Badgers, brimming with a sense of mission, were still deep in discussion, planning their next steps. Kyle, having successfully planted his idea, quietly slipped out of the group. Now that their focus had shifted to what they should do next, he was no longer the center of attention. He found a sofa away from the crowd and sat down, flipping open the Troubadour in the wind. It was a book published 50 years ago, chronicling the adventures of a wandering poet and the various troubles he encountered on his travels. The style reminded Kyle of Lockhart's work, but this book focused less on the poet himself and more on the things he saw along the way. It also contained many charms unique to different regions, which Kyle found refreshing. He reluctantly closed the book when Cedric came over to call him to lunch. "What are you reading?" Cedric asked, curiosity evident in his voice. "I called you a few times, but you didn't respond." "The Troubadour in the Wind," Kyle replied, handing Cedric the book. "Dumbledore recommended it. It's a really interesting biography. The Headmaster recommended it." Cedric's eyes lit up, immediately expressing his desire to read it too. "No problem," Kyle said, thinking for a moment, "but I've only just started, so you'll have to wait a few days." Or, you could check the library to see if they have another copy. No need, Cedric returned the book and shook his head. Just let me know when you're done, and I'll borrow it then. From his experience with the school library, Cedric knew they rarely had multiple copies of the same biography. Going to check would likely be a waste of time, and besides, he wasn't in a rush to read it. Waiting a few more days didn't matter to him. After leaving the Hufflepuff common room, the two quickly made their way to the Great Hall. By now, the morning's big news, about a Hufflepuff blowing up the Charms classroom, had already spread throughout Hogwarts. In the hall, almost every group of students seemed to be buzzing with excitement, talking about the incident. "Hey, look who's here," came a voice as Kyle and Cedric entered. Before Kyle could react, Fred and George blocked his path, having clearly been waiting for him. "I knew Hogwarts wouldn't stay peaceful with you around," Fred grinned, grabbing Kyle by the shoulders. "Tell us, how did you manage to blow up the classroom?" George chimed in, "Yeah, we heard even Professor Flitwick limped out of there." Blowing up a professor in your first lesson, Fred and George exchanged glances before declaring in unison, "Kyle, you're definitely going down in school history." Their voices weren't loud, but they still caught the attention of nearby students, who began gathering around, curious about the commotion. Kyle sighed, feeling a bit helpless. First of all, the lighting charm can't blow up a classroom. That's just common sense. Professor Flitwick hurt his leg because he tripped and fell. Secondly, the wizard who caused all of this is in the hospital wing, and it has nothing to do with me. If you keep spreading this, I'm writing to Mrs. Weasley. Not you. The twins blinked, clearly surprised. Of course not. Why would you even think that? Kyle gestured to Cedric beside him. If you don't believe me, ask Cedric. I can confirm, Cedric nodded firmly. It really wasn't Kyle. There you go, Kyle said, pushing Fred and George aside. Where did you even hear this? It's completely unreliable. We got it from some Ravenclaw first years, Fred shrugged. They said you sent your classmates to the hospital wing. Kyle was exasperated. I was helping. Dumbledore even gave me 20 extra points. Did they say anything else, or was that it? I don't know, George shrugged back, nonchalantly. That's all we caught when we walked past. Kyle shook his head, unable to believe what he was hearing. Unbelievable. I'm done with you two, he muttered, taking a deep breath. He'd initially thought Ravenclaw students had a knack for twisting the truth, but Fred and George were on a whole other level. When you're asking for information, he said, glaring at them, at least listen to the end. Who hears just half a story and thinks they've got the whole picture? Luckily, Fred and George had come to him directly instead of spreading the half-baked rumor. If they had, his reputation would have been in ruins by now. Kyle sighed dramatically and clapped them both on the shoulders. You two are wasting your talents at Hogwarts. Honestly, you should go work for the Daily Prophet. Rita Skeeter would love you. Chapter 34, The Well-Behaved Hufflepuffs. Rita Skeeter. The reporter from the Daily Prophet. Fred asked with a puzzled expression. What does she have to do with this? George added with a grin, and we're not interested in her anyway. She's doomed to unrequited love. That's a real shame, Kyle replied, not wanting to continue the conversation. After a quick, half-hearted exchange of words, he walked between the two of them. Lunch was already underway, and all Kyle wanted was to sit down and enjoy his tender steak and pumpkin juice instead of standing awkwardly in the doorway of the Great Hall. However, Fred and George had other plans. They followed him all the way to the Hufflepuff table. Even though there's no solid proof, Fred said as he sat down next to Kyle, pushing Cedric aside, I can't shake the feeling that the charm classroom exploded because you were there. He took a large gulp of pumpkin juice before continuing, why else would everything be fine before, and then boom, the moment you show up, the classroom blows up. You must have influenced it. Kyle nearly choked on his own pumpkin juice, feeling the weight of Fred's insinuation. What did I do? He'd been helping the whole time. Did he really have to take the blame for this? Without saying a word, Kyle turned and gave Fred the finger. But Fred, pretending not to notice, carried on. It's a pity you're not in Gryffindor. We already checked, George added, laughing. Gryffindor's first lesson was potions. If you were there, and the first years cooperated, Snape would probably be the one in the hospital. Yeah, such a shame, Fred lamented, putting down his glass. If you could have managed to send Snape to the hospital, you'd be a hero, not just of Gryffindor, but of all Hogwarts. Fred was so lost in his excitement that he didn't even notice Cedric subtly tugging at his robes from the side, trying to get him to stop. His body shook with glee, completely unaware of Cedric's attempts to calm him down. Seriously, Kyle, I still think you belong in Gryffindor. Hufflepuff doesn't suit you. You might be right, Fred, but... Kyle cleared his throat and flashed a smile. Why do you think the Gryffindor first years would cooperate with me against Professor Snape? From what I can tell, Gryffindor students are all very polite and respectful. The headmaster's kind, and surely Gryffindors wouldn't be so unruly. What nonsense are you spouting, Kyle? Honest, rule-following kids don't get sorted into Gryffindor, Fred said, momentarily taken aback. Then, raising an eyebrow, he added, "Oh right, that's true, we do love taking risks." "So, Mr. Weasley, is this why you're not eating at your own house table?" An icy, emotionless voice came from behind them. Fred and George's smiles vanished instantly as they turned their heads with great difficulty. "Professor McGonagall." "When did you?" Fred forced a smile, one that looked even more pitiful than if he were crying. "I think you might have misunderstood something. I can explain." "There's no need, Mr. Weasley. I understand perfectly, and there's no misunderstanding," Professor McGonagall said, her expression calm as always. "You should count yourself lucky that it's me standing here and not Professor Snape." Her tone remained steady as she continued, "For your lack of respect towards a professor, Gryffindor will lose 10 points each." Fred and George let out a collective sigh of relief. It could have been worse. After all, it was only the start of the school year, and Gryffindor still had plenty of time to make up the points. Losing 20 points wasn't too bad, manageable, at least. And Professor McGonagall continued, giving the twins a sharp look, "In light of your poor performance at the sorting ceremony, you will both be confined to your rooms every night for the next week." It was as if Fred and George had been struck by lightning. The sorting ceremony? They had thought that was ancient history, a forgotten event. Losing points? That was nothing to them. But confinement? Especially for an entire week. That meant no night walking for 7 long days. The two were already sinking into despair. "Professor, please." Fred and George looked at McGonagall with pitiful expressions, hoping for a shred of mercy. Unfortunately, Professor McGonagall remained unmoved. Her voice remained steady and firm. "Detention begins at 11 p.m. You will report to Mr. Filch, who will escort you to the trophy room. There, you will find an album listing all the names and accomplishments of Gryffindor's most outstanding students since the house was founded." The twins exchanged horrified glances, sensing what was coming next. "You will transcribe the entire book," she continued, "by hand, until it is complete. No magic, no auto-answer quills. You will write every word yourselves." Professor McGonagall then pointed toward the Gryffindor table. "Now, Mr. Weasley, hurry back to your seats." Fred and George, utterly defeated, slumped their heads and trudged back to their table, their faces full of despair. Kyle, watching their misery, barely managed to hold back his laughter until they were out of earshot. Then, acting as if nothing had happened, he turned to Professor McGonagall with a polite smile. "Good afternoon, Professor McGonagall. I'm glad to see you." For the first time, McGonagall's stern voice softened a little. "Good afternoon, Mr. Chopper." "Kyle, please," he corrected her with a grin. "Have you had lunch yet, Professor? If not, you should join us here." Cedric, realizing what Kyle was doing, quickly moved over, making space at the table. Professor McGonagall's expression softened further. "I would love to, but I've already eaten." She usually avoided dining in the Great Hall with the students, either arriving before mealtimes or eating in her office to maintain her authoritative image. "That's a pity," Kyle sighed dramatically, and the other Hufflepuffs immediately chimed in, showing similarly disappointed expressions, as if they had all been looking forward to sharing a meal with Professor McGonagall. Everyone remained polite and well-behaved. Professor McGonagall looked around at the Hufflepuff table, comparing it to the chaos happening over at the Gryffindor table next door. A wave of exhaustion washed over her. Why are all the well-behaved students in the other houses? She wondered. Especially Kyle and Cedric, even if they were in Gryffindor, things would be so much better. This sorting hat, she sighed inwardly. Chapter 35, Deal. Professor McGonagall didn't linger for long and soon left the Great Hall to return to her office. But as soon as she was out the door, the Hufflepuff badgers couldn't hold it in any longer. The previously quiet table erupted into laughter, transforming into something more akin to a bustling food market. Small groups of students gathered, mimicking the pitiful expressions Fred and George had worn just moments earlier, slapping the table as they laughed uncontrollably. Even Kana, normally shy and reserved, couldn't suppress her amusement, her small shoulders shaking as she laughed quietly to herself. Kyle watched in disbelief. Good grief, they're all acting pros. He thought. The next time someone tries to tell me that Hufflepuff students are all honest and straightforward, I'll make sure to give them a slap to wake them up. Of course, he excluded himself from that judgment. After lunch, the students began leaving the Great Hall in small groups, but Kyle found himself stopped again at the door. This time, it wasn't Fred or George, it was a familiar-looking Asian girl. "Hello, I'm Cho Chang from Ravenclaw. Can I have a moment of your time?" she asked politely, extending her hand. "Kyle Chopper," Kyle responded, shaking her hand. Out of habit, he glanced at Cedric, who stood nearby but didn't seem to notice anything out of the ordinary. Cedric simply introduced himself, then stepped aside to wait for Kyle, much like when they had encountered the Weasley twins earlier. Of course, Cedric and Cho Chang didn't seem to know each other yet. After all, Cho Chang was only 11, and Kyle couldn't imagine Cedric being interested in her at this age. Azkaban doesn't have age restrictions, after all, he thought with a wry smile. Shaking off the thought, Kyle turned back to Cho Chang. What can I do for you? I'd like to copy your map, Cho said, her tone straightforward. I can pay you for it. Map. Kyle raised an eyebrow and glanced at Cedric, silently asking for his opinion. Cedric, who clearly hadn't mastered the art of nonverbal communication, simply shrugged, indicating that the map wasn't his concern and Kyle could do as he pleased. Typical good student, Kyle thought, inwardly scoffing at Cedric's uneducated ways. But his expression remained unchanged. No need to pay, Kyle said, pulling the map from his robes and handing it to Cho. You helped Ryan and Mikkel earlier, and they're my roommates. Consider this a small token of appreciation. So they're your roommates? Cho remarked, recalling the 2 first years she'd helped earlier. As she accepted the map, she couldn't help but smile. I have to admit, your roommates are unique. They somehow managed to miss every single correct staircase. She laughed lightly, covering her mouth. I watched them for 5 minutes, and they just kept going in circles on the wrong staircases. Not once did they pick the right one. Kyle flushed slightly, embarrassed for his roommates. He hesitated to keep the conversation going, so instead, he awkwardly pointed to the map. Well, most of the routes on here are connected to the Hufflepuff common room. I'm not sure how useful it'll be for Ravenclaw. That's all right, Cho said, shaking her head. As long as I know where the classrooms are, it'll be easier to figure out the route from Ravenclaw Tower. Geminio, she pulled out her wand and, though her movements were a bit clumsy, cast the spell, successfully creating a copy of the map. Phew, thank goodness. I thought I was going to make a fool of myself, she said with a touch of smugness as she handed the original map back to Kyle. I kept failing when I practiced before, so I didn't think it would work this time. Knowing you might embarrass yourself, but still going for it. Kyle mused. Are Ravenclaw students always this competitive? If Ryan had been here, well, he didn't need to be. Ryan had been pestering Kyle since dinner about wanting a map replica instead of copying it by hand. See, that's the difference, Kyle thought. Ravenclaws seemed to embrace challenges, while many Hufflepuffs took a more straightforward approach. Before Kyle had arrived, Cedric had been the only standout in Hufflepuff, the one everyone could look up to. Kyle suspected Professor Sprout had made some kind of deal with the Sorting Hat last year to bolster Hufflepuff's ranks. Perhaps it was paid in herbs. But speaking of Cedric, Kyle glanced at Cho, who was glowing with satisfaction now that she had the map. Casually, he asked, do you Ravenclaws have similar maps? Cho thought for a moment. Maybe, but I've never seen one. Same here, Kyle said, deliberately glancing to the side. Cedric gave me this one. So, do any other Ravenclaws need a map like this? Cho caught on quickly, her eyes narrowing as she tentatively asked, are you thinking of selling them? Yeah, I was considering it, Kyle said, getting straight to the point. What do you think? Is it feasible? It's definitely feasible, but you'll have to keep the price low, Cho said, holding up her hands. 10 sickles, max. If it's more than that, even by a Canute, I won't buy it, and I bet the other first years would feel the same. That's fine. 10 sickles it is, Kyle said, shrugging. It doesn't take much effort, so why not make a little pocket money? Then you need to hurry, Cho advised. The map will only be useful to Ravenclaws for about a week at the start of the year. The longer you wait, the less it'll be worth. If you wait until tomorrow, it might only go for 9 sickles. That's fair, Kyle said with a grin. He extended his hand to Cho. Interested in joining in? I'll provide the map, you handle the publicity and the transactions, and we'll split the profits, 50-50. Cho seemed a little surprised at the offer, but quickly recovered. She shook Kyle's hand and said, of course, I'm interested. She did some quick mental calculations. There were 16 new students in Ravenclaw, and excluding herself, that left 15. Even if only a third of them bought the map, she'd still walk away with 25 sickles. For a first year, that was a considerable amount of money, and it wasn't something she was about to pass up. Plus, it was easy work, just a few conversations and running around. Kyle nodded. Great, it's a deal. You take care of Ravenclaw. No problem, Cho agreed. I'll head back now. There should be quite a few first years in the common room at this time. Cho, eager to earn her pocket money, quickly said her goodbyes to Kyle and Cedric and hurried back to Ravenclaw Tower. Chapter 36, The Good Person Card. Kyle, are you sure this is okay? Cedric whispered as soon as Cho left, finally breaking his silence. He had been standing there, listening to everything. I mean, do Ravenclaw first years really pay for maps? Who knows, Kyle shrugged casually, but we've got nothing better to do, so why not try? Though Kyle played it off, he was confident this plan would work. Hogwarts had no road signs, and new students had to find their way around by either figuring it out themselves or asking older students, which often led to them getting lost on a daily basis. A map could save them a lot of hassle. And at just 10 sickles, less than a galleon, it was affordable for most. Kyle thought about first years from Muggle families. They would usually have around 6 galleons left after buying their school supplies, so 10 sickles for a map, especially one that showed the tricky moving staircases, would be a worthwhile trade for many. Of course, there would always be exceptions, like a certain red-haired freshman who, in the future, might balk at the cost. "Oh, by the way, this is for you," Kyle said, tossing the map to Cedric as they walked back to the dormitory. "You're in charge of making copies from now on." Cedric blinked in confusion. "Me? Why?" "Nonsense, you gave it to me, so of course you should get a share. Cho handles sales, and we'll split the other half between us." Kyle continued matter-of-factly, "Besides, I've just started school. I'm not that skilled with the doubling charm yet. If I mess up and sell a faulty copy, I'll get an earful. So, it's best you handle it. We don't want anyone thinking Hufflepuffs are shady business people, do we?" "Well, okay," Cedric agreed after a moment's thought, realizing Kyle had a point. There was no harm in taking on the task, and it seemed fair enough. "Great, then it's settled," Kyle grinned. "I'll tell Cho to come to you directly. Let's meet in the Great Hall this afternoon." With a meaningful look, Kyle turned and headed toward his dormitory, leaving Cedric standing there, deep in thought. The more Cedric considered it, the more something seemed off. Cho would handle the sales, and Cedric would make the maps, but what was Kyle doing? Apart from those tasks, there didn't seem to be much else to handle. Wait a second, Cedric realized. When Kyle said, "We have nothing better to do," did he mean we as in me? Cedric fell into contemplation, while Kyle headed back to the dormitory, took a refreshing nap, and showed up at the Transfiguration classroom just in time for the afternoon lesson. To avoid another incident, and spare himself the embarrassment of Cho witnessing it again, Kyle made sure to bring Ryan along, despite Ryan's insistence that with a map, he wouldn't get lost. Transfiguration was once again with Ravenclaw, and because they arrived early, only a few students were scattered around the classroom, none of them Hufflepuffs, of course. Kyle didn't even need to look, he just knew. At the front of the room, perched on the teacher's desk, sat a beautiful tabby cat. Kyle instinctively reached into his robe pocket and felt the packet of dried fish he had stashed away. Feeding Professor McGonagall was an achievement he had always wanted to unlock. He had even prepared for it, bringing the dried fish in advance, much like how he used to move the rubbish bins in Diagon Alley. There was no reward, but it felt good, a small, personal sense of accomplishment. Trash cans could be moved anytime, but there was only one chance to feed Professor McGonagall when she appeared in her animagus form during the first Transfiguration lesson of the year. And Kyle, as a first year, could play innocent. After all, how was he supposed to know that Professor McGonagall could turn into a cat? As for the dried fish in his pocket, well, that had been prepared for Mrs. Norris to thank her for guiding him to the hospital wing yesterday. Everything was set, just waiting for the right moment. The classroom was still too empty, and if Kyle approached the tabby cat now, it would be too obvious. Professor McGonagall would easily catch on. He needed to wait for the room to fill up, and Kyle was patient. He knew this was his only shot at pulling off his little plan. He sent Ryan into the classroom first, giving some excuse to linger by the door. It worked out perfectly when Cho appeared around the corner, waving enthusiastically. "Kyle, I knew you'd be here," she called. Ryan didn't think much of it and said, "I'll save you a seat," before disappearing into the classroom. Panting a little from her rush, Cho beamed as she reached Kyle. "You have no idea how well things are going. I showed the map to the other first years, and in just 1 hour, 12 of them already want to buy it." Kyle, unsurprised by the success, responded calmly, "Not bad. You've worked hard." "It wasn't hard at all," Cho said, still catching her breath. She looked Kyle up and down before asking, "Did you bring the map?" "I promised I'd have it after class." "Cedric has it," Kyle explained, shrugging slightly. "He's the second-year boy I was with at lunch. He was worried we couldn't guarantee the quality of the map, so he volunteered to make the copies for us. You can find him in the Great Hall after class. He's top of his year and really good with doubling charms." "Cedric," Cho said, thinking back. "Right, you mentioned he gave you the original map." Kyle nodded. "Exactly. He really is a good guy," Cho remarked, but then she paused, frowning as something occurred to her. "In that case, I don't think I should take half. We should split the profits 3 ways. If you insist, you can talk to him after class," Kyle said with a helpless shrug. "I'm fine with my share. I already told Cedric we should split it evenly, but he refused, saying he only did a little. I couldn't convince him, but maybe you'll have better luck." "All right, I'll try," Cho said with determination. In her mind, since she was part of the project, the profits had to be shared equally. Kyle chuckled. "Good luck with that." Cho looked at him suspiciously. "Why do I feel like there's something strange about your smile?" "Is there?" Kyle asked, trying to look innocent. "Maybe I'm just excited about the Transfiguration class. We should head in before we're late." Kyle's serious tone was enough to divert Cho's attention, and she nodded. "You're right, let's go." Chapter 37, Surviving the Calamity. As a group of Ravenclaw witches entered the shape-shifting classroom, Kyle hurried after them, blending in naturally as they made their way to the front. By the time they reached the second row, only a small witch stood between Kyle and the front of the room, just a step away from his goal. Kyle's hand, hidden in his pocket, was clenched tightly around a bag of dried fish. He was nervous, but on the outside, he managed to appear carefree. However, just as he was about to pull out the fish to unlock his plan, he noticed something unsettling. The Ravenclaw witch in front of him seemed to have the same idea. Because she was ahead of him, Kyle could clearly see a green object slowly emerging from her pocket. A cat toy. Oh no, someone else beat me to it. Kyle's thoughts went dark, and his body went numb. He didn't even need to think it over. Once the little witch revealed the cat toy, Professor McGonagall would instantly transform back into her human form. All of Kyle's careful planning had been for nothing. Damn it. Why did I overthink everything? Why didn't I just act sooner? Kyle angrily stamped his foot, wishing he could use a time turner to go back 5 minutes and give himself a good slap. But it was too late for regrets. With a sigh, Kyle moved to the left and took a seat in the front row, as if that had been his intention all along. Meanwhile, the witch who had unwittingly foiled Kyle's plan reached the front of the class, her hand fully out of her pocket. But just as she was about to pull out the toy, the tabby cat perched on the lectern smiled. With a light tap of her hind legs on the table, the cat transformed back into Professor McGonagall in the blink of an eye. Miss Liana, it's kind of you to want to play with animals, but as a witch, it's more important to maintain sharp insight, Professor McGonagall said, suddenly appearing beside the student. With a gentle pat on Liana's shoulder, she pushed the hand holding the cat toy back into the girl's pocket. PR Professor McGonagall, the young witch stammered, clearly shaken. It's me. If you look closely, you'll notice the lines around the cat's eyes match the square frames of my glasses, Professor McGonagall said dryly. Now, please return to your seat. The lesson is about to begin. There were no points deducted, nor was there a harsh rebuke. In Professor McGonagall's eyes, Liana's actions were no more disruptive than any other behavior she had come to expect from first-year students. She had been at Hogwarts for many years, and her tradition of demonstrating her animagus transformation in the first lesson had been ongoing for 7 or 8 of them. Over that time, she had seen countless students like Liana, those who tried to tease the cat, feed it, or even pet it. None of them ever succeeded. After all, McGonagall's reputation as a master of transfiguration wasn't earned easily. Without real skill, how could she have maintained this tradition for so long? And besides, cats are naturally quicker than wizards. If she were to be caught off guard by these first years, she'd be too embarrassed to keep teaching at Hogwarts. After Liana was helped to her feet by her Ravenclaw classmates, Professor McGonagall deftly waved her wand and cast a simple healing charm to calm her down. Calm your mind. The charm worked instantly. Liana stopped trembling, and the color returned to her face. I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall, I didn't realize it was you. See that it doesn't happen again, Professor McGonagall replied before turning and heading back to the podium. As she passed the first row, she cast a deliberate glance at Kyle. She had suspected that he, like Liana, had been planning to test her animagus form. But she quickly noted that Kyle hadn't reacted with surprise after she had transformed back. It seemed he had recognized her animagus form from the start and had simply wanted to sit in the front row. Indeed, she should never have trusted Weasley's gossip. Kyle was clearly a bright and studious boy. Back at the podium, Professor McGonagall surveyed the young wizards before her and said sternly, Transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous of the spells you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone who dares to misbehave in my classroom will be asked to leave and never allowed back in. I have warned you. The moment Professor McGonagall spoke, the entire classroom fell into silence. Meanwhile, Kyle's heart, which had been anxiously waiting for the worst, finally settled. He had escaped. Thanks to Liana, if not for her, it would have been him publicly facing humiliation. Kyle resolved that after class, he would go and talk to Cho. Whether or not Liana wanted to buy the map, he would make one and give it to her. He couldn't let a kind person be discouraged. The relief of surviving the disaster made Kyle take notes more cheerfully, and the dull Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration now sounded far more pleasant. However, unlike him, Kana, who was also sitting in the front row, was now on edge. She couldn't understand how she ended up next to Kyle when she had already taken her seat at the front. Didn't the first-year student he came with sit in the back row? Could it really be a coincidence that they were sitting together? But no, that didn't make sense. She distinctly remembered they were roommates. If she hadn't known that, she would never have chosen to sit in the front row, given her personality. But now, here she was, sitting in the front row, and Kyle was right beside her. The worst possible situation. Kana was so lost in thought that she was mechanically scribbling notes without even realizing she had written a string of meaningless words ages ago. At the lectern, Professor McGonagall continued to talk about the precautions of transfiguration, unaware that the 2 students right under her nose were entirely distracted. All right, that covers the basic laws of transfiguration. Everyone must remember these, they are the foundation of everything you will learn in this subject, she said, glancing at the students with a final reminder. Transfiguration is a rigorous discipline. When you wave your wand, you must focus with absolute precision, like this. Professor McGonagall waved her wand, and the lectern transformed into a pig. It looked like any ordinary pig, able to run, jump, and squeal with all the proper features. When it noticed that everyone was staring, it let out a startled squeal. The demonstration left the first-year students completely awestruck. Especially those new to magic, they could hardly believe that such a lifelike creature could have been conjured from a simple table. Every student's eyes were now glued to Professor McGonagall, eager to begin learning. Chapter 38, Are you serious? It was clear that the new students wouldn't be learning how to transform living creatures in their first lesson. Professor McGonagall used a single match to demonstrate that it would take considerable time to move from turning simple objects into animals. Despite their best efforts, the young wizards waved their wands with all their might, but the matches in front of them stubbornly refused to change. Sometimes, that's just how it is, others can make it look easy, but when it's your turn, everything goes wrong. And that other was undoubtedly Professor McGonagall. Careful, it's supposed to turn into a needle, not a silver wand, Professor McGonagall instructed, walking up and down the classroom aisles, constantly correcting their mistakes. As time passed, half the lesson slipped by, and yet the matches remained unchanged, still ordinary matchsticks. No one had succeeded in turning them into needles. The Hufflepuff students had managed to turn their matches into lumps of charcoal, but this wasn't good enough for Professor McGonagall, and they lost a point for destroying the teaching aid. Ravenclaw, being the resourceful lot, tried a different approach. Seeing little progress, they altered their strategy. Rather than trying to transform the matches into needles, they changed the color of the matchsticks or sharpened one end in an attempt to fool the professor. Some even went so far as to bring their own needles, claiming they had completed the Transfiguration. But, of course, Professor McGonagall saw through all of these attempts and promptly deducted 20 points from Ravenclaw for cheating. As Professor McGonagall glanced around the room, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. There didn't seem to be many exceptionally talented students in this year's class. The only one who had made any progress was. Her eyes drifted to the front row. There sat Kyle, resting his chin on one hand while lazily waving his wand with the other. To her surprise, the matches in front of him were actually changing. Though they hadn't fully transformed into needles, they were halfway there, quite literally. Kyle had conjured a needle, but only half of it. The transformation wasn't in a fixed position, either. Sometimes the needle would appear at the top of the matchstick, sometimes at the bottom, and sometimes it seemed stuck right in the middle. How to describe this? Was it a needle? What exactly was it? Professor McGonagall was momentarily stunned. She had witnessed students fail an entire lesson and seen others succeed flawlessly. But this? She had never seen anyone fail so successfully. Still, Kyle had managed to conjure a needle, which was more than any of the others could claim at this point. Thus, the lesson continued until, finally, just before the end, one young wizard succeeded in turning their match into a needle. "Look, Professor McGonagall, someone from Hufflepuff has succeeded," cried an excited voice from the front row, drawing the attention of all the students. Professor McGonagall turned toward the sound and, to her surprise, smiled. What she hadn't expected was that the first student to succeed wasn't Kyle, whom she had been keeping an eye on, but Kana Prince, the quiet Hufflepuff sitting next to him. Kana was a low-profile student, rarely noticed by others, but today she had beaten everyone else. Still slightly surprised, Professor McGonagall quickly regained her composure. She picked up the shiny silver needle that Kana had conjured and held it up for the class to see. "Look, everyone, Miss Prince has succeeded. As a reward for being the first, Hufflepuff will earn 3 extra points." The room broke into applause, especially from the Hufflepuff students. They weren't just pleased about the points but genuinely happy for Kana. All eyes were now on the shy young witch, who had never been the center of attention before. Her face turned bright red, and a faint puff of white smoke seemed to rise from her head. She desperately wished she could disappear. As soon as the class ended, Kana dashed out of the room, clutching her textbooks tightly. Kana was filled with regret. She knew sitting so close to Kyle would bring her nothing but trouble. If she had known it would turn out like this, she would have switched seats earlier, even if it meant risking a scolding from Professor McGonagall. On the other side, the innocent Kyle had no idea he had unknowingly taken the blame for Kana's discomfort. As soon as he stepped out of the classroom, Cho came over and invited him to join her in the auditorium to meet Cedric. "Sorry, I just remembered I have something to do soon. Could you go on your own?" Kyle said, gesturing toward Ryan, who was approaching. "We plan to visit Mikkel together. If we're late, Madame Pomfrey will kick us out." "All right then," Cho replied, a little disappointed but understanding. After all, visiting a sick friend was more important than looking at a map. She had already met Cedric and was impressed. He was the second best-looking boy she had ever seen at Hogwarts. The first? Well, that was Kyle. Not wanting to waste time, Cho bid Kyle farewell and headed straight to the auditorium. Kyle watched her disappear around the corner of the corridor and had the nagging feeling he'd forgotten something important. What was it? He couldn't quite recall at that moment. Just then, Ryan arrived, looking slightly irritated. "Kyle, I saved you a seat, but you went and sat in the front row. What gives?" Hearing Ryan's words, Kyle's mind flashed back to the nerve-wracking scene before class, and suddenly, he remembered what he'd forgotten. He hadn't told Cho about giving the map to Liana. What a mess. Never mind, I'll just tell her next time, he thought. Kyle sighed and replied, sorry, Ryan. I got caught up in something and didn't notice. I'll sit with you next time for sure. That's not what I meant, Ryan waved dismissively. I'm just surprised you were brave enough to sit in the front row. I heard from some upperclassmen that the first row in Transfiguration is practically always empty. No one dares to sit that close to Professor McGonagall during her lessons. You've got guts. Haha, yeah, Kyle chuckled nervously. If he'd had any choice, he wouldn't have sat there either. Oblivious to Kyle's discomfort, Ryan continued, so, should we head back to the dormitory now? Or wait for the others? Wait for them. Kyle glanced around and realized that all the Ravenclaw students had already left. Only the two of them remained from Hufflepuff. Where is everyone? Kyle asked, puzzled. They stayed in the classroom to review their notes, Ryan replied casually. Oh, and they reminded Professor McGonagall not to forget Michael's homework. Seriously? You guys are something else. Kyle's eye twitched slightly, but after a moment of thought, he said, forget it. Let's just head back to the dorms. He had originally planned to take Ryan to the hospital wing, but now he thought it was best to skip that plan. A few minutes later, in the classroom, Professor McGonagall saw off the last of the Hufflepuff first years with a look of relief. She hadn't encountered such diligent students in a long time. Even after class, they stayed to review their notes, helping each other fill in the gaps and even requesting homework on their own. Now, this is what a student should be like, she thought approvingly. Rubbing her slightly sore eyes, Professor McGonagall began collecting the matchsticks that had been used as teaching aids. It was only then that she noticed Kyle's match had also successfully transformed into a shiny silver needle. He must have been inspired by Kana Prince. Professor McGonagall didn't dwell on it, but she was pleased. 2 students in the same house showing promise in Transfiguration. That was something to be proud of. Chapter 39, How to Properly Feed Mrs. Norris. Kyle didn't know what Cedric and Cho had talked about in the hall earlier, but he returned to the Hufflepuff common room with a smile on his face. As he sat down to read, a bulging bag suddenly dropped onto the open pages of his book. What the? Kyle exclaimed, startled, before turning to see Cedric grinning widely. What's gotten into you? Why are you smiling like that? This is way faster than picking up money, Cedric said, squeezing onto the sofa beside Kyle. Guess how much we made from selling the maps in Ravenclaw? 52 sickles, each. Although Cedric phrased it as a question, he didn't wait for an answer and continued excitedly, a few sheets of parchment, 5 nuts worth of materials, and a couple of simple incantations, and we made so much money. Wait a minute. Kyle, confused by Cedric's enthusiasm, interrupted. Shouldn't there only be 40 sickles? And what's this about parchment? Well, here's what happened, Cedric explained, settling in. I went to the Ravenclaw Tower at noon and adjusted the routes to better suit their needs. Cho saw the revised map and suggested raising the price a bit, so that's how we ended up with 52 sickles instead of 40. As for the parchment, it's a little trick with the doubling charm. For stuff like notes or maps, you can skip duplicating the complex parts of the parchment itself and just copy the content. It makes the spell easier to cast, and the replicas last longer. After hearing this, Kyle understood why they'd earned 12 more sickles than expected. The quality of the map had been improved, so naturally, the price had gone up. However, he thought using parchment was a bit excessive. In his view, those maps would probably become obsolete in about a month, so Cedric had really gone the extra mile. Fortunately, parchment wasn't expensive, costing less than 2 sickles overall, which was nothing compared to the profit. Plus, Cedric had paid for it himself, which Kyle appreciated the most. Kyle stashed away his share of the sickles and casually asked, by the way, what's your impression of Cho? Cho. Cedric thought for a moment before responding, I think she's a very smart witch, has integrity, and a good personality. She seems like she'd be a good friend. That's it. Kyle frowned. Well, big-hearted and generous. Cedric ventured, trying again. Forget it, don't say any more, Kyle sighed, rubbing his forehead. It might be a bit early to expect much, but Cedric's first impression of Cho being that she was upright wasn't what he anticipated. Who describes a girl as upright? This is exhausting. Kyle closed his book and stood up, heading towards the common room corridor. Going somewhere? Cedric asked. I'm going to feed the cat, Kyle replied. All right, Cedric muttered, already distracted as he counted his earnings. Haha, who knew I'd be making pocket money? I'll have to write to Dad and tell him the news. As Kyle walked into the wooden corridor, he felt a moment of silent sympathy for the ministry staff. Mr. Diggory had something new to brag about, and Kyle just hoped they'd get used to hearing about Cedric's latest achievement soon. Leaving the Hufflepuff common room, Kyle deliberately made a lot of noise as he walked down the corridor. He had a promise to keep. Since he'd told Mrs. Norris he would bring her a small dried fish, he wasn't going to back out now. Plus, there was the lingering disappointment of the failed Professor McGonagall feeding project. Kyle had tried to convince himself it was a ridiculous plan from the start, but after hoping for so long, the letdown still stung. No matter. He was determined to feed the cat today. Even if Dumbledore himself showed up, it wouldn't stop him. Mrs. Norris might not be a tabby like McGonagall's animagus form, but at least she was a cat, and that was good enough for Kyle. Within 3 minutes of Kyle's purposeful ruckus, Mrs. Norris appeared, as expected, with Filch trailing behind her. "Aha, caught you," Filch said with a sinister smile. The little wizard making noise in the hallway. "I'm going to ground you." "Sorry, Mr. Filch, but I think you're mistaken," Kyle replied calmly. School Rule 22 clearly states that making noise in the hallway outside of curfew hours only results in a verbal warning. Only after 3 offenses do you get detention. I know the rules. I don't need a student to remind me. Filch snapped, his face darkening. Reciting rules won't save you if you deliberately break them. I'll be watching you, and you better not slip up, or I'll catch you. That day will never come, Kyle said with a smile. And by the way, Mr. Filch, the reason I was making noise is because I was looking for Mrs. Norris. Hogwarts is so big, and this is the quickest way to find her. What do you want with my cat? Filch's eyes narrowed suspiciously. I warn you, if you try anything, I'll make sure you pay. You've misunderstood, Kyle explained. I just wanted to thank her. My roommate had an accident this morning, and Mrs. Norris led me to the hospital wing. This is my way of showing gratitude. With that, Kyle pulled out a small bag of dried fish and offered one to Mrs. Norris. Unfortunately, she didn't even glance at it. Filch sneered. Don't bother, she only eats what I give her. Then you feed her, Kyle said, handing Filch the bag. It's just regular dried fish, but feel free to ask a professor to check it if you're worried. No need, we don't want it, Filch replied coldly. Don't be so quick to refuse, Kyle said casually. It's a small thank you gift, and this isn't just any dried fish. It's dried long-whiskered barracuda, top-quality stuff. A bag like this costs 10 galleons and is hard to come by. It's considered one of the best cat foods in the wizarding world. I went through a lot of trouble to get it. Filch hesitated. If it had been ordinary dried fish, he wouldn't have even considered it. But long-whiskered barracuda. Kyle wasn't exaggerating, it was indeed premium cat food, and Filch had once thought about giving Mrs. Norris some for Christmas. But he hadn't been able to buy it, not because of the cost, but because it was always out of stock in Diagon Alley in Hogsmeade. No matter how much money he had saved, he simply couldn't find it. Filch carefully sniffed the dried fish in his hand, checking for anything unusual. After a moment, he looked up at Kyle. You'd better not be lying to me. Poisoning the caretaker's cat would be no small matter, Kyle said calmly. I'm only a first year, and I don't want to get expelled so soon. Filch considered this and realized Kyle was right. If anything happened to Mrs. Norris, the consequences for Kyle would be severe. Fine. This time, I'll pretend I didn't see you, Filch muttered. Thank you, Kyle said, walking past them. As he passed Mrs. Norris, he tossed the dried fish in his hand toward her. Oh, and you can keep this, too. This time, Mrs. Norris didn't refuse. After receiving a slight nod from Filch, she quickly snatched up the dried fish and devoured it in 2 or 3 bites. Chapter 40, Did the Sorting Hat drink fake alcohol? The next day, Kyle joined the new Gryffindor students on their way to the 2nd floor of the Castle for History of Magic. To say the class was dull would be an understatement, and Kyle spent most of the time dozing off. He couldn't believe a lesson could be this boring. Professor Cuthbert Binns, the ghost who taught the class, didn't seem to care much about keeping the students engaged. There were no quizzes or discussions. After gliding through the wall, his milky white form began reading monotonously from a textbook in a single, droning tone. 10 minutes in, Kyle had had enough. It felt like a swarm of bees was buzzing relentlessly in his ears, making it impossible to focus on what Professor Binns was saying. He glanced around to see how everyone else was holding up. The Gryffindors had completely surrendered. They were slumped over their desks, drooling, grinding their teeth, and even muttering in their sleep. The Hufflepuffs, on the other hand, were doing slightly better. Some, driven by a sense of duty, likely instilled by McGonagall, tried valiantly to stay awake and take notes on every name and date mentioned. But soon, even they succumbed to the sheer boredom of the class. One by one, they rolled up their parchments and joined the rest in slumber. If there was a class more dreaded by the students than History of Magic, it was Potions. In the afternoon, Kyle and his classmates faced the torturous Potions lesson, notorious for being ruled by the severe and biased Professor Snape. While History of Magic might have been excruciatingly boring, at least the students could nap without consequence. Potions, however, was an entirely different beast. Snape's blatant favoritism towards Slytherin made the class unbearable for everyone else. Gryffindor, in particular, bore the brunt of his unfairness. While other houses were merely overlooked when it came to earning points, Gryffindor students had points deducted for the smallest infractions, whether it was taking notes too slowly, failing to read during class, or even reading the wrong book. It was no wonder that Gryffindor always had the lowest house points by the end of each year, a fact that had fueled Fred and George's desire to send Snape to the hospital wing. That afternoon, Hufflepuff had their first potions class, paired with Slytherin. After repeated warnings from the prefects, the young Hufflepuffs made sure to leave their common room early and arrived at the underground potions classroom a full 10 minutes ahead of time. Well, all of them except for Kyle. Kyle had been summoned to the hospital wing by none other than Dumbledore. "Kyle, you're finally here," McGonagall exclaimed as soon as he saw him, looking as if Kyle was his long-awaited savior. "You've come to pick me up, right? Please tell me you're here to get me out of this place." McGonagall was clearly desperate. "You have no idea what I've been through," he continued, his eyes wide with indignation. "This place is a nightmare. That nurse practically strapped me to the bed, wouldn't let me move, and refused to give me any snacks. Then this greasy-haired man came in and forced me to drink some weird potion. I didn't want to, but he used his wand to make me swallow it. Ugh, it tasted worse than shit. Air." Kyle looked from Madame Pomfrey, whose chest was heaving in anger, to Snape, who was standing in the doorway on the verge of losing his temper. He realized, with no small amount of regret, that he had severely underestimated McGonagall. In front of Madame Pomfrey, McGonagall had insulted the hospital, claiming it was no place for humans, and had just referred to Snape as an oily freak. Kyle couldn't help but wonder if the sorting hat had been drunk when it sorted McGonagall. Someone this bold seemed more suited for Gryffindor. Without a second thought, Kyle let his instincts take over. He shut up, bowed his head, and quietly shuffled over to Dumbledore, trying to make himself as small and invisible as possible. Who is Kyle? Just a quiet, obedient student passing by. The atmosphere in the hospital wing immediately turned frigid. McGonagall, however, remained blissfully unaware of the tension and continued rambling about his unpleasant experiences. It wasn't until he turned to grab some water that he finally noticed Madame Pomfrey standing there with a strained, forced smile. "Yah!" McGonagall screeched, diving under the covers and pretending to be dead. "Ahem, this weather, terribly cold for September," Dumbledore said, rubbing his arms, breaking the icy tension. He turned to Kyle with a calm smile and said, "As you can see, Mr. Derek has taken the magic-suppressing potion and will soon be ready to leave the hospital. Afterward, I'll ask Professor Sprout to help him learn to better control his magic. But Kyle, the professor's time is limited. The help of his friends will be even more important." "I understand, Professor Dumbledore," Kyle responded seriously. "I promise what happened in Charms class won't happen again." Kyle didn't need to be told twice. McGonagall was his roommate, practically like a brother to him. There was no way he'd stand by and let McGonagall risk becoming a squib from magical exhaustion. Hogwarts didn't need a second caretaker. "Don't look so grim, Kyle," Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eye. "Our potions professor may seem severe, but he's more than capable. As long as Mr. Derek takes his magic-suppressing potion regularly, magical exhaustion won't be an issue. Though," Dumbledore added with a smile, "you might want to stock up on candy for him. I recommend cockroach clusters." Kyle remained silent, his attention drawn to Snape, whose scowl had deepened at Dumbledore's last remark. "All right, take Mr. Derek back," Dumbledore continued. "You should get to class as well, don't be late." "Wait a moment, Headmaster," Madame Pomfrey interrupted. "This young wizard's treatment isn't finished yet. It'll only take a little while longer." Dumbledore hesitated. "But," I said, "it's not over yet," Madame Pomfrey said, smiling but firm. "It's just a quick checkup. Don't worry, they won't be late for class." Dumbledore nodded quickly, saying, "I'll leave it in your capable hands, Poppy," before striding out of the hospital wing. Snape followed, muttering a snort as he passed. Kyle wished he could leave too, but since he had to take McGonagall back, he retreated to the corridor to wait. As he stood outside, he suddenly heard a loud, desperate wail from inside the hospital. "I don't want to drink this. Ugh. It's even worse than that blue potion. Ugh. Help. Ugh." Kyle winced at Michael's cries of protest. His heart ached for his friend, but there was nothing he could do. If even Dumbledore had fled the scene, what could a mere first-year like him do? Resigned, Kyle quietly closed the door of the infirmary. The corridor instantly fell silent. Well, at least it's peaceful now. Chapter 41, Potions Class. When the door to the hospital wing finally opened again, it marked Michael's official discharge. He had at last fulfilled his wish to escape, but his current state left much to be desired. His footsteps were unsteady, and he was constantly retching, looking far from well. Kyle, standing nearby, had never thought it possible for a person's face to turn blue, but here was McGonagall, proving him wrong. Even the boldest portraits in Hogwarts hadn't dared to paint their subjects in such a shade. Michael's entire head was blue, his forehead, nose, lips, and even his hair and teeth shared the same alarming color. From a distance, he resembled a large, blue dandelion. "Kyle." McGonagall croaked, extending a shaky hand. "What are you smiling about? Help me up." "Nothing, just thinking about something happy," Kyle replied, stepping forward to assist McGonagall while making a conscious effort to avoid looking at his face. I added 20 points to Hufflepuff yesterday. That is something to be happy about, McGonagall nodded, deciding not to ask any further questions. He wasn't in the mood for conversation. Whatever Madame Pomfrey had poured down his throat had left a burning sensation, and his voice felt raw. They began the slow walk toward the underground potions classroom. As they crossed the courtyard by the pendulum clock, Michael's blue complexion gradually faded, returning to a more normal hue. Although his appearance wasn't fully restored, the dim lighting of the castle masked most of it. Kyle realized that Madame Pomfrey hadn't intended for McGonagall to embarrass himself too badly in public. Despite their steady pace, Michael's sluggish walking meant that by the time they reached the classroom, they were late. Snape had just finished calling roll when his eyes landed on them standing at the doorway. Late to your first lesson. Are the new students this year also incompetent? Snape's voice dripped with disdain. 10 points from Hufflepuff. Michael's eyes widened in recognition as he stared at Snape. Without thinking, he blurted out, "Huh? You're the one who..." But before McGonagall could finish, Kyle reacted quickly, delivering a swift nudge to his back, cutting him off mid-sentence. A catastrophe was narrowly avoided. Kyle seized the moment. "Sorry, Professor Snape, it won't happen again." Snape's cold gaze lingered on them. "Humph, if there is a second time, it won't be as simple as deducting 10 points. Now, why are you still standing there? Get to your seats." 5 more points from Hufflepuff. Not wanting to risk McGonagall saying anything else that might get them into even more trouble, Kyle hurriedly pulled him to an empty table at the back of the room. Snape returned his focus to the class, his voice softening into a more ominous tone. "Potions is a profound and important subject. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, and snaring the senses. Nor do I expect you to understand the miraculous transformations that occur when common ingredients are slowly elevated into something greater." He continued, his voice almost gentle now. "I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." Snape's words cast a heavy silence over the room. The Slytherins, heads held high, sat straighter, eager to prove they were not among the fools Snape referenced. In stark contrast, the Hufflepuffs exchanged uneasy glances, afraid to meet their professor's eyes. McGonagall, in particular, looked like he wished he could disappear beneath the table. His face, although no longer blue, had paled considerably. But there was no avoiding it, what was coming, and they could only brace themselves for Snape's inevitable scrutiny. "Mr. Derek." Snape's sharp voice suddenly rang out. "For the preparation of a boil cure potion, do you add the stewed horned slugs or the porcupine quills first?" McGonagall stared up at Snape, his face blank. "Boil cure potion." He carefully ventured, "The porcupine quills, Professor." "Tisk," Snape scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. "If you had even glanced at your textbook before the start of term, you would know that the first ingredient for a boil cure potion is powdered snake fangs, not porcupine quills. How dare you come late with such an appalling lack of preparation?" Hufflepuff loses another point. A chorus of scribbling immediately filled the room as students scrambled to take notes. "Open your books to page 1. Snape commanded, returning to the podium. "Today, we will be learning how to brew a basic boil cure potion. Although it is simple enough that anyone with the intelligence of a troll should manage it, I remind you to be cautious, unless you wish to cover yourself in painful boils." He continued, "The ingredients for this potion are in the storage cupboard. Work in pairs." "Oh, wait." Snape paused, his eyes narrowing as he approached McGonagall again. "Given your current state, Mr. Derek, and for the safety of everyone else, I believe it's best if you sit this one out." Snape removed the cauldron from Michael's desk, sneering slightly. "No need for you to wave your wand around incompetently today." Then, turning to Kyle, Snape ordered, "You, team up with Miss Prince. And don't bother Derek while he's reading." In the crowd, Kana looked up in disbelief. Her face went blank as she watched Kyle make his way over to her. She had been so busy trying to avoid Kyle earlier that she ended up sitting alone, while everyone else had already formed pairs. Now, there was nowhere left to hide. Maybe I could switch places with someone else. Kana thought, eyeing her roommate behind her. Just as she was about to suggest switching, Snape's voice cut through the air once more from the lectern. "What are you waiting for? Shall I brew the potion for you?" Snape snapped angrily, causing the entire class to bustle into action. With no choice left, Kana sighed and resigned herself to her situation. She watched her roommate rush to the cupboard to gather ingredients while she stayed at the table, already grinding the snake fangs that had been left in front of her. Earlier, when Snape had passed by her desk, he had casually placed a small bag of ingredients on it. Curiously, there were 3 times more than she needed, meaning Kana didn't have to go to the cupboard like the others. Chapter 42, Potion Fountain. Kyle had never expected Kana to be so skilled at potion making. Every step, from boiling the nettle solution to grinding the snake's teeth, was executed with precision. He found himself unable to contribute much and sat idly by, watching the cauldron with growing boredom. Unlike the other young wizards who were flustered and rushing around, Kyle appeared to be on a break. There really wasn't much for him to help with, as potions, like many other classes, involved more waiting than practical work. Most of the time, they simply waited for the potions to brew, much like preparing a soup, 10 minutes of preparation followed by 2 hours of simmering. That was assuming everything went smoothly, of course. For some students, creating a basic nettle infusion could turn into a drawn-out struggle. Take the 2 Slytherin first years on their left, for example. They had already gone to fetch nettles from the storage cupboard 7 times, which earned them several disapproving glares from Professor Snape. Kyle watched as one of them stood up to go to the cupboard again. Great, 8 times. Flauta, Walker, use your brains for once, Snape finally snapped, his cold gaze fixed on them. If you don't produce a proper yellow-green solution this time, I'll put your heads in the cauldron. The 2 Slytherin students were dumbstruck, especially the unlucky one heading back to get more nettles. He looked like he was walking to his doom. After glaring at them, Snape dramatically swept his robes aside and moved on to another pair of unfortunate students. What is this, licorice syrup? Pour it out and start over, he barked. It's not yellow enough, pour it out and start again. Pour it out. Snape prowled around the classroom like a menacing bat, leaving a trail of misery in his wake. Wherever he went, there were cries of anguish. The repeated instructions to pour it away and start over had everyone on edge, making them more cautious with their potions. Yet, Kyle remained unfazed. He kept his focus on the cauldron, waiting for the solution to shift from yellow-green to pale yellow before reducing the flame to its lowest setting. At the same time, Kana successfully added the ground snake tooth powder to the mixture. A sweet but unpleasant odor soon wafted from the cauldron. Perfect, Kyle said with a nod, turning the heat back up. Now came the long wait once more. Kyle glanced over at Kana, curiosity getting the better of him. Did you brew potions before coming to school? No, Kana replied, taken aback. She shook her head. Why do you ask? You seem really talented in potions, Kyle remarked. Usually, when first-year students start brewing, it's a disaster. Sometimes, the cauldrons even explode. That's impossible, Kana said skeptically. Kyle didn't press the matter, merely gesturing for her to look around. Kana, puzzled, glanced up and finally noticed the chaotic state of the potions classroom. Young witches and wizards were darting between cauldrons and storage cabinets, their once tidy robes now torn and disheveled. Some even had smoke rising from their hair. If someone were to walk in at that moment, they might think an exploding charm had gone off. Thick, multicolored smoke drifted above many of the cauldrons, slowly merging into a strange gray-brown cloud near the ceiling. The air was filled with a peculiar odor, part rotten eggs, part burning wool. Kana only needed a second or two of breathing it in before her stomach began to churn. She muttered to herself, how is this possible? Potions are so simple. Her gaze shifted toward the Slytherin side of the room. They were all purebloods, and with Snape as their head of house, surely they'd be fine. Just as she thought that, she witnessed something unforgettable. The cauldron at the table next to hers exploded. No, not the cauldron itself, the potion inside it did. Without warning, the liquid began to foam violently and expand at an alarming rate, filling the cauldron within moments. But that wasn't the worst part. In the next second, foam erupted from the cauldron, shooting straight up and hitting the ceiling with force. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. Flauta. Walker. You 2 idiots. Snape's furious voice rang out, though he didn't immediately punish the 2 culprits. His professor's instincts kicked in, and he swiftly drew his wand to contain the bubbling disaster. Turjo. Scour Jiffy. Under Snape's charm, the cauldron and foam were quickly cleaned up. After confirming that no students had been harmed, Snape stormed over to the 2 Slytherin first years. He didn't bother scolding them or deducting points. Instead, he grabbed them by their collars and unceremoniously threw them out of the potions classroom. Get out and find Filch. Detention, he roared. The room fell into an eerie silence as everyone immediately shut their mouths, making sure not to draw any further attention to themselves. The tension was palpable. Kyle, having little to do, decided to look busy by preparing ingredients in advance. Although this particular step wasn't in magical drafts and potions, Snape required them to make a long slit along the side of the porcupine quills, and the slugs had to be boiled beforehand. The exact reason was never explained, but when Ryan had been bold enough to ask, he was docked 3 points for his curiosity. Since then, no one else had dared to question the instructions. Kyle took out a bag of ingredients and selected a porcupine quill that looked suitable. Wanting to pass the time, he cut it extremely slowly, taking over 10 minutes to slice through a quill that was less than 30 centimeters long. His obvious attempt at dragging things out, however, didn't go unnoticed. Snape appeared silently beside him, like a shadow, picking up one of the quills from Kyle's table. He examined the uneven cut before sneering. I recall instructing you to cut a straight line. What is this? A dried flobberworm caterpillar? Or do you simply not understand what straight line means? Kyle blinked, caught off guard. He glanced at Snape, then down at the porcupine quill in his hand, which he hadn't yet finished cutting. It looked fine to him. Had he forgotten what he'd done? Or maybe Snape had deliberately picked up someone else's quill just to find a reason to scold him. That didn't seem likely, though. While Snape had a reputation for being ruthless when it came to deducting points, this level of pettiness seemed out of character, especially considering Kyle's last name wasn't Potter. Before Kyle could say anything, Kana, who had been standing next to him, timidly raised her hand. Her voice wavered, on the verge of tears. "Professor. I cut that one," she admitted shakily. Chapter 43, Major Event at Hogwarts. "It doesn't matter who it is, Miss Prince." Snape's expression remained unchanged as he frowned. Irregular cut marks might improve the effect in some potions, but this is just a Boyle's potion. Doing it here is a complete waste of time. However, given your serious attitude, 5 points to Hufflepuff. The entire class froze in shock, eyes wide in disbelief. Some Hufflepuff students even patted their ears, as if doubting their own hearing. It was only halfway through the lesson, but everyone had already witnessed firsthand the infamous cruelty of the potion's professor. As the prefects had warned, in Snape's class, the only students who earned extra points were the Slytherins. The other houses merely hoped to escape without losing any. Take the 2 Slytherins who had nearly blown up the classroom earlier. While Snape had furiously assigned them detention in the dungeon, he hadn't deducted a single point from their house. And yet, here they were, hearing him award points to Kana, a Hufflepuff. Snape actually gave her 5 points. The shock was palpable. This incident would surely become the talk of the entire school. If Hufflepuff was stunned, Slytherin was outright indignant. The Slytherins exchanged resentful glances, almost on the verge of crying out in frustration. Why? They wondered. They were the ones who typically earned extra points. Why should a Hufflepuff benefit now? Their head of house had changed. He hadn't been like this before. But Snape, indifferent to the turmoil around him, simply placed the porcupine quill back on the table. "Don't do anything like this again," he said coolly. Yes. Professor," Kana mumbled meekly. Snape nodded before turning his gaze toward Kyle. His expression twisted into one of instant disgust. "Look at the others, and then look at you. It's taken you this long to cut a single quill, and you can't even manage that properly. What a waste of time." 5 points from Hufflepuff. Kyle was left speechless. What just happened? Who did I offend? He had been cutting slowly, sure, but 5 points deducted for that. Where's the justice in this school? Is there any humanity left? Snape's blatant double standards were maddening, and it seemed that no one at Hogwarts would intervene. Even the other students in the classroom didn't seem too concerned about Kyle's plight. Most let out a collective sigh of relief, while the Slytherins hugged each other in joy. He's back. This was the Snape they knew. The professor who had just awarded points to Kana had to have been some sort of imposter. Maybe, just maybe, Professor Dumbledore himself hadn't wanted Slytherin to win the House Cup for the 6th year in a row and had secretly controlled Snape with the Imperious Curse. That damned old honeybee. The Slytherins comforted themselves with this thought. After that, Snape rarely ventured near Kyle's workbench again. It wasn't until the end of class that he began his usual inspection of the potions brewed by the students. As expected, Kyle and Kana's Boil Cure potion was a resounding success. Pink smoke gently wafted from their cauldron, and even Snape, with his famously critical eye, couldn't find a single flaw. 5 points to Hufflepuff, Snape muttered, glancing at Kyle with disdain before walking away. Though he had quickly reclaimed those 5 points earlier in class, the fact that Snape had awarded points to Hufflepuff twice in one lesson caused a stir at Hogwarts. By dinner, the news had spread like wildfire, and once again, Kana became the topic of conversation. This time, it wasn't just a few first-years gossiping about the remarkable events in Transfiguration class, nearly the entire school was buzzing with curiosity. Who was this first year who had managed to catch Snape's attention in such a dramatic way? As Kyle sat down to dinner, Fred and George Weasley risked detention by sneaking over to the Hufflepuff table, looking far worse for wear. Dark circles under their eyes, they struggled to hold their cutlery steady, their hands shaking as they attempted to cut into their pork chops. "Thank goodness, Kyle, you've finally come out of that cursed common room," Fred greeted him, looking exhausted. Kyle took in the twins' haggard appearances with concern. "What's wrong with you two? You're young, but you still need to be careful. If you keep going at this pace, your bodies won't hold up." George groaned, "You have no idea how bad this detention was. Do you know how thick that book was? It was 15 inches tall, taller than a wand. And McGonagall wants us to copy the entire thing in a week. I swear she's trying to kill us." Fred gave his brother a pat on the shoulder. "At least, until we finish copying that wretched book, McGonagall won't let us die of exhaustion." Kyle wisely chose not to ask what might happen after they finished the task. Suddenly, George slapped his forehead. "Oh, right. You distracted me. I almost forgot why we came over." He scanned the Hufflepuff table. "So, who's the hero named Kana? Introduce us, I'm waiting for her autograph." Fred nodded eagerly. Yeah. A Hufflepuff who can actually score 10 points from Snape is practically a miracle. George grinned. Dumbledore should give her a special contribution award for curing Snape's bias. That's a far greater achievement than anything written in that stupid book. Kyle shook his head with a shrug. If you're looking for Kana, you'll be disappointed. She didn't come to the Great Hall for dinner today. George raised his eyebrows in surprise. She's not eating. Not in the hall, Kyle explained, giving him a strange look. Don't forget, our common room is next to the kitchen. She can get whatever she wants whenever she feels like it. Oh, right. George said, slapping his forehead again. How could I forget that? There's so much swirling around in my head right now, it's messing with my brain. Fred sighed, shaking his head. Guess we're not getting any autographs today. Shame we've got detention again tonight. Waiting in the kitchen would have been a good idea otherwise. Kyle opened his mouth to suggest that Kana probably wouldn't want to give them autographs anyway, but he thought better of it and stayed quiet. With their hopes dashed, Fred and George quickly stuffed a few more bites of food into their mouths before heading out. On their way, they filled their pockets with baked potatoes, muttering something about needing them after their grueling detention. Kyle, puzzled, asked why they didn't just go to the kitchen later for something warm. Fred shot him a pained look. 2 in the morning. He said mournfully, it'll be a miracle if we can even walk back to the dormitory alive. Chapter 44, Chomping Cabbage. The third day of Hogwarts was likely the most anticipated day of the year for new Hufflepuff students. Not only was it a Friday, but it also featured the classes they were most excited about. In the morning, they had herbology with Professor Sprout, and in the afternoon, defense against the dark arts and flying lessons. Early that morning, the students gathered outside the greenhouse along with Gryffindor. Good morning, students, and welcome to herbology class, greeted Pomona Sprout, the herbology professor. She was a short, gray-haired witch, and because she spent most of her time in the greenhouse tending to the plants, her clothes were always covered in dust. Compared to the high-ranking headmaster, Professor Sprout looked more like a humble gardener. But she didn't mind. Standing at the entrance to the greenhouse, she carefully surveyed the young wizards before her. Before we enter the greenhouse, I need to tell you something very important. First of all, the plants grown in the greenhouse are all magical and often dangerous. Even the common dittany has sharp thorns, so do not touch any plants without my permission. Also, once inside, no loud noises or shouting. I've recently received some new plants that are still acclimating to their environment. Loud sounds might upset them. Do you all understand? Yes, everyone replied in unison. Very good, Professor Sprout nodded. Once inside, she arranged everyone on the left side of the greenhouse, leaving the right side completely empty. In fact, even without her doing so, none of the students would have ventured over there. Professor, what are those things? A first-year Gryffindor asked, his face pale with fear as he stared at the strange yellow plants on the opposite side. By Merlin's beard. It was the first time he had seen cabbages with sharp teeth, and their mouths were nearly as big as his head. Just thinking about getting bitten made him shuffle further back. Chomping cabbages, Professor Sprout said with a casual air. You'd best keep your distance. But don't be too nervous. They might look frightening, but they're well behaved as long as you don't provoke them. And in a few days, they'll be moved to a larger greenhouse, so you won't see them next time you come to class. All right, let's get started, she clapped her hands. Turn to page 1 in your books. Today, we'll be learning about dittany. Does anyone know what dittany is? If you ignored the terrifying chomping cabbages, the herbology class was practically perfect. Professor Sprout's deep knowledge of magical plants, combined with her clear explanations and real-life examples, made it easy for the students to learn. By the end of the lesson, nearly everyone could answer her questions flawlessly, which pleased Professor Sprout immensely. She awarded 3 points to each house and handed out fresh dittany leaves to all the students. Dittany leaves, as Kyle knew, were like the magical world's version of a Band-Aid. He'd used them many times before, and they worked wonders. After cleaning a wound and applying the leaf, the injury would usually heal by the next day. Of course, dittany leaves were only suitable for minor cuts and scrapes from daily life. For more serious injuries, dittany essential oil was required. After class, everyone walked out of the greenhouse together. McGonagall spotted Kyle in the crowd and quickly ran up to him, curiosity shining in his eyes. What were you picking up just now? McGonagall asked. What do you mean? Kyle looked at him suspiciously. I was just loosening the soil for the dittany. I saw everything, McGonagall said firmly. You ran across the room when Professor Sprout turned around to get a shovel, and you picked something up from under those flower pots. Oh, that. Kyle said, realizing what McGonagall was talking about. It's nothing. The professor dropped a bag of fertilizer, so I went to pick it up. A bag of fertilizer? McGonagall looked at him skeptically, clearly not convinced. The bag had looked small and light, not at all like something that would have fallen so far. It didn't even seem round enough to roll. Well, maybe I accidentally kicked it over. I was pretty shocked when I found it, Kyle replied with an exaggerated look of fear. Those chomping cabbages are terrifying. Honestly, if I wasn't worried about losing points from Professor Sprout, I wouldn't have gone near them. Is that so? Michael's doubts began to fade as he listened to Kyle. Nodding, he said, those chomping cabbages do look scary. I definitely wouldn't have gone over there if I were you. Who's to say? Kyle shrugged. By the way, did Professor Sprout mention when she'd teach you to control your magic? Well, she told me to meet her on Saturday and Sunday mornings, Mikkel said, his voice tinged with frustration. It's the first weekend at Hogwarts, and I've got to go to class. There's nothing you can do about it, Kyle said, giving him a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. You can't keep taking the magic-suppressing potion. At the mention of the potion, Mikkel shuddered and quickly shook his head. You're right, I'd rather give up weekends forever than drink that stuff again. Exactly. When they reached the castle, Kyle told Mikkel and Ryan to head back to their dormitory without him. Claiming he was going to the library, he instead made his way straight to the 8th floor. There, he found the tapestry depicting a troll beating up Barnabas the Barmy, the wizard who had foolishly tried to teach 6 trolls how to dance ballet. Judging by the artwork, the trolls had certainly given him a rough time. Satisfied he was in the right place, Kyle took a deep breath and walked back and forth in front of the tapestry 3 times, mentally repeating, I need a greenhouse for farming. On his 3rd pass, a circular archway appeared on the wall across from the tapestry. Without hesitation, Kyle grabbed the brass handle and pushed open the door. A wave of earthy fragrance greeted him, and though he had been prepared for what might lie ahead, the sight still took his breath away. The room was enormous, almost as big as the Great Hall, with rich soil beneath his feet and a bright sun overhead. Kyle figured it was all some kind of charm. Curious, he whispered, I need rain. Immediately, a downpour began inside the room, yet the rain fell only on the soil. The magical water seemed to avoid Kyle entirely, leaving him completely dry. This is incredible, Kyle said, truly amazed. It was, without a doubt, the room of requirement. Using it for storage? What a waste. Chapter 45, Farming and Professor Oren. It felt like finding a long-lost toy. Kyle was having the time of his life in the room of requirement, experimenting with its magic. With just a flick of his fingers, he turned the gentle rain into a fierce blizzard, and with another flick, he conjured hailstones the size of eggs. The power to alter his surroundings with a wave of his hand was exhilarating. After indulging in the magical weather changes for a while, Kyle suddenly remembered he had actual work to do. Reluctantly, he changed the room back to a sunny, serene atmosphere. Never mind, there'll be plenty of time for this later, he thought. Squatting down on the ground, Kyle carefully pulled 2 fava bean-sized seeds out of his pocket, handling them as if they were made of glass. They were incredibly precious, and, more importantly, they weren't even his. They had come from the herbology class, where he had picked them up. Really, he had just picked them up. Earlier that day, during herbology, a Gryffindor student had been so excited after successfully answering one of Professor Sprout's questions that he accidentally flung the shovel he was holding straight at the chomping cabbage on the other side of the classroom. Predictably, the cabbage had reduced the shovel to a mangled piece of metal in seconds, and the student had been docked a point for his blunder. That would have been the end of it, but Kyle noticed something curious. After spitting out the remains of the destroyed shovel, the chomping cabbage had spat out 2 small seeds. Professor Sprout, busy fetching another shovel at the time, hadn't seen a thing. As a good Hufflepuff, Kyle naturally wanted to help his head of house, so he'd picked the seeds up for her. But, distracted by the lesson on Dittany, he had completely forgotten about them, until now. Kyle dug 2 small holes in the soil, just the right size for the seeds, and gently placed them inside. After covering them with a thin layer of soil, he stood up and nodded, feeling satisfied with his work. Very good, he muttered to himself. I'll keep them here for now, and I'll take them to Professor Sprout next time we have class. After leaving the room of requirement, Kyle returned to the common room before heading to the Defense Against the Dark Arts class with the other Hufflepuff first years for their afternoon lesson. The atmosphere on the way to the classroom was charged with excitement. It was hard to tell whether they were more eager about the lesson itself or curious about the legendary, one-year professor. The Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, located on the 2nd floor, greeted them with a surprise. When they pushed open the door, they noticed that all the desks had been pushed to the walls, leaving the room feeling oddly empty. One-year Professor Oren, their teacher, was already present, standing behind the lectern and fiddling with a cage that was partially covered. Kyle, upon seeing the setup, was a little surprised. He hadn't expected their Defense Against the Dark Arts professor to be a realist like Lupin, preparing practical lessons from day one. Good afternoon, everyone, Professor Oren greeted them warmly once everyone had gathered inside. Put away your books. We won't need them, not just for today, but for every lesson in the future. That single sentence won the favor of many young wizards. What could be more delightful than not needing to bring books to class? And not having to bring them to any class? Professor Oren had managed to do both. This professor must be great, one of the students exclaimed. He's definitely going to get re-elected. I hope you're right, Mr. Borg, Professor Oren replied with a smile, but sadly, I can't give Gryffindor extra points for that. He continued, in my opinion, theoretical knowledge is the easiest part of this course, and you can learn that on your own, so there's no need to waste valuable class time on it. Instead, I'd rather focus on teaching you how to protect yourself in dangerous situations, whether it's from dark magic or a dangerous magical creature. Either could cost you your life. The room grew a little tense, as the seriousness of the subject settled in. Sensing this, Professor Oren added, but it's too early for you to learn about dark magic, and the headmaster wouldn't allow it anyway. So we'll start with something simpler, magical creatures. With that, Professor Oren gently nudged the cage, and a low buzzing noise came from inside. The cloth covering it began to tremble, as though whatever was inside might burst out at any moment. Some of the students standing closest to the cage instinctively backed away, startled. Don't worry, Professor Oren said reassuringly. This little guy may be dangerous, but as long as I'm here, you won't be harmed. Just stay calm and pay close attention to every word I say. With that, he removed the cloth, revealing the creature inside, a tiny, blue insect, about an inch in size. The buzzing noise came from its rapidly flapping wings, which were situated on top of its head, making it look like it was wearing a little bamboo dragonfly. As it hovered in place, its body rotated slightly, giving it a rather cute appearance. Katie Bell couldn't help but laugh. Professor, it doesn't seem as dangerous as you said. To her, it was hard to believe this tiny creature posed any real threat. It was so small, she figured she wouldn't even need a wand to swat it away. Really? Professor Oren raised an eyebrow, smiling. I hope you'll feel the same way later, Miss Bell. He turned to the rest of the class. Now, does anyone know what it is? The first person to name it will earn 5 points for their house. In the midst of the murmuring crowd, Mikkel caught a faint whisper, like the name of the creature. Motivated by the chance for bonus points, he blurted out, Billywig. Excellent, Mr. Mikkel. Professor Oren said, clearly pleased. 5 points for Hufflepuff. That's right, this is a Billywig, a level XXX magical creature, Professor Oren explained. Take a close look. It has a long, thin stinger at the base of its body. Anyone stung by a Billywig will feel dizzy at first, and then they'll begin to float. If someone is stung multiple times, they may even float uncontrollably for several days. He turned back to Katie Bell. Now, Miss Bell, do you still think it's not dangerous? Katie shrugged, saying nothing, but the skeptical look on her face made it clear she wasn't entirely convinced. At this point, another student eagerly asked, so, Professor, is this lesson going to be about how to deal with this Billywig? Not quite, Professor Oren replied with a smile. First, you need to learn the proper spells for dealing with it. I won't let you face any magical creatures in combat until I'm sure you're ready. Chapter 46, Billywig. The charm to deal with a Billywig is very simple, but it requires your full concentration. You must be completely focused when reciting the charm, clear about your goal, and not careless in the slightest. You should know that Billywigs fly very fast, and they won't give you a second chance to cast the charm. After carefully explaining the key points, Professor Oren continued, let's not practice with our wands just yet. Repeat after me, Relatio. Relatio, the young witches and wizards echoed in unison. Very good, said Professor Oren, clearly satisfied. Now, we'll test the effectiveness of your charm. He instructed the class to line up and take turns casting the charm on the Billywig inside the cage. Kana was the first in line, though she hadn't started there. Originally in the middle of the group, she had been nudged to the front by the enthusiastic Gryffindors surrounding her. Ever since Professor Oren had called out her name, the Gryffindors had been whispering, curious as to what made this small witch so special. How had she managed to win over someone like Snape? A brave girl, Professor Oren smiled warmly. I remember your name is Kana, correct? Yes, Professor, she replied. With 2 previous experiences under her belt, Kana felt more prepared than before. Though still nervous, she was now capable of holding a normal conversation, and instead of her instinct being to flee, her first thought was to answer the professor's question. Don't be afraid, it's just a simple spell, Professor Oren encouraged patiently. Remember what I told you, focus, concentrate. You can do it. Believe in yourself. Kana took a deep breath, closed her eyes briefly, and thrust her wand forward with all her strength. Relatio, she shouted. There was a loud swish as the air seemed to part with the force of her spell. Professor Oren instinctively took a small step back, impressed. The power behind her casting was enough that, had anyone been close enough, no charm would have been necessary to deal with the Billywig, it would have been taken out by sheer force. Fortunately, the result was what mattered. As the spell ended, the Billywig in the cage collapsed to the ground. Not bad, Hufflepuff. 1 point, Professor Oren praised, already preparing a second cage. The day before, out of inexperience, he had only brought 3 Billywigs to the Ravenclaw and Slytherin classes. He had assumed that would be enough, but he was wrong. Sometimes the first Billywig hadn't even recovered before the third one had fallen. And each time, the students would stare at him expectantly, leading to some rather awkward moments. Today, however, he had come better prepared, bringing 10 Billywigs, enough to ensure there wouldn't be a repeat of yesterday's embarrassment. Next up, Santos, Professor Oren called. Santos stepped forward nervously, raised his wand, and attempted the charm. Relatio. He muttered. Nothing happened. The billywig inside the cage continued to spin merrily in circles. Relax, don't be so tense, Professor Oren said gently, walking over to him. You need to pronounce the incantation clearly. The last sound was too soft. Try again. Santos nodded, took a deep breath, and raised his wand once more. Relatio. This time, the spell worked. Very good. Next. Professor Oren said, switching out the cage once again. With 2 successful attempts in a row, the other students felt their confidence grow. They eagerly awaited their turn. However, their newfound confidence led some to become careless. As their turns came, a few completely forgot the instructions and, without even aiming at the cage, simply shouted the charm. The result? The billywig remained unharmed, but the cages fell apart instead. Professor Oren, now forced to be on high alert, had to constantly repair the cages, casting the mending charm over and over. But soon, he realized he had underestimated just how chaotic things could get. Near the back of the line, a Gryffindor student, unable to see past the taller students in front of him, muttered the charm under his breath, practicing in advance. He wanted to be ready to impress everyone when his turn came, but in his excitement, he forgot that he was still holding his wand. Over by the lectern, Professor Oren, in the middle of repairing yet another cage, suddenly felt his legs give way as he collapsed to the floor. If it had just been a simple fall, it wouldn't have been much of a problem. After all, Professor Oren was a strong adult wizard, and at worst, he would have grazed himself, an injury easily remedied with a quick Dittany band-aid. The real issue, however, was that his mending charm had been interrupted. A billywig escaped from the broken cage, buzzing furiously toward the students in front of it. For a long time now, the billywig had harbored resentment. It had been made to feel weak and powerless since yesterday. Now, it was ready for revenge. Chaos ensued. Some of the young witches and wizards panicked and began running around the classroom, while others raised their wands, shouting desperately. Relatio. Relatio. A dozen charms flew through the air, not quite hitting the billywig, but effectively stopping it from advancing. The young wizards, now more excited than ever, acted as if they'd stumbled upon a thrilling new challenge. With their wands raised high, they prepared to target the billywig again, eager to repeat their near success. Stop right there. Professor Oren, still on the ground, suddenly shouted, his voice full of frustration. As the billywig buzzed over his head, he whipped out his wand and bellowed, Petrificus totalis. The spell hit its mark, and the billywig stiffened in midair before tumbling to the floor. Professor Oren reached out just in time to catch it. With some effort, he placed the immobilized creature back into its cage and slowly stood up, wincing as he rubbed his aching back. No wonder they say being the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts is a thankless task, he thought bitterly. It really is a pain in the ass. Gritting his teeth, Professor Oren turned to the class, his concern evident despite the obvious pain. Are you all right? Did anyone get stung? No, Professor, the students responded in unison, shaking their heads. That's good, he sighed in relief, using his wand to fix the damaged podium. Now, let's continue with the lesson. But, except for the one in first place, put your wands away. The students, though slightly disappointed, followed his command without protest. Having witnessed the professor's anger moments before, none of them dared to test his patience again. The last thing anyone wanted was for that petrification spell to be directed at them. With that understanding in place, the lesson progressed much more smoothly. Almost everyone succeeded on their next try, and the pace picked up significantly. However, Professor Oren didn't appear any more relaxed, in fact, he seemed even more on edge. When the class finally ended, Professor Oren left without assigning any homework, walking out of the classroom as fast as he could, not even sparing a backward glance. The lesson had utterly drained him, and he wasn't keen on staying a moment longer than necessary. Once back in his office, Oren closed the curtains and sank into his chair with a sigh of relief. He took a well-deserved sip of his black tea, savoring the peace at last. Finally, he thought, it's over. There had been a few close calls, but nothing catastrophic had happened, and all 10 billywhigs were, wait. Oren's eyes widened. Something's not right. He quickly set down his teacup and counted the cages on his desk. 9. He counted again, twice. Still 9. There's one missing. His eyes darted to one of the cages, which had a fist-sized hole in its side. By Merlin's beard. Oren muttered in disbelief. Panic rising, he hurried back to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, frantically searching for the missing billywig. But there was no sign of it. It must have been hit by one of those overexcited student spells, he realized grimly. His gaze shifted to the open window at the far end of the room. Oren groaned, rubbing his temples. 50 galleons, gone. Chapter 47, Physical and Mental Health Issues of Teenage Wizards. What happened in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class spread like wildfire, but to everyone's surprise, it didn't stir much interest. Normally, a freshman injuring a professor would be the talk of the school for days. For instance, people were still gossiping about the mishap during the first day of Charms class. But when it came to defense against the dark arts, not so much. To put it in perspective, their previous professor had been a dark wizard with powers so well concealed that he was only discovered and taken away by Aurors during a lesson. The professor before that was obsessed with potions, constantly experimenting with bizarre concoctions. In one infamous class, he presented his latest creation, the all-knowing potion, boasting that it could rival the love potion and solve all problems with just one sip. And then, there was no then. He drank it in front of everyone, and he's still lying in St. Mungo's hospital. Compared to those incidents, Professor Oren's little mishap barely seemed worth mentioning. And so, the first weekend at Hogwarts arrived quietly. Kyle, having enjoyed a lazy morning, slept until nearly 9 o'clock, only to be awakened by Cedric pounding on his door. "What do you want to wake me up so early for?" Kyle groaned after washing up and flopping onto a sofa in the common room, stretching comfortably. "Early." Cedric raised an eyebrow in disbelief, handing him a warm pie fresh from the kitchen. "Lunch will be served soon." Kyle took a bite of the pie, savoring the taste of beef, potatoes, and onions. It was delicious. While Kyle ate, Cedric continued, "The Quidditch tryouts start today, and I'm heading over to try out. What about you? Want to come along? We can totally win the Quidditch Cup this year." "I'll pass," Kyle replied, shaking his head. First-year students aren't allowed on the school team. It's a rule. Kyle had abandoned the idea of joining the Quidditch team after flying class the previous day. Since his mother Diana had forbidden him from buying a broom during his first year, he'd be stuck using one of the school's ancient brooms, and that just didn't sit well with him. The school brooms were terribly outdated, lacking even the most essential functions. For example, the crucial lifting charm, which was engraved on broom handles after the 1930 Quidditch World Cup final, a match that lasted 7 days. Following that ordeal, 11 players were forced into early retirement for the same reason. The addition of the lifting charm became a necessity after that, but the school's brooms clearly predated 1930. Riding those old brooms occasionally was fine, but relying on them long-term, that could seriously affect the physical and mental well-being of young wizards. Kyle simply couldn't accept that. As for Cedric, Kyle patted Cedric on the shoulder and said seriously, "If you make the team, I suggest you save up for a new broom." Cedric nodded. "Yeah, the school brooms are way too slow. But if I make the team, my dad could probably get me a clean sweep." "That should work," Kyle agreed. The Clean Sweep 7 was about a decade old, but it had all the necessary features and was still a solid choice for the school team. "Oh, by the way," Cedric added, pulling out 2 maps, "I've finished the Gryffindor and Slytherin maps. What's our next step? Should we advertise ourselves, or look for partners?" "Let's find partners," Kyle said after thinking for a moment. "If we advertise ourselves, it'll take too long and won't be efficient." "That's what I was thinking," Cedric nodded. "We could ask the Weasley twins from Gryffindor for help. They'd probably be up for it. But what about Slytherin? Do you know anyone there?" Kyle shook his head. Coincidentally, Slytherin was the house he knew the least about, and he'd had very few interactions with any of its students. "That's a problem," Cedric sighed. "I don't know anyone either." Having recently earned his first bit of gold, Cedric was in an excellent mood and didn't want to lose Slytherin as a potential market. He had even gone out of his way to make the Slytherin map extra special, using high-quality parchment and adding a gold border to appeal to their taste. Naturally, the price for this map would be a little higher. Quality came at a cost, after all. The only issue now was how to sell them. If they relied solely on themselves, 2 Hufflepuffs, it was unlikely they'd make many sales in Slytherin. Worse yet, if Snape found out about their little business venture, he would likely confiscate the maps and deduct points from Hufflepuff. After thinking it over, they concluded they'd need a middleman. They discussed the matter for a while but didn't come up with a solid solution. Cedric suggested asking the Weasley twins if they knew anyone in Slytherin. Kyle was skeptical, but since they didn't have any better ideas, it was worth a shot. When it was close to 10 o'clock, the two left the Hufflepuff common room together. Cedric headed off to the Quidditch pitch for the tryouts, while Kyle made his way to the library to return a book. He had finished reading The Troubadour in the Wind the night before and was planning to borrow something new. As they parted near the Great Hall, Kyle smiled and said, "Good luck with the Quidditch tryouts. Hope you make the team." "Don't worry," Cedric replied with confidence, flashing a thumbs up. "I've got this." And with that, they went their separate ways. In the library, Madame Pants carefully inspected the book Kyle returned, ensuring it was in pristine condition before handing him the new one he had requested. "The usual rules apply, you know them," she said in her strict, no-nonsense tone. "Of course, no damaging the books," Kyle replied with a chuckle. "I know." "Good," she responded, satisfied. After receiving the book, a detailed explanation of magical plants in Asia, Kyle decided not to head straight back to the dormitory. Instead, he found a quiet spot in the library to read. The book, focused on herbal medicine, was a detailed reference on various magical plants native to Asia. Kyle scanned the pages quickly, searching for something specific. Soon, he found what he was looking for. Chinese chomping cabbage, an extremely dangerous and aggressive plant, was first discovered. He pulled out a piece of parchment and, using the doubling charm, neatly copied down the relevant information. Satisfied with his notes, Kyle packed up his things and left the library. However, rather than returning the book immediately, Kyle decided to hold onto it for a little while longer. He figured it might come in handy again, especially if Professor Sprout introduced any new plant species in class. It would be a hassle to have to borrow the book again later. Chapter 48, Mooncalf. Cedric's performance at the Quidditch tryouts had been outstanding. He managed to catch the golden snitch in just 5 minutes, securing his position as the new seeker for Hufflepuff. After that, his entire afternoon was spent on the Quidditch pitch, as he joined his first training session with the team. Kyle only had a brief moment to catch up with him during lunch. Fred and George don't know anyone from Slytherin either, but they said they'd help think of something, Cedric said through a mouthful of steak. We're going to talk it over this afternoon. Want to come? Kyle began to reply, but before he could say anything, a commanding voice echoed from the far end of the Hufflepuff table. Hurry up, Cedric, we need to start training. Yes, Captain. Cedric called back. In a rush, Cedric struggled to swallow his mouthful of steak, then quickly gulped down a large glass of pumpkin juice. He turned to Kyle with a grin. I'll head off to train first. This year's Quidditch Cup is definitely going to Hufflepuff. And with that, Cedric sprinted off toward the Quidditch pitch, clearly excited for the training session ahead. Humph. Kyle shrugged, not feeling particularly envious. What's so special about being on the school team? He thought. Not only did they have to train on weekends, but they couldn't even enjoy a proper meal. Meanwhile, Kyle had plenty of time to savor his lunch in peace. Knocking on the table, Kyle ordered himself a glass of lemonade to cleanse his palate and enjoyed the rest of his meal at his own pace. Later that afternoon, Kyle left the castle, carrying the parchment he had copied from the library. Growing chomping cabbage turned out to be much more complicated than he had initially imagined. The plant was notoriously picky about its environment and climate, and only a few skilled herbology masters had ever managed to successfully transplant it outside its native habitat. Fortunately, the Room of Requirement could solve most of these issues. Kyle's only real challenge now was dealing with the fertilizer. According to a detailed explanation of magical plants in Asia, chomping cabbage took 50 days to germinate in the wild and required 2 to 3 years to reach maturity. Kyle didn't have that kind of patience, so his plan was to speed up the growth of the seeds. After leaving the castle, Kyle walked across the meadow and made his way to a small wooden cabin near the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The cabin looked weathered, its roof and walls a patchwork of different shades of brown, evidence of many repairs over the years. A crossbow and a pair of large rubber boots hung by the door. Kyle stepped up to the door and knocked. Who is it? Oh, silly Hagrid, stand back, you'll scare the others, came a familiar voice, followed by a low growl. The wooden door creaked open just a crack, revealing Hagrid's bearded face. Little wizard. What are you doing here? Hagrid asked with a stern expression. First-year students aren't allowed near the Forbidden Forest. Go on, back to the castle with you. He was about to close the door when Kyle quickly spoke up. Hagrid, it's me. Remember? We met before. Huh. Hagrid paused and squinted at Kyle, taking a closer look. As he studied the boy, his expression softened. The more he looked, the more familiar Kyle seemed to him. I remember. Hagrid suddenly exclaimed, clapping his hands together. You're that little troublemaker from the Chopper family. Thanks to you, Sabin doesn't even recognize its own name anymore. That's because it doesn't like it, Hagrid, Kyle replied seriously. You really should ask owls for their opinion when naming them. Well, I can't argue with that, Hagrid admitted, looking a little flustered. Then, in a more hurried tone, he asked, so, what brings you here? Instead of answering directly, Kyle glanced around and asked, can we talk inside? No. Hagrid quickly replied, growing even more nervous as he leaned against the door. I mean, it's just that my place is a bit of a mess right now. And, well, Fong doesn't like strangers. I'm afraid he might scare you. Oh. Who's Fong? Kyle asked, intrigued. He's my hunting dog, Hagrid explained. Bigger than you are. Really tall, you know. Kyle raised his eyebrows, then shrugged. Okay, forget it. I just wanted to ask if there are any mooncalves in the Forbidden Forest. Hearing the mention of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid's expression shifted to one of alarm. First years are absolutely not allowed in the Forbidden Forest. It's dangerous in there, and if I catch you sneaking in, I'll have to tell Professor Sprout. Relax, Hagrid, Kyle said calmly. I'm not planning to go into the Forbidden Forest. That's why I came to ask you instead. Really? Hagrid still seemed skeptical. Of course. I just planted a couple of new magical plants and need some fertilizer for them, Kyle explained. Ah, that's why you're asking about mooncalves, Hagrid said, visibly relaxing. He squeezed his large frame through the doorway and quickly shut the door behind him. Hagrid led Kyle over to his pumpkin patch, where he picked up a metal bucket from the corner. Here, help yourself, he said, offering the bucket full of mooncalf droppings, silver, ping-pong ball-sized spheres. There were probably 200 or 300 of them inside. Kyle, however, frowned as he inspected them. The color was off, they were too dark, indicating they were at least a month old. Do you have any fresh ones? Kyle asked. Hagrid hesitated for a moment, then said, I'm not sure, but we can check. Come with me. They walked along the edge of the Forbidden Forest for a short while before Hagrid stopped and told Kyle to wait while he ventured inside alone. Kyle agreed but silently memorized the route and surroundings, just in case. Since mooncalves weren't particularly dangerous and didn't live deep in the forest, Hagrid returned within 10 minutes, holding a small bag. Here you go, Hagrid said, handing Kyle the bag. Since mooncalves usually stomp their droppings into the ground at sunrise, this is all I could gather. If you need more, you should send me an awl next time, and I'll collect them for you. Kyle weighed the bag in his hands. It held about 7 or 8 fresh droppings. It wasn't much, but it would suffice. Thank you, Hagrid, Kyle said, smiling. Don't mention it, Hagrid replied, scratching his head a little sheepishly. Just try not to go renaming any more owls. That was just an accident. When they arrived back at Hagrid's cabin, Kyle once again casually suggested they go inside, but Hagrid quickly blocked the door. There's really nothing to see in there, Kyle, Hagrid insisted, his eyes darting nervously. You'd best head back to the castle. Kyle glanced at him and nearly laughed. Hagrid's poor attempt at deception made it obvious something was going on inside the cabin. All right, I'll head back then, Kyle said, turning to leave. As he walked away, he called over his shoulder, by the way, Hagrid, just a friendly reminder, you really shouldn't keep a 3-headed dog inside a house. Chapter 49, Finding a Wife for Scabbers. What 3-headed dog? I've never owned Fluffy. Hagrid burst out, sounding agitated, as if someone had pressed the accelerator on his temper. Even the roots of his beard seemed to tremble. Pointing at Kyle, Hagrid jumped up and down in a fluster, exclaiming, how can you go around slandering someone's good name for no reason? Oh, Kyle said, as if a sudden realization dawned on him, so his name is Fluffy. That's not a bad name, actually. Hagrid's expression froze for a moment before he quickly denied it. I didn't say anything. You must have heard wrong. He was clearly rattled and didn't dare admit the truth. Out of everyone at Hogwarts, Kyle was the last person Hagrid wanted to discover Fluffy's existence, even more so than Dumbledore. The reason was simple, Kyle's father, Chris, worked as the deputy director of the Magical Creatures Management and Control Department Beast Division. His office was in charge of regulating magical creatures of unknown origin, like Fluffy. If Kyle sent word home about the 3-headed dog, Fluffy would certainly be confiscated, and Hagrid had no idea what would happen to him after that. Worse still, Hagrid himself might end up in Azkaban. The thought of Fluffy being taken away, possibly killed, combined with the terrifying prospect of Azkaban, made cold sweat break out on Hagrid's forehead. No, I absolutely can't admit it, he resolved, trying to remain calm. Hagrid put on what he thought was a stern, intimidating face, hoping to scare Kyle away. Given his towering height of over 3 meters, his burly frame alone could be quite menacing. Unfortunately, his darting eyes and the obvious sweat dripping from his brow undermined the effect. Kyle had to suppress a laugh. If it weren't for Hagrid's nerves, maybe I'd believe him, he thought. All right, I must have heard wrong, and obviously, you don't have a 3-headed dog, Kyle said with a dismissive wave of his hand. Let's just consider this a bit of trivia. Goodbye, Hagrid. He turned to walk away, but after a few steps, he stopped, glanced over his shoulder, and said, oh, by the way, if your puppy starts showing signs of loss of appetite, irritability, or depression, don't worry. Just let him roam the Forbidden Forest for a bit. That should do the trick. Kyle's words hit Hagrid like a ton of bricks, and though Kyle didn't push the subject further, Hagrid's face paled. Still, Kyle wasn't in a hurry, he could always meet Fluffy next year when the creature would be locked up on the 4th floor. And then, he could observe the beast as much as he liked, maybe even pull a hair or two for good measure. He could knit a sock with it, for all he cared. Leaving the edge of the Forbidden Forest behind, Kyle leisurely strolled across the grassy grounds toward the castle. As he neared the gate, he spotted a familiar figure darting by, crouching low among the bushes. Curious, Kyle wandered over to see who it was. Kana. What are you doing here? Kyle asked, puzzled. Who? Kana jumped at the sudden sound of Kyle's voice, clearly startled. It took her a few moments to compose herself. I am looking for something, she mumbled, glancing up briefly at Kyle before returning to her search through the bushes. Kyle observed her for a moment before taking out his wand. You won't find anything this way. Let me help you. Kana, realizing what he was about to do, quickly shook her head. No, it's not going to work. I dropped a galleon. The Accio spell won't work on it. Kyle nodded in understanding. Magical currency, whether it was a galleon, sickle, or canute, was all imbued with an anti-theft charm, preventing them from being summoned by magic. It was a basic protective measure. With a sigh, Kyle put away his wand and knelt down to help her sift through the undergrowth. Kana hesitated, clearly not wanting to inconvenience him, but after a moment of deliberation, she whispered, "Thank you." "Don't mention it," Kyle replied casually. "We're friends, after all." "How much did you lose, anyway?" 20, Kana whispered quietly. Kyle paused, thinking he had misheard. "How many?" 20, Kana repeated, her voice soft. "Maybe even more. I've been losing galleons since the start of term, and these are the last of them." Kyle stared at her, at a loss for words. 20 galleons. That was no small sum. If he had lost that much money, he would have been ready to tear the whole school apart looking for it. With a sigh, he lowered his head and continued combing through the bushes, muttering under his breath about the absurdity of losing so much money at once. The undergrowth in front of the castle was dense, and it took the two of them more than an hour to search through it. But the result was disappointing. Not only had they not found a galleon, they hadn't even come across a canute. Kyle stood up, rubbing his back, and asked, "Are you sure it fell here?" I don't know," Kana said after a moment of hesitation. "It was still here before herbology class yesterday, but this morning it was suddenly gone. Could it have fallen during flying lessons?" Kyle mused for a moment before suggesting, "Have you checked near the Quidditch pitch?" "I checked this morning," Kana replied. "There's nothing at the Quidditch pitch or in the castle. If it's not here, then the only place left is the greenhouse." "The greenhouse?" "There's nothing there," Kyle said decisively. He was completely certain. No one else had been around, and as for the greenhouse, Kyle was 100% sure that there hadn't been a trace of anyone there either. The floor had been spotless. He had checked thoroughly at the time. "How about we check the other side?" Kyle suggested. "Maybe we missed something earlier." "No need," Kana shook her head. She hadn't found any of the galleons she'd dropped in the past, and she figured it would be the same this time. In truth, how often did someone recover their galleons after dropping them? All right, Kyle didn't press the matter. In his mind, families like Kana's, purebloods who could afford to wear such exquisite robes, probably never worried about running out of galleons. 20 or 30 galleons seemed like nothing to someone like her. Brushing the dust from his robes, he asked casually, "Need me to lend you some until your owl arrives?" Kana's eyes flickered slightly, and after a brief pause, she said, "It's fine. Galleons aren't really necessary at Hogwarts. I'll just head to Gringotts after the holidays. I just need the rat tonic in the meantime. Can I pay you after Christmas?" Kyle paused mid-motion as he brushed off his robes, glanced at Kana, and said, "Don't worry about it. You can pay me next year if you like." After making sure his robes were clean, the two of them began walking back toward the castle. On the way, Kyle asked curiously, "By the way, where's your rat? I don't see you carrying it." "Pocky." Kana broke into a rare smile at the mention of her pet. "It's playing with Delina's hamster in the dormitory." "What's a field mouse doing playing with a hamster?" Kyle said with a mocking sneer. "I have a friend, Percy Weasley from Gryffindor, who also has a field mouse. I'll introduce them to each other later. By the way, is your Pocky male or a female?" Kana blushed slightly but whispered in response, "Female, she's female." "Perfect," Kyle said, his eyes lighting up mischievously. "Percy Scabbers is a male. How about we pair them up and have a litter of baby mice next year?" Chapter 50, I have a way. Kyle was not someone who liked to waste time. Once he had an idea, he acted on it immediately. Without further ado, he told Kana to head back to the dorms while he made his way straight to Gryffindor Tower. Unfortunately, when he arrived, Percy wasn't in the dormitory. After asking around, no one seemed to know where he had gone. With no leads, Kyle had no choice but to set the matter aside for the time being. It seemed Scabbers wouldn't be as lucky as he'd hoped. When Kyle returned to the Hufflepuff common room, he found Kana curled up on a sofa in the corner, clutching her pet rat nervously. Across the room, perched on the windowsill, a large owl was staring at her menacingly, occasionally clicking its beak. Raton, the owl, had never seen such a fat, shiny mouse before. To its hungry eyes, Pocky looked like the perfect snack, plump and gleaming. However, Raton knew that this mouse belonged to the little witch and was definitely off-limits, so it was content to simply observe. The problem was that Kana had no idea what the owl was thinking. When Kyle entered the room, he saw her pale and tense, gripping the hem of her shirt in sweaty hands. Oddly enough, she hadn't even been this nervous when she realized her galleons were missing earlier. It wasn't until Kyle distracted Raton with a piece of murtlap jerky that Kana finally began to regain some color. As the owl's attention shifted to the jerky, Kyle walked over and shrugged. "I couldn't find Percy. He's not in Gryffindor Tower." Kana responded, not giving it much thought. In her eyes, all field mice were rather ugly, and she doubted Pocky would be interested in Scabbers. After all, her pet spent most of its time playing with a hamster, so it didn't seem likely. Besides, Kyle had rushed off so quickly earlier that she hadn't had a chance to refuse his idea in the first place. As far as she was concerned, the current situation was ideal. She returned Pocky to her dormitory, and when she came back out, she seemed much more at ease. She even gave Raton a defiant grin. The owl flapped its wings and flew out the window, throwing her a disdainful glance as if she were an idiot before it left. This, of course, made Kana furious. "Why are you mad at it?" Kyle asked with a faint chuckle, shaking his head. He then pulled out 10 galleons and set them on the table. "I don't want it." Kana immediately shook her head, rejecting the offer firmly. "Thank you for your kindness, but I really don't need it." "But Christmas is still a long way off," Kyle pointed out, frowning slightly. "Even if you don't need to worry about food, what about parchment and ink? Those cost galleons too, and you can't avoid buying them. Or did you bring enough with you when term started?" At Hogwarts, parchment and ink were used up quickly. The supplies listed on the acceptance letter barely lasted a month, and students usually asked their prefects to bring more back from Hogsmeade. While not expensive, parchment still cost a few sickles, and no one was going to give it away for free. Kana fell silent. Kyle's words had clearly reminded her that even at Hogwarts, money was necessary. However, despite the logic, she shook her head again and said, "I'll figure it out." Kyle tried to reason with her, pointing out the practicalities, but Kana remained surprisingly stubborn on the matter. She refused all his offers except the rat tonic, even declining the parchment he tried to give her. "You're really nice to that rat," Kyle remarked, rubbing his forehead thoughtfully. Then, almost out of the blue, he asked, "By the way, do you know any of the Slytherin first years?" Kana paused to think. "I think so. A few years ago, I met Raoul and Yaxley at a banquet. They're in Slytherin, and they're first years as well. But I don't know if they'd remember me. I haven't been to that kind of event in a long time." "That's fine, just knowing who they are is enough," Kyle said, considering something. "Kana, do you want to make your own galleons?" "Make my own galleons?" Kana blinked, still processing what he'd said. "Yes, earn them yourself, just like adults do," Kyle explained, tapping his finger on the table. "I know a way you can do that here at Hogwarts. It might be a bit challenging, but the profit is high. Once you're done, you won't have to worry about parchment, ink, or anything else. You could even buy yourself plenty of snacks. What do you think? Want to give it a try?" Kana didn't reply immediately, but her interest was clearly piqued. She had considered helping other students with their homework in exchange for parchment and ink, but that felt wrong, like cheating, and she feared the professors might catch on. Kyle's offer presented an alternative, and she was tempted to hear more. Seeing her interest, Kyle continued, not wasting time. "Do you remember the map Cedric gave you yesterday?" Kana nodded. "Yes, I remember. After the flying lesson the previous day, Cedric, a second-year student, had handed out maps of Hogwarts." Kana recalled it clearly. She had also heard that Ravenclaw had their own version of the maps, but those had to be bought. "Well, that's what this is about," Kyle said, pulling out the gold-trimmed map Cedric had given him and placing it on the table. "This is the Slytherin version. The only thing we're missing is someone to sell them. Do you want to try? 5 galleons each, and we split the profit 50-50. 5 galleons. Kana looked at Kyle in shock, her expression mirroring the one she had just given Raton. How could these maps be worth 5 galleons? That's way too much, no one would buy them. Ravenclaw's only cost a few sickles, she whispered, still in disbelief. Those are just ordinary maps. This is a limited edition from the Golden Triangle, Kyle said, raising an eyebrow. We use top-quality materials and craftsmanship. These were handmade, and it took 3 whole days to make just 10 of them. Not a single one more. Think about it, out of the hundreds of students at Hogwarts, only 10 people can own this exclusive map. It's a status symbol. Isn't that worth 5 galleons? Kana felt a bit overwhelmed, but Kyle's explanation did make it seem like the maps were worth the steep price. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "But it's already been 3 days since classes started. Will anyone still need these maps?" "Don't worry about that," Kyle replied confidently. Hogwarts isn't just about classrooms. There's the library, the hospital wing, the professors' offices. And don't forget, the staircases in the main building keep changing. Who knows where they'll be tomorrow? You might end up on a path you've never taken before. Standing around trying to figure it out wastes time, but walking around blindly can get you lost, and that means you'll be late. That's where these maps come in handy, especially since they show the patterns of how most of the stairs move. Kyle leaned back, his voice full of certainty. Trust me, someone will definitely buy it.